Chapter 233, Advancement to Level 40. Yu Zhong knew that he could not fight against these beasts in terms of stamina or speed. He had to defeat them in the shortest amount of time, otherwise all that awaited him was death. After dodging the attacks of those two mutant elite water snakes, his right hand shot out a bone spear towards another tree, propelling him towards one of the snake's heads. He took out his stinger and immediately let loose a barrage of 6 shots. At such a close range, the power of the stinger was fully exhibited. The bullets pierced through the scales of the mutant elite water snake and into its brain. The mutant elite water snake writhed in agony as it thrashed about, managing to break the bone spear that Yu Zhong had shot out with its brute strength. However, the snake itself fell down from the tree, and it landed heavily on the ground as it continued to struggle. The other mutant elite water snake saw its companion's miserable state and it opened its huge mouth, spraying out a dense cyan poisonous mist towards Yu Zhong, ready to engulf him. That mutant elite water snake had just opened its huge mouth when an extreme feeling of danger arose in Yu Zhong's heart. He immediately retreated hastily, not daring to go near the mutant elite water snake and jumping onto the branch of another huge tree instead. Although Yu Zhong had retreated with all his strength, he had still unfortunately come into contact with the poison mist. Other than the areas covered by the encompassing body armor, long scars actually appeared on the exposed parts of his body. Yu Zhong's face turned pale. If he had been enveloped by that mist earlier, he might already have been dissolved into nothingness. The fear towards the mutant elite water snake in his heart upped by another notch. A moment ago, if he had been closer to the beast by just a bit, he definitely would not have been able to escape the poison mist. Yu Zhong swiftly changed the bullets for his stinger before he fired it at the mutant elite water snake. With the aid of his firearms control skill and superb aiming, the stinger bullets accurately hit its right eye. As the snake's right eye directly burst open, a huge amount of mucus mixed with blood flowed out from the wound. Blinded by the bullets, the mutant elite water snake opened its bloody jaws painfully, before spraying out balls of cyan-colored poison mist one after another at Yu Zhong once again. Yu Zhong's danger perception skill kicked in effectively again. As the mutant elite water snake had just opened its mouth, Yu Zhong's figure had already shifted in advance, avoiding the snake's attack. At the same time, he took aim with his stinger to continue his assault on the snake's other eye. 6 stinger bullets were fired out, breaking through the snake's other eye. The mutant elite water snake immediately emitted hisses of grief, as it continued to constantly spit out small clouds of poisonous green fog. Under the constant exposure of the poison mist, the surroundings all became a scene of deathly stillness. Grass withered, the trees started to putrefy, and 2 unsuspecting mutant rats that had just passed by immediately died, dissolving into fluids within a span of 3 seconds. Yu Zhong hid far away watching the mutant elite water snake spray out the poison mist. After spitting out a few more clusters of poison mist, the snake suddenly calmed down. It stuck out its tongue, which vibrated in the air for a while, before quickly shooting out like a thunderbolt towards Yu Zhong. After all, snakes use their tongues to perceive their surroundings and to hunt their prey. Even though the mutant elite water snake had undergone evolution, it had still retained its basic snake instincts and abilities. The reason for why it had spat out the poison mist just now was because of the severe pain in its eyes, which incurred the snake's wrath and made it feel very indisposed. At this moment, the duration for the Shadow Step skill had already passed the 30 seconds mark and it deactivated. Ignoring his stamina usage, Yu Zhong activated the skill once again and once again, his speed soared past 100 points in a flash. As the mutant elite water snake opened its mouth wide and bolted towards Yu Zhong like lightning, Yu Zhong dodged the impending attack and leapt onto its head. He stabbed down at the snake's head using his dark magic blade with all his strength. Covering the scales of the mutant elite water snake, there was a layer of mucous membrane. After Yu Zhong had stabbed the snake, the greater part of the attack had been negated by the membrane. In addition, the dark magic blade actually slid off the scales with no way of penetrating them. Yu Zhong frowned as he thought. Even the dark magic blade is no good? What a pity, if only I had learnt the blade strengthening skill. When it came to dealing with the higher level mutant beasts, the most difficult part about them was always their scales, fur or skin. It was incredibly difficult to harm them with just normal methods. Coupled with the fact that these monsters possessed huge strength and various abilities, wanting to achieve victory over these monsters was extremely difficult. Although Yu Zhong could easily dispose of an L2 or a normal mutant water snake with his dark magic sword, he had no way of slashing open this mutant elite water snake's scales. The mutant elite water snake felt Yu Zhong lying on its head, and as it shook its head around, the snake immediately rushed over to knock its head against a large tree. Yu Zhong did not dare to stay on the snake's head for any longer. He let go and rolled towards the side. Meanwhile, the mutant elite water snake had rammed viciously against the large tree that was 30 centimeters in diameter. That tree was hit squarely in the middle with great force, causing it to snap into two like a twig. From this, it could be seen how incomparably ferocious the attack was. The moment Yu Zhong landed, he quickly escaped to the side. Once again, the mutant elite water snake used its tongue to sense its surroundings, before charging frenziedly towards Yu Zhong once again. Yu Zhong shot out a bone spear and propelled himself up into the air, before landing on the head of the beast once again. He hugged onto its head and pressed the stinger against the snake's skull, firing off 6 shots. The 6 stinger bullets managed to tear through the incomparably hard scales of the mutant elite water snake, penetrating through its head and piercing its brain. After firing those 6 shots, Yu Zhong quickly leapt off of the snake's head. Upon receiving the 6 shots, the mutant elite water snake immediately began to writhe about in excruciating pain, its huge body constantly striking against the surrounding trees as it struggled. Congratulations on reaching level 39, you have gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations on reaching level 40, you have gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations on reaching level 40, you have gained 1 skill strengthening point. Once those 2 mutant elite water snakes had fallen, 2 huge orbs of experience entered Yu Zhong's body. Adding on to those 10 normal mutant water snakes that he had killed before, the total amount of experience he had gained pushed him up to level 40. Yu Zhong quickly chose to enhance his agility by 4 points. As he examined the skills he currently possessed, he sighed and chose to spend his skill strengthening point on the Devil Flame skill. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame, enhanced +1. Consumes 5 stamina points and 5 spirit points to activate. Upon activation, it will consume 1 stamina point and 1 spirit point every 10 seconds. Its power is dependent on your spirit, stamina, endurance and vitality. Under the circumstances where the amounts of spirit and stamina being channeled out are the same, the Devil Flame's output will be twice its original power. You can now also use the flame to form other shapes. With just a thought, Yu Zhong activated his upgraded Devil Flame skill. He felt that it was now a lot easier to conjure up the flames, and with another thought, the Devil Flame immediately left his hand and was suspended in mid-air. So this really was the case. Yu Zhong had seen enhancers like Flame King Gu Zhixing and Ice King Zhang Yun controlling their respective skills without any restrictions, manipulating the elemental forces to conjure up different forms, such as fireballs or ice cones. Yu Zhong thought of the action in his heart and the suspended fireball flew out, bombarding a huge tree and causing a fist-sized scorch mark to appear on it. He looked at the scorch mark and quietly assessed the damage potential of his Devil Flame skill. Compared to the fireball skill, it's just slightly weaker. If I continue to increase my spirit and stamina, then I should be able to cause the same amount of damage as the fireball skill can. After finishing up, Yu Zhong walked up to the corpse of one of the mutant elite water snakes. He used his dark magic blade to pierce through a small hole in its head that had been created by the stinger, before using all his strength to saw through and prise open the scales nearby. He reached inside the head and forcibly dug out a red nucleus the size of a finger, as well as a small bead of blood essence. Yu Zhong did the same for the other mutant elite snake, eventually digging out the same things. Level 4 skill, True Seeing Eye. This is an active skill and with its usage one can see through most illusions. Also allows user to see through the level of an enhancer at a lower level, as well as anyone not more than 5 levels above user. Skill requires one to possess 100 points of spirit, not including enhancements from equipment. Out of the 2 skill books that dropped, one was the level 4 True Seeing Eye skill, whilst the other was a level 2 Firearms Control skill. After storing those 2 skill books into his storage ring, Yu Zhong started to eat a precious apple of vitality. The apple of vitality was also a God and Devil system item with a very low drop rate. Previously, when he had defended against the herd of mutant pigs, there were only 5 that dropped out of the thousands of pigs. After resting for 25 minutes and consuming all 5 apples of vitality, Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor once again, before proceeding carefully towards the direction of the Type 2 mutant water snake in the depths of the forest. Having reached level 40 and enhanced his Devil Flame skill, only now did Yu Zhong possess a thread of confidence in confronting the Type 2 mutant water snake. He wanted to see if there was any opportunity for him to defeat it, Chapter 234, Explosive Slaughter of the Type 2 Mutant Water Snake. Yu Zhong proceeded with great care along the way which he had previously escaped, until he came to the towering tree with countless pink flowers that seemed to reach the clouds. It really is huge. Yu Zhong looked at the Type 2 mutant water snake coiled atop the huge tree, and his heart was filled with alarm. The Type 2 mutant water snake's body spiraled all the way up to the top of the great tree, so its body length might well be over 100 m. Yu Zhong carefully observed the Type 2 mutant water snake for a while, assessing the gap in strength between it and him, before he quietly sneaked off. Once Yu Zhong had left the area, he tried to find any place where the previous occupants might have stored weapons. Along the way he saw an infantry fighting vehicle and a Type 69 tank that had either been flipped by onto its side by the mutant plant, or attacked by the strange mutant vines. As Yu Zhong looked at the remnants, his heart ached. If he possessed those vehicles, even facing a horde of zombies in the tens of thousands would not be a problem. However, the steel machines had already been seized by the mutant plants. There were obvious signs of damage and it was unknown if they could still be operated or not. There were mutant plants growing all over the place inside this mechanized infantry brigade station. Hence Yu Zhong had to search for quite some time before finally locating a storage facility for weapons. I've struck gold. As soon as Yu Zhong opened up the storage facility, his eyes immediately began to blaze with unbridled fervor. Everywhere inside there was brand new modern weaponry. Type 03 rifles, QJZ-89 Type 12. 7mm heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazookas, 95 Type 5. 8mm light machine guns, all sorts of advanced weaponry were displayed inside the facility. Yu Zhong swiftly placed the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka into his storage ring, since only weapons as such could bring about harm to the Type 2 mutant water snake. The rest of the light weapons simply had no way of harming the beast. He continued to search within the station and it wasn't long before he came across an ammunition dump. After retrieving plenty of ammunition for the bazooka, he made his way back to the Type 2 mutant water snake. Once again Yu Zhong arrived in front of the huge tree that the huge Type 2 mutant water snake was coiled around. He did not dare approach it too casually. Instead he jumped onto a nearby tree and started to climb up towards that huge tree without pausing. After reaching the top of the tree, he still had not come across the head of the huge Type 2 mutant water snake. Only then did he truly realize the sheer size of the beast. Yu Zhong hoisted the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka and aimed it at the body of the Type 2 mutant water snake, before directly firing an explosive shot. With a fiery flash, the rocket instantly bombarded the huge body of the Type 2 mutant water snake and exploded violently upon impact. At its greatest power, the bazooka artillery could penetrate vehicle armor 800mm thick. As for the Type 2 mutant water snake, regardless of how freakish its scales might be, it definitely could not compare to a tank. Under the immense firepower of the bazooka rocket, the Type 2 mutant water snake's body was directly blown into two parts and a huge amount of blood sprayed out. The lower half of its body fell down to the ground, twitching painfully for a while before stopping. The beast had received heavy damage, causing it to drop down from the huge tree, thus allowing Yu Zhong to finally see it in its entirety. It was about 80 m in length and 2 m in diameter, and its entire body was covered in pale yellow scales. There was also a black horn 1.5 m long growing on its head, giving it the frightening aura of a flood dragon. This monstrous beast had already lost around 30 m of its body after being injured by Yu Zhong's bazooka, but it still had over 50 m of its body remaining. When the Type 2 mutant water snake landed on the ground, it immediately began to writhe in agony, its massive body exploding with an immense force that directly snapped the surrounding trees in half one after another. Yu Zhong's position atop the tree was also undermined when the tree was felled by the beast's thrashing. He immediately shot out a bone spear from his back, piercing through another tree behind him, which directly pulled him over. When using white bones as his encompassing body armor, he could shoot out bone spears from anywhere on his body. It was just that using both hands to do so was more intuitive to humans and it was easier to control them that way. As he was being dragged backwards by the bone spear, he had already taken out another rocket for the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka from his storage ring. The bone spear stopped retracting, fixing Yu Zhong in midair. He aimed at the Type 2 mutant water snake that was struggling in agony once again, before bombarding it with another rocket. With a blazing flicker, the fearsome rocket exploded upon impact on the beast's body once again. Yet another huge hole was created on its body, which increased the extreme suffering of the Type 2 mutant water snake. Yu Zhong did not dare be careless and reloaded the bazooka once more. He aimed at the struggling beast and shot out another rocket at its body, creating another massive bloody hole. Yu Zhong consecutively reloaded and shot out 10 rockets from the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka at the beast, turning most of it into a pile of flesh and blood, with its body broken into several parts. After the 10th rocket had exploded on the beast, the Type 2 mutant water snake flailed for a moment, before finally ceasing to move. Yu Zhong gazed at the immobile Type 2 mutant water snake and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The fearsome behemoth had caused him to reconsider using his current enhanced self and abilities to fight it. The slightest mistake would have cost him his life. Therefore he had chosen the safest method, using advanced heavy-duty weaponry to take it down. Even though he would lose out on the huge experience orb a monster as such might provide, at least he could ensure his own safety. Yu Zhong carefully hoisted his PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka as he circled around the snake to a location 50 m behind its body. He aimed carefully at the beast's intact head and cocked the trigger again. Another explosion sounded out as the anti-tank rocket landed on the snake's head and exploded, directly blowing out an enormous bloody hole. Upon receiving such a fatal wound, the Type 2 mutant water snake's head was penetrated. It struggled a few more times before it truly died and finally stopped moving. As Yu Zhong looked at the bloody mess of the skull, he switched out the bazooka for a .03 rifle, firing 3 consecutive bullets that all went through the massive hole in the snake's head. After suffering from an attack like this, the Type 2 mutant water snake did not struggle anymore, so it was obvious that it was really dead. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Zhong was finally able to relax. Yu Zhong proceeded carefully towards the carcass of the Type 2 mutant water snake, preparing to immediately escape if he detected anything amiss by activating his shadow step skill. This time the behemoth was truly dead. No accidents happened and Yu Zhong successfully arrived atop the snake's head. He reached inside the skull and dug around with his big hands for a while, before discovering a red nucleus the size of 3 fingers and a scarlet bead of blood essence. Yu Zhong glanced at the black horn atop the snake's head and thought for a moment, before taking out his dark magic blade and starting to saw away at it. Yu Zhong tried to saw the horn off before he was quickly forced to give up, as the black horn's toughness was beyond that of steel. Regardless of how much strength he used, he was only able to leave a long white mark on the horn. If he wanted to saw off this horn, it might take more than an entire day's worth of time. After all, the dark magic blade was not meant for sawing. Exactly what's on that tree, for this beast to keep guard there so strictly? A thought flashed past in Yu Zhong's heart as he looked at the huge tree that had pink flowers growing all over it, as well as a large hole in it that had been caused by the explosions earlier. Without any hesitation, Yu Zhong swiftly climbed up the tree. After reaching the top, Yu Zhong still saw countless pink flowers growing there. Furthermore, there were 7 fruits growing amidst the sea of flowers. Of the 7 fruits, 1 was red, 3 were pink and another 3 were cyan in color. The red fruit was the largest amongst them, about the size of a grown man's fist. The 3 pink ones were about as small as an infant's fist. As for the 3 cyan fruits, each of them were only about the size of 2 fingers. A fragrant aroma was being emitted from the red fruit, and the moment Yu Zhong caught scent of it, his entire body seemed to become extremely comfortable and his spirit felt uplifted. This really must have been the treasure that the Type 2 mutant water snake was guarding. As Yu Zhong looked at the red fruit, he couldn't help himself from plucking it and taking a bite. A lusciously sweet juice quickly spread through his mouth, before flowing down his throat and into his stomach. It was rapidly absorbed by him and transformed into an incomparably refreshing energy as it circulated around his body, nourishing every single part of him. Yu Zhong finished that red fruit in just a few bites and the refreshing energy flowed through his body for another while, before its nature suddenly changed. It became a surging force that crazily rampaged inside him, as it forcefully strengthened and reconstructed every single part of his body, right down to his individual cells. Yu Zhong's face immediately turned red with the change as his body temperature soared. His head started to feel giddy from the sudden surge of energy, as though he had a fever. He collapsed powerlessly atop the tree and fainted. With the passing of time, those who were standing guard outside started to feel more and more anxious. Why is he not back yet? Did something happen? Zhu Yadong looked at the mechanized infantry brigade station as a hint of concern flashed past her eyes. Miss Yadong, should I send some brothers out to take a look? Xiong Jing came up to her and asked deeply. He was also extremely worried about Yu Zhong's current safety. Gu Manzi also came up to Zhu Yadong's side and said with a worried face. Yes. Sister Yadong, let's send someone in to have a look. Brother Yu still hasn't returned, he might be in danger. Chapter 235, Title at End. Zhu Yadong furrowed her eyebrows as she shook her head and declined. No. He said that without his orders no one is to move. Gu Manzi looked at Zhu Yadong and demanded. But he could be in terrible danger right now. Are we just going to stay here and not care about him? The nearby soldiers turned their heads around and watched the argument. These few days, Yu Zhong's display had already led them to be quite convinced about his ability. Yu Zhong had not only given them food and shelter, but he had also led them to victory against the mutant pig horde, raising their aspirations and morale to the max. He did not abandon the heavily wounded warriors, but rather kept to his promises and provided support for them. Furthermore, in every battle so far, Yu Zhong had always charged up to the front lines to fight, making those soldiers all approve of him. Zhu Yadong glanced at Gu Manzi before replying blandly. Let's wait another 2 hours. If there is still no news about him, I will bring people to go in. Sister Manzi, how about entering the station with me? Gu Manzi's face turned pale and she pondered for a while before eventually replying. I don't have the sort of strength that Sister Yadong has. Even if I do go, I'll just be a burden. I think I'd better wait out here for Sister Yadong and Brother Yu to return together. Zhu Yadong glanced disdainfully at Gu Manzi as she said coldly. You shall just wait here then. Tong Xiaoyun walked up to Zhu Yadong's side, as she gripped tightly onto her replica tang sword and said. Sister Yadong, I'll go in with you. I believe that Brother Yu will definitely be fine. Before the apocalypse, Tong Xiaoyun had been a very fragile lowly who would shriek incessantly even at the sight of a cockroach. However, due to the harsh apocalyptic environment that she had suffered under, she had begun to undergo astonishing changes. After experiencing the battle to protect Clear Wind Camp with Yu Zhong, Zhu Yadong and the rest, she started to become more courageous and confident. Zhu Yadong gave Tong Xiaoyun an extremely gentle smile. Sister Xiaoyun, you've got guts. Zhu Yadong was also growing fond of this brave and cute little girl. They're starting to band together. What do I do? As Gu Manzi looked at the growing relationship between Zhu Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun, her face turned very pale and a trace of panic flashed past her heart. The 2 hours passed by very quickly, and Yu Zhong still hadn't returned yet. Zhu Yadong decided to directly pick a few of the warriors from the first company, intending to walk towards the mechanized infantry brigade station together with them. Miss Yadong, let me take a few people to check instead. Just as Zhu Yadong was about to set off, Xiong Zheng came over with a few of his men and said to her. Even though Xiong Zheng had once been an enemy who had then surrendered, Yu Zhong still considered him as a very valuable asset, and had let him be in charge of an entire company. Xiong Zheng received all sorts of goods as remuneration for his work, and thus he held Yu Zhong in great esteem as well. Xiong Zheng, you are one of Yu Zhong's generals. You must remain here to direct the troops if needed. My combat ability is higher than yours as well, so if there is any danger inside I can somewhat protect myself. I'd better be the one to enter. Zhu Yadong said firmly as she rejected Xiong Zheng's suggestion. Xiong Zheng did not press any further and warned. Please take care. During the battle to protect Clear Wind Camp, Xiong Zheng had seen Zhu Yadong's incredible fighting strength for himself, therefore he was fairly confident in her ability. Leading Tong Xiaoyun and 6 warriors with her, Zhu Yadong carefully made her way into the mechanized infantry brigade station. Attack helicopters. As soon as they entered the encampment, Zhu Yadong and the others saw those attack helicopters that had been entangled by the devil vines, and all of their eyes lit up. The combat potential of these attack helicopters was extremely formidable. Even possessing just one of the helicopters would be sufficient to deter the nearby powers. Since it was their first time seeing the attack helicopters, they couldn't help themselves from moving forward a few steps towards the helicopters. As Zhu Yadong looked from afar, she saw the countless vines that had been severed by Yu Zhong, which were currently scattered on the ground about 5 or 6 m away from the devil vines. She hurriedly shouted. Don't go over. It's dangerous there. After being berated by Zhu Yadong, Those 6 warriors immediately stopped advancing and returned back to her side. Zhuoyadong observed the surroundings carefully, before bringing the party further into the depths of the dense forest. These were all killed by him. Zhuoyadong and her party hadn't traversed the forest for too long, before they came across multiple monstrous-looking mutant water snakes lying dead on the ground. All of them had been beheaded cleanly in one strike. Seeing the corpses of these gigantic mutant water snakes, all of those present began to worship Yu Zhong's combat prowess even more. Zhuoyadong brought the others with her as she followed the trail of corpses. Eventually they came to the clearing where the huge tree covered entirely with pink flowers was growing. All of them saw the behemoth that was over 80 m long and 2 m in diameter. It was reminiscent of a prehistoric monster, yet it had still been bombarded into chunks, leaving everyone with a peculiar feeling in their hearts. The Type 2 mutant water snake looked like the flood dragon from Chinese myths, yet a huge beast as such had actually been disposed of by Yu Zhong. Everybody's reverence and admiration for him instantly reached the peak. Right at this time they saw White Bones, who always went campaigning with Yu Zhong. Holding a large axe, it stood quietly beneath the huge tree. There was the corpse of a mutant water snake lying at its feet. Upon seeing White Bones, all the members of the party relaxed. They recognized this person, who had always followed Yu Zhong, as if it were his perpetual shadow. White Bones' strength was tyrannical, and aside from Yu Zhong and Zhuoyadong, he was also currently one of Clear Wind Camp's top combatants. White Bones' loyalty to Yu Zhong was known to everyone as well. Zhuoyadong walked up to White Bones and said, "Mr. Iron Bones, may I ask where Yu Zhong is?" After Yu Zhong had used skill points to enhance it thrice, White Bones now possessed some initial intelligence. It stared at Zhuoyadong and recognized her as Yu Zhong's woman, eventually extending one of its hands and pointing a finger to the top of the huge tree. Zhuoyadong continued to ask, "Can I go up to see him?" White Bones directly extended its axe in front of Zhuoyadong to block her path, using this action to signify that she couldn't do so. Yu Zhong was currently undergoing a crucial point in his growth. As Yu Zhong's summon, White Bones would definitely not allow anybody to go and disrupt him. Zhuoyadong also did not insist, and she proceeded to give an order to one of the warriors beside her. "Lu Guang. Both you and Zhang Yu go and notify Xiong Zheng, let him know that Commander Yu is safe and sound and is currently resting. Tell him not to worry and to continue waiting." "Yes, Miss Yadong." Lu Guang and the other soldier Zhang Yu replied before immediately going back the way they came from. After receiving the information that Yu Zhong was fine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and continued to wait quietly for his return. 8 hours. The rampant energy inside his body constantly alternated between hot and cold, causing Yu Zhong to constantly toss from side to side. As his body temperature fluctuated between ice-cold and blistering hot, Yu Zhong endured this torture for an entire 8 hours. Only then did he slowly wake up. Congratulations on successfully evolving and becoming an evolver. Your innate evolution attributes are spirit and endurance, making you a dual attribute evolver. You are currently already a level 40 enhancer. This time's evolution has let you gain 10 points of spirit and 10 points of endurance as bonus enhancements for opening the entrance to evolution. On top of that, you have gained additional enhancements of 39 points in spirit and 39 points in endurance for rising up in level. In total, you have gained 49 points in spirit and 49 points in endurance. Your current occupation is Dark Knight. Since you have become an evolver and your level is above 30, you have gained the passive skill Heart of Darkness. Level 5 passive skill, Heart of Darkness. Once you have learnt this passive skill, all your Dark Knight class-related skills will automatically gain 1 point in enhancement. Level 2 skill, Art of Fear, plus 1 enhancement. Skill can be used on a single target within a radius of 300 m. It can also be used indiscriminately within a distance of 60 m. Effective skill has been strengthened. Level 2 skill, Night Enhancement, plus 1 enhancement. You temporarily gain 2 additional points in all 6 major attributes when in darkness. Level 3 skill, Tamer Technique, plus 1 enhancement. The number of intelligent beings that you can tame has now increased from 1 to 2. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame, plus 2 enhancement. Devil Flame's damage output has increased threefold compared to its power before enhancement. Level 2 skill, Shadow Steps. Plus 1 enhancement. Upon activation, user gains an extra 35 points in agility for 5 minutes, requires 10 points of stamina. Level 2 skill, encompassing body armor, +1 enhancement. Duration 30 minutes. Level 3 skill, summon special skeleton, +4 enhancement. Your special skeleton has evolved and gained new skills. New skill 1, sharpen. This skill allows the special skeleton's bones to become sharper. New skill 2, basic intelligence. This ability allows your special skeleton to possess basic intelligence. It is now capable of independent judgment. Special skeleton, white bones level 30. Strength, 59, 10. Agility, 59, 10. Vitality, 59, 10. Stamina, 59, 59, 10. Spirit, 59, 59, 10. Endurance, 121, 10. Possesses skills. Skill 1, utilizing bones ability. Skill 2, strengthen bones. Skill 3, bone manipulation. Skill 4, feign. Skill 5, return to hell. Skill 6, immediate summon. Skill 7, sharpen. Skill 8, basic intelligence. Summon special skeleton, shadow steps, and devil flame were actually all active skills that were linked to the Dark Knight class. This was why Yu Zhong was able to select the hidden profession Dark Knight as his class back then. Yu Zhong quietly assessed the changes to himself after evolution. After swallowing that scarlet fruit, he had finally become an evolver. Due to his evolution, his own strength had also changed tremendously. This applied especially to the level 5 passive skill, Heart of Darkness, which instantly gave a huge boost to his power. Other than that, due to his status as a dual attribute evolver, Yu Zhong's evolution potential was now much greater than other people's. I've finally become an evolver. Yu Zhong could feel the earth-shaking changes in his body and he thought to himself elatedly. Ever since he had come across Yao Yao, the first evolver he had ever met, Yu Zhong had always hoped to become an evolver as well. It was just that those natural evolvers he knew were all geniuses with outstanding aptitude, who had only awakened their inner potential and become evolvers due to a stroke of luck. Yu Zhong's aptitude was mediocre and he was only able to reach his current state by constantly putting in effort. He had to depend on that strange scarlet fruit to awaken his natural abilities as an evolver, and it actually turned out that he was a dual attribute evolver with unlimited potential. Yu Zhong could vaguely guess the key to his evolution. The fruits here were probably the key to my evolution. That Type 2 mutant water snake must have been guarding them. As Yu Zhong expected, the Type 2 mutant water snake had precisely been guarding the scarlet fruit, waiting for it to mature. If it had been successful in swallowing the matured scarlet fruit, it could continue evolving to eventually become a Type 3 mutant beast. It was just that the strange scarlet fruit hadn't completely matured yet, and the Type 2 mutant water snake just happened to meet its end at Yu Zhong's hands. In reality, the strange scarlet fruit that Yu Zhong had consumed still hadn't fully matured. Otherwise, if it had, it would have benefited his evolution a whole lot more. After guessing how this matter came about, Yu Zhong immediately plucked the remaining 6 fruits and placed them into his storage ring. He did not know if there would be another chance for him to wait for these fruits to ripen, and so the best choice was for him to pluck these half-ripened fruits right now. Even though the effects from eating them certainly wouldn't be as effective, it was still better to have them kept safely with him. Since these fruits were obtained from fighting the mutant water snakes, I shall call them snake birth fruits. These snake birth fruit flowers might also be useful towards evolution. I'll get someone to pluck all of them later. Yu Zhong glanced at the pink flowers that covered the entire snake birth fruit tree, before climbing down nimbly. The moment he climbed down from the tree, Yu Zhong saw Zhui Yadong, Tong Xiaoyun and a few warriors waiting for him below. When he saw them, he felt extremely touched, yet a little upset at the same time. He asked sternly, "How come you guys are here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? It's very dangerous here." Within the mechanized infantry brigade camp, there were all sorts of dangerous mutant plants growing all over the place. If they had been just slightly careless, then they could very well have all perished in this place. Tong Xiaoyun felt a bit wronged and refuted him, saying, "We're only here because we were all concerned about your safety." When Yu Zhong saw that Tong Xiaoyun dared to answer back, he raised an eyebrow and was preparing to scold her, to let her understand the importance of complying with military orders. "That's enough, Sister Xiaoyun. Husband was also just worried about our safety." Zhui Yadong patted Tong Xiaoyun's shoulder, before walking up to Yu Zhong's front and looking straight at him. As always, she spoke in a voice as gentle as water. "It's my fault. I disobeyed your orders and brought people to find you without permission. No matter how you want to punish me, I will still have no complaints. Degree. Yu Zhong saw the tender expression of Zhui Yadong and he was not able to let out his angry rebuke. After all, Zhui Yadong only brought people over to find him because she was concerned. Just this once. Let's go. Yu Zhong could only say something like this before he led them out of this place. This time around, for the sake of gaining control over the entire mechanized infantry brigade station all in one go, Yu Zhong brought over the entire battalion from Clear Wind Camp. As soon as he returned to the camp, he immediately ordered all the troops to enter the mechanized infantry brigade station. The troops began to frenziedly transport all the weaponry and equipment that they could find in the encampment. There were all sorts of advanced technology such as Type 69 tanks, Z-9 attack helicopters, multi-barreled rocket launcher vehicles, armored command vehicles, meteorological radar vehicles, ammunition supply vehicles, anti-tank artillery vehicles, Type 95 SPA vehicles, HJ-8 anti-tank vehicles, unmanned surveillance aircraft. All this greatly widened the horizons of Yu Zhong and his team, since they were essentially country bumpkins who had never seen such advanced weaponry before. Xiong Zheng found Yu Zhong and inquired with both excitement and helplessness. Boss Yu, how should everyone move these away? Although there were many Type 69 tanks, attack helicopters, IFVs and all sorts of other vehicles that had damage caused to their armors by those mutant plants, there were still some undamaged armored vehicles. Yu Zhong and his men managed to find 10 intact Type 69 tanks as well as some other armored vehicles that were free from damage, such as a few HJ-8 anti-tank vehicles. However, the greatest problem lay right there, as there weren't enough people in Yu Zhong's team who were able to drive these advanced weapons of war. Driving a tank certainly was not as easy as driving a normal car. Furthermore, even the number of people who knew how to drive large vehicles in Yu Zhong's battalion was less than 30. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before firing off a series of orders. Let's first use those jeeps to transport as much light weaponry as possible. I remember we have 4 people in this battalion who have operated bulldozers before, let them drive 4 of the Type 69 tanks back. Not long after, an enormous vehicle fleet brimming with modern weaponry departed from the mechanized infantry brigade station, driving into the distance. This vehicle fleet was much larger than the one that had originally come to the station. Yu Zhong's team transported back a large amount of firearms, ammunition, bazookas and grenade launchers, grenades, landmines and various other types of light weaponry. As for those armored vehicles, they did not take as many. This was because they lacked people who knew how to operate the machines. Even if they did somehow drag all the vehicles back to Clear Wind Camp, they still wouldn't be able to use many of them. Chapter 236, Venomous Blood Essence Dispelled by Gu Manzi. Mahogany Town was the place where Yu Zhong had settled his people after moving away from Clear Wind Camp. It was only a small town and prior to Z-Day, there weren't more than 2,000 people living there. It had already been opened once, hence most of the resources inside had already been cleared out, but it was still suitable to live in. After Yu Zhong had returned to his own quarters, he took out one of the mutant elite water snake's blood essences and absorbed it. He did not dare to absorb it back when he was still in the mechanized infantry brigade station, in case he fell into a deep sleep or there were any unpleasant side effects. Here in Mahogany Town, there were over 2,000 people nearby who could protect him. The moment the blood essence was swallowed by Yu Zhong, it transformed into a surge of energy that circulated in his abdomen, constantly nourishing his body. Congratulations on gaining 7 points in vitality and 1 point in endurance. After the surging energy came to a rest, the pleasing notification resounded beside Yu Zhong's ear. Yu Zhong did not feel anything wrong with his body, and so he immediately proceeded to swallow the blood essence from the other mutant elite water snake too. Once again, the same sort of energy current circulated rapidly through his body, constantly nourishing it. Congratulations on gaining 3 points in vitality. This time, the effects of the snake blood essence had diminished by over a half. Evidently, Yu Zhong's body was already beginning to develop a resistance to this type of blood essence. The blood essences of normal mutant water snakes were now of no use to Yu Zhong whatsoever. Furthermore, since he had already absorbed the blood essences of mutant water snakes many times before, the enhancements he received this time around from taking the mutant elite water snake blood essence weren't even as great as the benefits which he had gained from his first time taking the blood essence of a normal mutant water snake. Yu Zhong did not hesitate in the slightest and swallowed the last blood essence from the Type 2 mutant water snake in one gulp. This time, as soon as the blood essence reached his abdomen, it transformed into a much more violent rush of energy. As the scorching energy current circulated within him, it nourished his body and made it bursting with vitality. Congratulations on gaining 14 points in vitality and 5 points in endurance. Following the sweet sound of a notification, Yu Zhong's vitality, including the added bonus from equipment, reached 111 points. Even without his equipment, he still had at least 100 points in vitality, which was 10 times that of a normal person. He immediately pulled out the level 4 skill book and directly learnt it. A ray of light flashed, and within his sea of knowledge, an abstruse rune representing the rebirth skill was coagulated. Upon possessing this skill, Yu Zhong's survival ability increased enormously. Even if his limbs were severed during a battle, he would still be able to make use of this skill to slowly regenerate them. With this skill, his rate of recovery also soared. In a battle where both parties possessed similar strength, this would be particularly useful. This time I have really gained a lot. Yu Zhong could clearly feel that after this experience, his power had undergone an earth-shaking change. Suddenly, a scorching burst of energy rose from Yu Zhong's abdomen and rushed directly to his brain. At that moment, his body heat rose dramatically, and the fiery energy almost obliterated his sense of reason. Shit. Yu Zhong could feel that something was wrong and he immediately bolted out of the room. Master. There were 4 maids standing right outside his bedroom. Amongst them were Ma Lily and Zheng Fang. As they saw him rushing out, they all bowed slightly and saluted him. Both of Yu Zhong's eyes were scarlet, filled with unbridled lust. He directly pulled Ma Lily and Zheng Fang into the room in a rather barbaric manner, and threw them onto the large bed. Without even closing the door, he immediately ripped apart Ma Lily's clothes and directly penetrated her body. A beautiful red flower immediately blossomed on the pure white bed sheet as Ma Lily's eyebrows furrowed. Once the look of pain on her face had passed, a joyful expression soon appeared as she took the initiative to hug Yu Zhong and kiss him on the face. In the current apocalyptic age, if a girl wanted to live uncomfortably, then they would have to become a strong enhancer like Jianghu, who possessed superb combat awareness and instincts. Alternatively, they could be like Yao Yao, who became a powerful evolver from the very start. Other than that, most of the girls living through the apocalypse right now could only rely on a strong person to live well. Ma Lily belonged to the category where she had nothing other than her looks. She did not have any other outstanding talents, and so she could only attach herself to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong didn't enjoy tormenting girls like the perverted Lai Tianyang, and he also had great abilities and strength. This made her adore him to no end. It was just that there were already outstanding beauties like Gu Manzi, Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyan beside him, hence Ma Lily knew that it was very difficult for her to receive Yu Zhong's attention. She actually felt very happy and proud for him to treat her in such a manner today. As Zheng Fang watched the entangled couple, her charming face blushed a little before she took off her clothes as well. She was left wearing only black laced underwear and a black flowery bra, making her seem even more appealing than before. After she had removed her clothes, Zheng Fang also climbed onto the huge bed. She stuck out her tongue and licked all over Yu Zhong's body like a lamia, livening things up even more. Under Yu Zhong's powerful assault, Ma Lily soon gave a huge groan of pleasure before collapsing powerlessly. Yu Zhong directly dragged Zheng Fang over and stacked her on top of Ma Lily, before proceeding to fiercely penetrate her body as well. Once again, a beautiful red flower blossomed upon the partly snow-white bed sheet. The 2 other maidservants standing outside heard all sorts of sounds from within the room and their faces turned red. They were no longer naive little girls after being immersed in the explosive information age. Naturally, they fully understood what was going on within the room. They couldn't help themselves from feeling jealous and envious of the 2 girls who had obtained Yu Zhong's favor. After this, Zheng Fang and Ma Lily's positions would certainly be above theirs. The 2 pretty maids outside glanced at each other and couldn't help feeling curious as they peered into the room that had its door wide open. A petite maid stared fixedly at Yu Zhong before inadvertently blurting out, "So big." A curious light flashed past the eyes of the pretty baby-faced maid as she said, "Master really is quite robust. Will Zheng Fang still be okay after this?" Hee little Jia. Since Zheng Fang has been broken by Master, why don't you go over and help? Pa. You damn girl, watch if I don't tear your mouth apart. Those 2 girls laughed loudly outside the door. Even though Qin Ming had gone to take care of governmental affairs, the orders that he had laid out before were extremely strict. Even though those two maidservants wanted to obtain Yu Zhong's affection, without him actually calling them in, they did not dare to enter. Right at this time, Gu Manzi walked over and saw the commotion. She frowned and asked, "What are the two of you doing?" The two maids instantly straightened up and said anxiously, "Miss Manzi." Gu Manzi had also heard the peculiar sounds coming from within the room. She looked inside and saw the scene could make the girls blush. Even though Gu Manzi was usually full of jealousy and lacked the courage to fight, she was not stupid at all. She immediately inferred that something was wrong with Yu Zhong. That's not right. Yu Zhong is normally not someone without restraint. Even if he did want to sleep with these two girls, he definitely wouldn't leave the door open. There must be something wrong with his body. I should go ask Zhu Yadong for advice. Just as she was about to leave, Gu Manzi suddenly remembered how many times she had disappointed Yu Zhong before. She paused for a moment before coldly ordering the two maids. What has happened here? No one is to talk about it, understood? The two maidservants didn't dare to argue with Gu Manzi and replied, "Yes, Miss Manzi." As Gu Manzi strode into the room and closed the door, she saw Yu Zhong ravaging the two girls. Gritting her teeth, she took off her own clothes, revealing her ample breasts, tender white skin and her incredibly sexy figure that was full of youthful vigor. Carrying a fragrant scent on her, she entwined around Yu Zhong like a bewitching lamia, before kissing him on the face. Yu Zhong had already pounded Zheng Fang until her body was sore. He swiftly grabbed Gu Manzi and pressed her onto him, directly penetrating her beautiful body. Once again, another bright-colored rose blossomed on the bed sheet. Within Gu Manzi's eyes, there were two limpid teardrops suspended there. Before the end of the world, she had been a proud, swan-like princess who countless men had pursued. After the world has changed though, she actually had to resort to measures like this to obtain the affection of the man in front of her. Even though she had long since mentally prepared herself, she still could not help tearing up a little at the thought. Divina Celestial Beinglaw, Kuan has been ranting about how the bedsheet could still be magically snow-white even after taking the cherries of three girls, which is how the bedsheet is always described in the Ras El. Yu Zhong hugged Gu Manzi's alluring body as he pounded for a long time, before finally releasing his seed into her. By doing so, the aphrodisiac poison from the Type 2 mutant water snake's blood essence was also completely expelled. After his release, Yu Zhong quickly woke up and saw the three women whom he had just devastated. They looked very weak and were collapsed sloppily upon the bed. He felt slightly apologetic, yet there was also a strange feeling in his heart. It's a pity? If only I had done it when I was still wide awake. Well, at least he's honest. Yu Zhong looked again at the three incredibly beautiful ladies around him and his eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Drawing the three beauties into his embrace, he then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong's nose felt itchy and he couldn't help but sneeze. He opened his eyes and saw Gu Manzi using her fine black hair to tickle his nose. Gu Manzi propped up her charming face with both her hands as she gave Yu Zhong a bewitching smile and said, "Good morning, brother Yu." Her lush black hair, smooth white skin, ample chest, deep cleavage and exquisite facial features made it so that when Yu Zhong looked at her, the breathtakingly beautiful scene brought about a sudden urge in him. "Morning." Yu Zhong pulled her over into his embrace and kissed her extraordinarily beautiful face. His slight dissatisfaction with her vanished like smoke in thin air. Even if she did not have any courage or battle strength, it was still all right. In any case, he was there to shoulder everything before them. Zheng Fang and Ma Lily had also just woken up. They looked at Gu Manzi with envy, but they didn't go over to compete with her. After this eventful night, Zheng Fang and Ma Lily's statuses soared. Other than Zhui Yadong and the other three girls, Gu Manzi, Tong Xiaoyun, Yun Kaiwei, the rest of the community all began to show more respect to them. The knot in Gu Manzi's heart was also undone, seeing as she had now found her own place. She was starting to exude an astonishing feminine allure. Chapter 237, Ningguang County Invades. In a lavish villa within Ningguang County, Yu Zhong's archenemy Lai Tianyang was currently sitting on a sofa. Beside him sat a fat man with a large head and big ears, whose bulging stomach made him seem as if he was 6 months pregnant. There were 4 stunning young ladies in revealing clothes who knelt before him, massaging his legs, as well as another 2 ladies as such kneeling on the sofa beside him and gently kneading his shoulders. There were also 2 ladies standing behind him who were carefully massaging his back. 4 bright-eyed men wearing black suits stood beside the fat man, staring fixedly at Lai Tianyang. The fat man was the ferocious tiger's controller of Ningguang County, Tao Jingyi. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been the tyrant of Ningguang County, colluding with various officials and simply doing as he liked. He had a few hundred henchmen under him, and he had opened all sorts of businesses such as a real estate company, a bar and an internet cafe. In total he had possessed over 2,000 workers and lackeys in Ningguang County. After Z-Day, Tao Jingyi had managed to overcome the initial difficulties, wantonly using the name of the government to persuade survivors to join him. At the same time he began to organize his own forces, eventually opening up a military camp and obtaining a large number of weapons and ammunition. Not long after, he brought people to subdue the entire Ningguang County and began to widely recruit subordinates. By borrowing the name of the government, he was able to gather many survivors. Once the number of survivors under him had grown to more than 12,000, adding on to the fact that there hadn't been any news from the central government for a long time, Tao Jingyi decided to discard this pretense. He formed the Ferocious Tigers group and declared himself the leader, before continuing to rule Ningguang County under a dictatorship regime. With an entire military camp's worth of modern weaponry and a substantial amount of resources like food, Tao Jingyi began to swallow up the various surrounding powers one by one. The total number of survivors currently under him was already over 16,000. In this region he could be considered as a real big shot. Lai Tianyang laughed lightly as he said, "Chairman Tao, are these women to your liking?" These days, Lai Tianyang had relied on his own abilities to decimate the leader of a small-scale power. With his overbearing nature, he became the leader of the small-scale power, and these beautiful women were actually brought over from that small community by him. Tao Jingyi rolled his eyes at Lai Tianyang. As if he were scolding a dog, he cursed unhappily at Lai Tianyang, saying, "Not very satisfied. Out of these 8 ladies you've sent me, 4 of them have been used before by others. You fucking want to insult me, don't you? You're so insincere, yet you still wish to borrow my troops, no way. Damned fat pig. Do you know how hard it is to find pretty virgins after the apocalypse? Finding you 4 of them is already a blessing. You didn't say anything when you were about to receive them, but now that they're in your hands, you want to go back on your words. How shameless." Lai Tianyang was full of indignation in his heart, but he actually maintained his smiling facade and said slowly, "Chairman Tao, as long as you lend your troops to me, I promise you that I will be able to find you 20 beautiful virgins. Remember, Clear Wind Camp's population actually numbers in the 2000s. If we attack Clear Wind Camp and assimilate the people there, your power will definitely be enlarged by 1 step. Furthermore, they have just gone through an attack by a herd of mutant pigs. Their ammunition has already been depleted, so right now is the best time for you to launch an attack on them." Tao Jingyi's small eyes blinked a few times, before he squinted at Lai Tianyang and slowly asked, "What's in it for you if we wipe out Clear Wind Camp?" There were no free lunches in this world. Tao Jingyi was well aware of that, and he certainly didn't believe that Lai Tianyang would deliver such a delicious piece of cake right up to his mouth for no particular reason. Lai Tianyang gritted his teeth as he replied savagely, "Clear Wind Camp's Yu Zhong stole my base and my women. I really want to consume his flesh and skin him. After destroying Clear Wind Camp, I don't need anything. All I want is Yu Zhong and his women." Tao Jingyi pondered for a while before replying shamelessly, "All right. Since it's like that, I'll make an exception just for you. However, my Ningguang County has a shortage of workers, and you seem to have over 300 survivors under your control, right? Hand them over to me and we'll treat that as the fee for borrowing my troops." Upon hearing that Tao Jingyi actually wanted to take away the 300-plus survivors under his control, Lai Tianyang was so furious that his lungs almost exploded. A small force like this was all that he had right now, yet Tao Jingyi still wanted to take it away, which filled his heart with resentment. As a faint killing intent started to seep out from him, an extreme desire to kill the fatty in front of him emerged from within Lai Tianyang. Right at this moment, another strong killing intent, which was by no means inferior to that of Lai Tianyang's, seeped out from the other corner of the room, shaking Lai Tianyang awake. Tao Jingyi was only a normal person, whose fighting strength couldn't even measure up to that of normal citizens. However, being the controller of Ningguang County, he had been able to use means like food and beauties to rope in many experts. This was why Lai Tianyang didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in being able to successfully kill Tao Jingyi in this place. Lai Tianyang suppressed the anger within his heart and pretended to hesitate for a moment, before nodding his head in agreement and saying, "Sure. I will hand them over to you. When will you dispatch your forces?" Lai Tianyang didn't have any plans for those 300 survivors anyway. After all, with the existence of two major powers in this region, Tao Jingyi and the Chinese army itself, being trapped in the middle left him with no future prospects whatsoever. He intended to first take down Yu Zhong, before immediately moving somewhere else to establish himself again. To normal people, there was danger everywhere after the apocalypse, leaving them with no way of traveling elsewhere. However, to evolvers like Lai Tianyang, as long as he didn't provoke any fearsome mutant beasts or come across a vast horde of zombies, then traveling was basically not a problem. Tao Jingyi seemed to be unaffected by Lai Tianyang's outburst of killing intent. Instead, he pinched the cheek of a beauty kneeling down in front of him and casually replied, "Once your people have arrived, I will send out my men. I shall go gather them now. I hope that you can keep your word." With that, Lai Tianyang stood up and strode out of the room. "All of you are dismissed." After Lai Tianyang had left, Tao Jingyi waved his hands towards those 8 beauties and 4 bodyguards, telling them all to withdraw. A thin man with protruding temples slowly walked out from the shadows. He had dark skin and the thenar spaces, webbing between thumb and index finger, of both his hands were covered with calluses. Both of his eyes flashed with a bright light. Once the man had walked out, the frivolous and haughty expression of Tao Jingyi was wiped away, replaced by a stern and serious one. "Baozi, what do you think?" The middle-aged man who had walked out of the shadows was called Zhang Bao, the strongest evolver under Tao Jingyi's command. Prior to Z-Day, Tao Jingyi had saved Zhang Bao's life and had even done all sorts of favors for him. After the events of Z-Day, Tao Jingyi had also fiercely protected Zhang Bao's life when he was undergoing evolution and had a fever. This led Zhang Bao to have absolute loyalty to Tao Jingyi, as well as being his strongest subordinate. Zhang Bao said unhurriedly, "Yu Zhong could usurp Lai Tianyang's position all by himself, so he's obviously not someone simple. I feel that Lai Tianyang's intention is to let both us and Yu Zhong's side fight it out, making both sides sustain heavy losses, from which he stands to gain. Of course, his supposed hatred for Yu Zhong is probably real." Tao Jingyi rubbed a jade ring on his index finger with his right thumb as he asked back, "That's right. That bastard Lai Tianyang really is a mad dog right now, wanting to bite at anyone who he's unhappy with. How confident are you of killing him?" Zhang Bao pondered for a while before replying in a low voice, "I am confident in being able to defeat him. However, in order to kill him, unless I join hands with Dong Zi, Taya, Niu Sheng and the others, there is only a 10% chance of finishing him off." Dong Zi, Taya and Niu Sheng were the other 3 evolvers that Tao Zhenjiu had recruited. Each of them was very overbearing, possessing powerful skills and abilities. Tao Jingyi contemplated for a while before saying, "I've decided. I must have this fat piece of meat that is Clear Wind Camp. Once Lai Tianyang has brought his people over, you, Dong Zi and Niu Sheng will bring troops to go open up Clear Wind Camp. At that time, let Lai Tianyang be at the very front. Bring some additional rockets so that when the time's right, you can deal with both him and Yu Zhong at the same time." "Understood." Zhang Bao nodded. 2 days later, Lai Tianyang delivered the 300-plus survivors into Tao Jingyi's hands, as well as bringing along with him the address of the place that Yu Zhong's stronghold had just migrated to. As a tyrant of this area, Lai Tianyang knew this region like the back of his hand, and his new subordinates had constantly been monitoring the direction in which Yu Zhong's army was moving. Within a day, he was able to work out the exact location of Yu Zhong's new stronghold. Tao Jingyi also did not go back on his words and dispatched 2 battalions, forming an army 1,000 men strong. With Zhang Bao in command, they made their way towards Yu Zhong's stronghold. Tao Jingyi's current armed forces consisted precisely of 5 battalions, a total of over 2,500 people. Although he had such a strong army, there naturally wasn't enough equipment or weapons for all his soldiers, and so many of them were only assigned Type 54 handguns. Some were even given machetes, watermelon knives and butcher knives. However, according to Tao Jingyi's way of thinking, as long as they had the numbers, then they would have enough power. Using some of the men as cannon fodder was completely fine to him. Of course, there was an elite company within each of the 5 battalions, which was equipped with modern weaponry and equipment taken from the military camp that the ferocious tigers had opened. The elite companies possessed the greatest power and only they could truly be considered as Tao Jingyi's trump cards. Approximately 5 kilometers to the east of Mahogany Town, 10 warriors were hiding on the top floor of a small 2-story bungalow, taking turns to keep watch over the main road. If there were any vehicles passing by, they definitely would not escape the warriors' eyes. A fragile-looking young man of small stature walked up to another young man, who was sporting a beard and was dressed neatly in clean clothes. He said, "Squad leader, go and rest. It's my turn." These 10 warriors were all reconnaissance fighters from the 1st platoon of Yu Zhong's 1st company. All of them were enhancers above level 8. Amongst them there was the squad leader Guo Quan, who was a level 10 enhancer. After Yu Zhong had returned from the mechanized infantry brigade station with a huge amount of equipment, their team had been keeping watch here. They had already been stationed here for 4 days. When the horde of mutant pigs had attacked, it had caused Yu Zhong's stronghold to sustain disastrous losses. At the same time though, it produced many new high-leveled enhancers all at once. "Su Yang, I'll keep watch for a little longer. Go back and rest first." Guo Quan smiled at the small-statured young man, before both his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong. Quickly notify headquarters, enemies are on their way." In the distance, a huge fleet of vehicles could be seen making its way towards them. Chapter 238, Guo Quan. There is an enemy attack impending. Their main force consists of jeeps, trucks, buses and an unknown number of people. There are no infantry fighting vehicles. One of the warriors was using a military walkie-talkie to rapidly report back to headquarters. Although he had been selected to join the reconnaissance squad, prior to this he didn't have a lot of experience in warfare. It was thus understandable that he was unable to report back to headquarters like a genuine recon warrior would, using the proper protocol and giving accurate information. He could only give a broad outline of the most important information. Guo Quan looked towards the warrior and asked, "How is it? What are headquarters' orders?" The warrior solemnly replied, "Headquarters have given their orders. We are to slow down their advance with everything we've got. After destroying the first armored vehicle that passes by here, we are free to retreat as we see fit." This reconnaissance squad was full of elite soldiers trained by Yu Zhong, who had no plans of sacrificing them for naught. Trying to obstruct a few hundred enemies with just 10 warriors was really too difficult. Guo Quan's mouth curled upwards as he patted the 2 Type QLB-06, 35mm light grenade launchers. He called out to the rest of his team, "Just one armored vehicle. Headquarters seem to think too lightly of us. With these guys we should at least take down 5 of them. Do you guys have the confidence?" "Yes." The rest of the team hollered back. Each member of this reconnaissance team had a 05 light submachine gun, 4 hand grenades, armor sewn from the mutant water snake scales and also 2 Type QLB-06, 35mm light grenade launchers, making a total of 24 grenades. They could be considered to be armed to the teeth. After the battle with the herd of mutant pigs, they gained courage, self-confidence and even became enhancers. They were also equipped with modern weaponry, which filled their hearts with confidence and had them in high spirits. Guo Quan glanced at his team of warriors in a pleased way, then proceeded to give out a series of orders. The huge vehicle fleet was getting closer to this small bungalow that they were stationed in. Guo Quan was lying on the rooftop, using the Type QLB-06, 35mm light grenade launcher to aim closely at the foremost vehicle of the enemy troop, a Dongfeng warrior vehicle mounted with a machine gun. Just as that Dongfeng vehicle was about 100 m away from the building, Guo Quan immediately pulled the trigger. At the same time another warrior, named Su Yang, also fired his QLB-06. With 2 huge booms, the 2 grenades exploded on that leading vehicle, with one of them landing on the fuel box, immediately causing the Dongfeng vehicle to explode into a huge fireball. Facing the sudden attack, the vehicle fleet was suddenly plunged into chaos. They simply did not have any experience in dealing with modern warfare weaponry. Some of the vehicles wanted to retreat, whilst others wanted to continue in their advance. In the ensuing chaos, many vehicles crashed against one another. 2 buses filled with soldiers crashed violently into each other, killing or injuring a few dozen of the soldiers inside. Guo Quan hadn't expected their attack to be so effective, and so he immediately lifted the QLB-06 to continue his assault on the vehicles, firing wildly. One by one, explosions rocked the vehicle fleet, causing a jeep and another Dongfeng vehicle to directly explode. Most of the vehicles then came to a stop and countless passengers armed with all sorts of weapons scrambled out. Up until now, Tao Jingyi's subordinates had only fought against zombies and normal humans, but never against humans that possessed heavy weaponry. They did not possess a sliver of experience in this sort of warfare. The other 8 members of the recon team opened fire on the chaotic scene in front of them, bombarding the 1,000-plus enemy soldiers. Some of them cried as they tried to flee, trampling over each other, resulting in a disastrous number of casualties. Ambush! Ambush! Immediately after the first attack, Zhang Bao had rushed out from his vehicle and was now hollering at the top of his voice. The moment he rushed out, other than the soldiers from the 2 elite companies of Ningguang County who had plenty of battle experience, the rest fled in all directions and went seeking for cover. While the soldiers of Ning County were busy looking for cover, Guoquan and Su Yang nonchalantly took aim with their grenade launchers and shot at the vehicles, destroying them one by one. Charge! Zhang Bao looked at the constant barrage of grenades coming from the bungalow and a grim expression flashed past his face. Leaving behind the 2 elite companies, he commanded the other 2 normal companies to act as cannon fodder and charge forward. Under the urging of Zhang Bao and the other elite soldiers, the 2 companies' worth of cannon fodder, who were scared witless, began to launch an assault on the bungalow. Good. As Gu Lian watched the few hundred people rushing towards the bungalow, he smacked his lips and from one of the bungalow's windows, he immediately began to wildly open fire at the cannon fodder. The concentrated barrage of bullets rained down on the unfortunate warriors and instantly decimated a few dozen of them, while the rest of them turned pale and immediately turned tail, fleeing ignominiously. Zhang Bao was furious as he and the elite warriors continuously shot down those who had escaped the fastest. Only then was the frenzied retreat of the cannon fodder survivors stopped. Following that, Zhang Bao organized 2 more groups of cannon fodder to rush towards the bungalow, resulting in the deaths of a few people each time. There was a pathetic outcome each time, with none of them possessing the courage to even fire at the bungalow. Lai Tianyang saw how useless the assaults were as his eyebrows furrowed and said, "This won't do. Brother Bao, let the 2 elite companies charge." The elite companies were the lifelines of Tao Jingyi and were also of extreme value to Ning County. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Bao wanted to first use the cannon fodder to engage in a war of attrition with those in the bungalow. He just didn't expect the cannon fodder to be such cowards. Zhang Bao's face turned ashen as he coldly stared at Lai Tianyang and said, "Lai Tianyang, didn't you say that they don't have any ammunition left? What's the deal with those grenade launchers?" If Lai Tianyang hadn't claimed that Yu Zhong had already expended all his ammunition, Tao Jingyi would have considered striking a deal with Yu Zhong. Otherwise, even if he conquered the enemy, he would have faced huge losses as well. When fighting against a formidable powerhouse, it was not as easy or simple as swallowing up a small stronghold. Conquering small strongholds would only require Tao Jingyi to launch a single assault, which would easily result in the small stronghold's armed forces being destroyed and assimilated. Lai Tianyang was equally depressed as he replied, "Maybe he got lucky and came across a military camp recently." Lai Tianyang hated Yu Zhong from the depths of his heart. Now that Yu Zhong's power had further increased, this only served to fuel his jealousy and rage. Zhang Bao glanced at Lai Tianyang before ordering in a low voice, "There doesn't seem to be many people in the bungalow. Go and take care of them." Lai Tianyang's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. After all, he wasn't one of Tao Jingyi's lackeys, yet this Zhang Bao was obviously treating him like cannon fodder. Lai Tianyang's eyes were surging with anger and his expression turned cold. He silently walked towards the tall and sturdy middle-aged man named Niu Sheng, as well as the ferocious-looking young man named Dong Zi with dyed blonde hair who watched everything with a gaze sharper than daggers. Zhang Bao, Niu Sheng and Dong Zi were all evolvers under Tao Jingyi, who had in turn spent a huge amount of resources to nurture and enhance their growth. This enabled him to have quite a few exceptionally powerful experts by his side. Lai Tianyang also knew that Niu Sheng and Dong Zi were evolvers with great strength. So with great difficulty he suppressed his anger before saying to Zhang Bao, "Then I shall go and kill them now." After which, he jumped out from behind the vehicular cover and activated his hurricane armor, rushing towards the direction of the bungalow. Lai Tianyang. Upon seeing the approaching Lai Tianyang with his hurricane armor, Guoquan and the rest of the warriors turned pale. After all, they were recently still at his mercy, and upon seeing the cruel and fearsome ex-tyrant of Clear Wind Camp, they naturally could not help but feel a bit fearful. In a flash, a concentrated barrage of 5.8mm bullets and grenades was fired at Lai Tianyang. However, it turned out that Lai Tianyang was actually just fainting. He did not attack the bungalow, but rather changed direction and fled instead, which accordingly led to most of the ammunition hitting thin air. Although some of the bullets actually entered the vicinity of his hurricane armor, they were then promptly swept away one by one. In just a few moments, Lai Tianyang had already escaped without even his shadow to be seen, leaving only the forces of Ningguang County to contend with the recon team under Yu Zhong. Seeing that Lai Tianyang had actually chosen to escape during this moment of crisis, Zhang Bao cursed. "Damn bastard." Niu Xing frowned and asked Zhang Bao, "What do we do? Brother Bao, should we send out the elite soldiers?" Those cannon fodder troops could not be relied on, and so the only forces that could actually seize control over the bungalow were the elite soldiers, who were the core of Ningguang County's military power. Zhang Bao pondered for a moment. Now that Yu Zhong's forces possessed enough weapons and ammunition, he was rather worried. However, after some hesitation he still gave the order. "Let the elite 3rd Company's 1st platoon go forth." A whole platoon of soldiers immediately crouched down and made their way carefully to surround the bungalow on all 4 sides. These elite soldiers of Ningguang County had also seen and fought their fair share of zombies. Even though their achievements were far off compared to those of a proper army, they were still much better than those cannon fodder troops. As the platoon began to surround the bungalow, the recon warriors inside could feel the pressure. They continuously opened fire with their 0.5 light submachine guns at the soldiers from Ningguang County below them. The dense barrage of bullets caused 3 casualties amongst the elite warriors of Ningguang before the rest immediately dove for cover. Afterwards they began to open fire, spraying unceasingly at the bungalow. Soon enough, both parties were engaging in an all-out gunfight. As a hail of bullets rained down on this area, one bullet found its way through the brains of one of the recon warriors, ending his life instantly. There was finally a casualty within the bungalow. "Old Wu." As Guoquan saw his comrade falling beside him, he howled, his eyes scarlet like those of an injured beast. He fired the grenade launcher repeatedly at the enemies outside and 2 grenades exploded on a small dirt mound, instantly killing the 2 Ningguang County soldiers taking cover behind it. What tenacious enemies! Zhang Bao glanced at the small bungalow and furrowed his brows slightly. In most of their previous conquests, the battle ended as soon as they fired and killed some people, upon which the rest would completely lose their morale and directly surrender. Although Guoquan was only in command of 1 squad, they were all fully equipped and had plenty of ammunition. They could maintain their firing accordingly and actually suppress all the enemy soldiers, giving them no space to even lift their heads, thus causing a lot of damage to the opposing side as well. Zhang Bao looked at the bungalow, which they still hadn't captured even after 20 minutes, and his face turned ashen. Angrily he ordered, "3rd Company 2nd and 3rd platoons, begin your assault on the bungalow. I want those enemies inside dead." Zhang Bao had originally wanted to conserve the fighting strength of the elite soldiers until they reached Mahogany Town, so that they could commence their onslaught on Yu Zhong's stronghold in prime condition. However, it seemed that if he did not send them out now, he would have to spend even longer taking down this bungalow. Once the soldiers of Ningguang County's elite 3rd Company had joined the fray, the recon soldiers in the bungalow felt the pressure on them rise several-fold. In the gunfight that ensued, they began to receive bullet wounds one by one. Fortunately, they were dressed in the mutant water snake armor, which meant that as long as they did not suffer any wounds to the head, they could still survive. After such a long battle, only 1 other warrior had died to a head wound, the rest were still alive and fighting. Nevertheless, facing the huge increased barrage of firepower from the Ningguang County troops, Guoquan and the rest could barely even lift their heads under the complete suppression. Zhang Bao saw that the situation was swinging in their favor, yet he still frowned deeply. While the elite 3rd Company of Ning County was still firing at the bungalow from the outside, not a single one of them dared to rush in. If this continued, who knew how much longer it would take to completely wipe out the warriors inside the bungalow. Unfortunately, Zhang Bao's side were severely lacking in heavy weaponry. If they had heavy artillery, then the bungalow would already have been blasted to smithereens, and this battle wouldn't have been dragged on for so long. 3rd Company charge. Not a single enemy is to be left alive. Zhang Bao shouted out his command fiercely. He had already fought this war of attrition for too long, and he didn't want to waste a single second more. At Zhang Bao's order, the soldiers of the elite Third Company moved in from 3 different directions, crouching and making their way closer towards the bungalow that Guo Quan and his team were stationed in. They're here. Seeing the elite soldiers of Ning County launching their assault, Guo Quan spat out some saliva before starting to open fire with his grenade launcher at the soldiers. There wasn't anywhere good to seek cover near the bungalow, and so the Third Company soldiers sustained huge losses halfway through their assault. One by one, the grenades exploded on the poor elite soldiers of Ningguang County, killing them piecemeal. The constant barrage of fire from the 05 light machine guns was also effective at picking off the soldiers, as many of them fell lifelessly to the ground. Seeing that their comrades were constantly falling to the ground, the elite soldiers' morale crumbled apart, whereupon they immediately retreated like a receding tide. After all, they were not actual soldiers who had undergone rigorous military training and had firm resolutions. The outcome of this assault would be the deaths of another 2 recon warriors at best. There were currently only 5 people remaining amongst Yu Zhong's recon warriors. Damn it. Zhang Bao frowned as he could feel the determination of Yu Zhong's forces. Breaking past the defenses of the bungalow was not difficult in itself, but the morale and fighting spirit displayed by the warriors inside the bungalow gave Zhang Bao a huge sense of unease. We can't drag this out any longer. Dong Zi, go and take care of them. Zhang Bao gave the order to Dong Zi in a low voice. Dong Zi's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he activated the Shadow Step skill, which he had enhanced twice. He was an agility-based evolver in the first place, but with Shadow Steps active, his speed was over 11 times greater than that of normal humans. Chapter 239, Reinforcements. The moment Dong Zi charged forward, his entire person looked like a specter speeding towards the bungalow. As Guo Quan and the remaining warriors watched Dong Zi draw closer, they raised their guns and fired wildly at him. It was just that their eyes could barely keep up with his movement trajectory, whilst their gun handling simply wasn't fast enough at all to hit him accurately. Dong Zi zigzagged his way towards the bungalow at high speed, making full use of his level 3 danger perception skill to help him avoid incoming attacks. Those bullets would be enough to take his life if they landed on him, but as long as they did not hit, even 35mm grenades would not be able to cause him any harm. Dong Zi had a smug look on his face as he dodged each of the bullets with relative ease, before arriving in front of the bungalow. He fired several shots at the lock and destroyed it as he viciously kicked down the door. The moment he kicked the door open, his smug look was wiped clean from his face, which promptly turned ash gray. With a resounding bang, the claymore that Guo Quan had placed behind the door exploded upon the impact of the door being kicked in. The fearsome expulsion of flame and whistling shrapnel completely engulfed Dong Zi, directly blasting his head off and turning his body into a fountain of tattered, bloody pieces. Dong Zi. Damn bastards. Zhang Bao's eyes were filled with fury and shock as Dong Zi, an evolver with tyrannical strength, had actually died to a claymore. Evolvers were naturally gifted. As long as they were nurtured, their latent potential far outstripped that of normal enhancers. If it was a normal battle on the ground, Dong Zi, as an agility-based evolver, could easily take care of Guo Quan and his men. However, due to his carelessness and complacency, Dong Zi had fallen for the claymore trap set by Guo Quan. This led Zhang Bao to feel angry, since he had always been proud of being an evolver and believed evolvers to be a special existence. Yet Dong Zi had been killed by a normal person, which led to his belief being shaken. When Dong Zi was killed, the morale of the Ningguang County soldiers plunged. Dong Zi, Zhang Bao and Yo Sheng were the strongest evolvers in the whole of Ningguang County, yet one of them had actually died while trying to assault the bungalow. Coincidentally, this gave rise to fear in the remaining soldiers' hearts. Haha, we killed that bastard. Inside the bungalow, Guo Quan and the other 4 remaining warriors were celebrating with raucous cheers. Dong Zi's dodging capabilities and wraith-like speed had allowed Guo Quan and the other recon warriors to experience for themselves the fearsome abilities of evolvers. The fact that they had actually managed to bring one down filled them with pride. One of the warriors piped up worriedly. Squad leader, our ammunition is running low. Each of the 05 light machine guns have only a handful of bullets left. We are also left with only 4 grenades, while hand grenades number about 39. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. As they had been constantly laying down suppressing fire in attempts to push back the enemy troops, they had expended a huge amount of their ammunition. Guo Quan brought out a canteen of water and he took a large gulp before saying lightly, "We'll just allow them get closer before using the hand grenades to bomb them." Guo Quan looked at his fellow soldiers who had fought hard as he spoke out apologetically. "I'm sorry my brothers, initially we were to pull back after destroying one of their vehicles. I should have brought you guys and retreated. This time, I'm afraid that I've caused you all to face death in battle with me." Gu Lian looked at Guo Quan as he guffawed. "Leader, why are you standing on ceremony? We are definitely willing to fight by your side all the way. Since we have become warriors, there will definitely be a day when we have to die. Even if it's not during a battle with enemies, it will likely be during a battle with zombies. Being able to die with you, I have no regrets. After 18 years, I'll be a hero once again. *Ka. Adulthood is reached at 18 years of age, so after 18 years in their next life, they'll become great once again. That's right. Leader, we have already killed so many of those evil bastards, it's definitely worth it. The rest of the warriors cheered enthusiastically. Even at death's door their morale remained high. They had previously led lives not worth living at Clear Wind Camp while under Lai Tianyang's rule, and it was Yu Zhong who had given them a new lease on life. He brought them into the army, gave them strength and respect, and led them on to victory after victory. They were completely willing to fight for him. Right at this moment, in the blink of an eye, the back wall of the bungalow had a hole blown right through it and Yu Zhong strode in. Upon seeing his valiant warriors in such dire straits he said, "Don't worry, you won't die here. Battalion Commander. Commander, you've come." Upon seeing Yu Zhong appear, Guo Quan and the rest stood up excitedly. Yu Zhong patted Guo Quan's shoulder and said, "This time it's all thanks to you guys that they have been stalled. Join me and we shall stop their advance for a while. Let's kill them all." In fact, Guo Quan and the other recon warriors had dragged out the advance of Ning County for so long that it actually went far beyond Yu Zhong's high expectations. After all, although the recon warriors had excellent equipment, they were still only a 10-man team that was up against a force over 1,000 men strong. UBPC, this. Sparta. XD. The efforts of the recon warriors gave Yu Zhong's side precious response time, and a huge net was being cast out swiftly right now to surround and decimate the invaders in one go. Yes. Guo Quan and the rest cried out, full of exhilaration. Yu Zhong then threw a large bag on the ground, revealing its contents. A great amount of ammunition. When the recon warriors saw it, they immediately stepped forward to take 3 magazines each, reloading their weapons. Next, Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor, before walking to the front of the bungalow to observe the enemy's current situation. Zhang Bao hesitated for a while, before ordering the advance of the elite 3rd Company once again. Under the pressure of Zhang Bao, the elite warriors set out on another assault attempt. Yu Zhong watched the incoming soldiers before laughing coldly at their actions. Taking out his .05 submachine gun, he proceeded to fire in wild swathes at the elite soldiers of Ning County. Regardless, Yu Zhong's shooting skill was now extremely valiant after he had polished it countless times in the past. He constantly shot at the elite soldiers charging at him, killing them one by one. Those elite soldiers also began to return fire at Yu Zhong one after another. However, he did not dodge as the bullets simply ricocheted off of his armor. He was like an indestructible killing machine that was constantly bringing death to all the enemies, decimating the elite Ningguang County soldiers one after another. Once 20 of the enemy soldiers had been wounded or killed by Yu Zhong, the elite 3rd Company's morale plummeted once again. They flooded backwards in retreat, leaving behind corpses and injured comrades alike. After several charges, the 3rd Company had already lost 45 of its members, the loss amounting to more than half of their initial size. The final result was the loss of all fighting spirit. Of course, it would be the same even for actual military troops before Z-Day, not to mention these soldiers who have not even gone through strict military training. Only zombies with no intellect or mutant beasts would be able to continue attacking under this much mental pressure. Zhang Bao gritted his teeth as he ordered fiercely. "Elite 4th Company, you're up. Bring 4 of the rocket launchers, destroy that building and annihilate the enemies." Zhang Bai had coincidentally packed along 8 rocket launchers with 40-round drums. He had intended to use them against Yu Zhong and Lai Tianyang, but he had never expected that such a small resistance force could force him to reveal his hand. He had no choice but to thoroughly exterminate them. Heavy weaponry like 40-round rocket launchers were considered valuable assets in Ningguang County, and they were obviously limited in numbers. Zhang Bao was also quite conservative in their usage. However, after being forced to such a state, he had no choice but to blow them away. If Zhang Bao didn't give his all in exterminating this troublesome enemy, he wouldn't be able to dispel the shadow in his heart. 40-round rocket launcher. Are they finally using heavy weaponry? Yu Zhong gazed at the 4 enemy soldiers hoisting the precious weapons as he laughed icily. With a few gestures, he ignited 4 devil flame fireballs in the air, before sending them away swiftly to bombard the 4 rocket launchers. Following 4 horrifying sounds, the 4 40-round rocket launchers immediately exploded. The resulting blast directly killed or injured the 4 elite soldiers carrying them, as well as wounding 8 others in the vicinity, leaving behind little but their resounding wails of agony. After Yu Zhong had raised his devil flame skill to level 2, he was able to summon the flame with just a thought. He could also conjure up 4 blazing fireballs simultaneously, which he could use to attack enemies far away. Upon destroying the 4 40-round rocket launchers, Yu Zhong took out his own deadly QGZ 89 127mm heavy machine gun, firing wildly at the remaining warriors of the 4th Company who had only just begun to charge at the bungalow. The terrifying 127mm caliber heavy machine gun was like a frenzied killing machine as it spewed forth a terrifying hail of bullets. Any elite soldier caught in its line of fire would be immediately torn apart with their head exploding, shoulders blasted to pieces, and even their limbs shredded by the bullets. The entire scene of blood and carnage was quite terrifying. The elite soldiers who had tried to rush forward earlier had instead served their lives on a platter to Yu Zhong, and within moments, another 20 soldiers had perished. The remaining soldiers discarded all thoughts of advancing as they dove for cover and shivered while thinking about the scene they had just experienced. An evolver? There's an expert on their side. It's very likely that the assault this time around has already failed, so our priority right now is to retreat. Retreat immediately. Zhang Bao looked at the defeated soldiers of the 3rd and 4th Companies, his expression turning sour as he quickly issued orders to flee. The moment the Ningguang County soldiers heard Zhang Bao's orders, they immediately began to scramble back towards their vehicles. Not a single person was willing to stay here even a moment longer. We're finished. The return route is blocked. Tank? It's a tank. Oh my God, there's actually a tank. Just when the soldiers were preparing to escape in their vehicles, 4 Type 69 tanks suddenly appeared behind them and cut off their retreat route, leaving them momentarily stunned. The appearance of the tanks filled all the soldiers' hearts with a creeping sense of dread and despondence, as none of them were equipped to deal with tanks. Chapter 240, Seizing Ningguang County. When Zhang Bao saw the 4 Type 69 tanks, his face immediately turned deathly pale. Tanks? They actually have tanks. How is it that they have things like them? On land, tanks were the kings of modern weaponry. As long as the target was hit, one shot fired by the tank was enough to turn even an evolver like Zhang Bao into mincemeat. The 2 battalions of elite troops from Ningguang County would be almost completely crushed once the 4 tanks began their assault, whilst those remaining would be slaughtered by Yu Zhong and his men. Niu Xing ran to Zhang Bao's side, his face deathly pale as he exclaimed, "Brother Bao, let's quickly escape. If we stay here any longer we will become Yu Zhong's captives." He had already noticed that there were military vehicles mounted with machine guns coming towards them, indicating that Yu Zhong's main forces were now hurrying over. If Yu Zhong's main forces managed to reach them, the Ningguang County soldiers would have absolutely no way of escaping. Zhang Bao glanced at the army vehicles and tanks that were noisily approaching. He was very clear that his side didn't possess the necessary strength to even defend against a single attack from Yu Zhong's forces. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and made a prompt decision to abandon the elite soldiers from the 2 companies as he escaped together with Niu Xing into the wilderness. When the Ningguang County soldiers saw that their 2 leaders were escaping, they who already had low morale, lost all of their remaining willpower, causing their force to completely collapse as they escaped one after another. "Throw down your weapons, we won't kill those who surrender. Surrender and you shall be spared." Yu Zhong's forces closed in on the despairing soldiers, managing to round up a huge portion of them. However, some of the luckier ones managed to evade capture as they ran away. Due to the outstanding efforts of Guo Quan and his team, Yu Zhong's side had only lost 5 men in the throes of battle, yet they had caused 98 casualties on the opposing side, captured 687 of the remaining enemies and even killed an agility-based evolver. They had even gained 2 whole companies' worth of equipment and a large number of vehicles. Battalion Commander. What do you need me for? Lu Arii shouted as he excitedly ran forward towards Yu Zhong. Just now he had led some soldiers to chase and round up those Ningguang County runaways, causing him to become elated about his success. Yu Zhong said heavily, "Bring some people and take the captives back to town. I'm taking our forces out to take down Ningguang County. Until I'm back you have to defend Mahogany Town well. All you need to do is coordinate with Chen Ming to protect the town and you will have rendered a great merit." Lu Arii's greatest strength was his ability to follow orders. "Yes, Battalion Commander." Yu Zhong lightly nodded before bringing Zhang Youjiang and Xiong Zheng with him. Both warriors were armed to the teeth. Their subordinates drove the 4 Type 69 tanks and a large number of other military vehicles that were fully loaded with arms as they sped towards Ningguang County. In the current era, the strong devoured the weak. The attack by the 2 battalions from Ningguang County had revealed that their soldiers lacked training. Their morale wasn't high, nor was their fighting spirit strong. Adding to the fact that they lacked heavy weaponry, Yu Zhong couldn't resist the desire to obtain this tasty piece of meat. When Clear Wind Camp was at its weakest, Ningguang County had tried to take advantage of the fact to swallow them up. Yu Zhong now wanted to turn the tables and make use of this chance to subdue them instead. As long as he could obtain Ningguang County's food and people, Yu Zhong's forces would grow tremendously. Ningguang County was not like Qingyuan County with a huge city wall surrounding it. However, to prevent possible assaults by zombies or mutant beasts, there were many tall wooden fences that surrounded the roads leading to the main town. At the same time, they had garrison soldiers who were in charge of keeping watch along the main road. A Ningguang County soldier who was carrying a Type 03 rifle was currently yawning from time to time. As he lazily gazed into the distance, he suddenly straightened his eyes and hollered loudly, "Attack! There's an enemy vehicle fleet approaching." The other 7 soldiers on duty immediately stood up and looked into the distance. Upon confirmation of the enemy, their faces turned pale as they shouted, "Tank? There is actually a tank." In the distance, 4 steel behemoths were constantly getting closer. Following behind the tanks, there was a long line of military vehicles fitted with various machine guns. Right as the 8 soldiers were considering whether to escape or not, a young man carrying a white flag strode up to the 8 soldiers and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I am Su Feng, a representative for Mahogany Town's Yu Zhong. I would like to request an audience with your highest commanding officer Tao Jingyi." Inside Ningguang County's CPC County Committee Conference Hall, Tao Jingyi was currently staring at Su Feng and the person standing beside him with an ashen face. The person acting as Su Feng's bodyguard was actually Yu Zhong. Tao Jingyi spoke coldly. "What do you want? Speak." Su Feng and Yu Zhong had already been searched and did not possess any weapons. Tao Jingyi had also brought along 11 enhancers for his own protection, and so he wasn't too concerned about his own safety. Su Feng immediately came on strong and said, "President Tao, the 2 battalions you previously sent to attack us have already been annihilated. This time, we have brought along our own forces and hope for you to surrender unconditionally. In exchange, we would protect your assets and guarantee your family's safety. If we have to force our way in, I'm afraid we can't promise the same." Tao Jingyi's small eyes glinted maliciously with a look of shock. He retorted coldly, "Are you threatening me right now? Ningguang County has a population of 15,000 and a 4,000-man-strong army. We even have an entire military camp's worth of equipment. If you dare to attack my Ningguang County, just know that my 4,000 soldiers are not vegetarians. Nevertheless, this matter truly was an error on my part first. I'm willing to hand over 3,000 tons of rations, 20 beautiful ladies, 1 ton of fuel and 150 kilograms of gold as compensation." After flexing his muscles, Tao Jingyi immediately attempted a soft approach. Ningguang County had 5 main battalions, as well as an additional battalion that was dedicated to public security, making its forces number about 3,000 people in total. Tao Jingyi's claim of 4,000 soldiers was just a figure of speech, and it didn't mean that his numbers equated to strength. Amongst the 5 battalions Yu Zhong had already subdued 2. There were 4 battalions left, and if the soldiers in charge of public security were to try and fight with their cold weapons, it was tantamount to suicide. As for the other 3 battalions, only they had proper military equipment, but they did not possess enough heavy weaponry. Ningguang County had 2 infantry fighting vehicles that could be dangerous, but like Yu Zhong, they lacked the manpower and knowledge to operate the advanced weaponry. Therefore, when facing Su Feng's intimidation, Tao Jingyi wanted to display his own power and threaten them before offering another way out. This was all in the hope that they could try to reconcile matters between Yu Zhong's side and his. The 4 Type 69 tanks outside Ningguang County were also giving Tao Jingyi a huge amount of pressure. Tanks, they were considered the kings of land-based modern warfare. Yu Zhong looked at Tao Jingyi and he instantly activated his art of fear skill, causing a terrifying spiritual pressure to spread out with him as the center. Everyone was caught off guard, and other than Yu Zhong, everyone was engulfed in the huge area of effect of the art of fear. Since Su Feng and Tao Jingyi were only normal people, they immediately fainted. Out of the 11 enhancers that Tao Jingyi had brought, 7 of them also fainted directly while 3 others could only hug their heads in agony. Only the strongest, Tao Jingyi's only remaining evolver Taiya, remained conscious despite the sharp pain in his head. His eyes were filled with shock and fear as he pointed at Yu Zhong and exclaimed, "Evolver." Yu Zhong looked at Taiya, saying coldly, "You're also an evolver, right? Surrender or you'll die here. Go to hell." Taiya bit the tip of his tongue as a scarlet glow flashed past his eyes. With a wave of his hands, many blades of air were flung in Yu Zhong's direction one after another. Taiya was a spirit-based evolver. He possessed the level 3 skill, air manipulation, which had already undergone 2 enhancements to reach level 5, making its power truly fearsome. The sharp blades of air could even cut through a gun. Furthermore, the air blades were formless and left no tracks, making them very hard to defend against. Gun? What type of gun? For all I know, this might be a plastic gun designed for undercover missions. Ambiguous way to let me know his strength. It's useless. You're too weak. Yu Zhong activated his shadow step skill and with a flash of his body, he easily dodged the air blades. He then appeared behind Taiya and grabbed his neck, before forcefully twisting and breaking it with a resounding crack. Yu Zhong then directly poured a drink onto Tao Jingyi's face, waking him up. He took out a gun and held it to the space between Tao Jingyi's eyebrows as he spoke with a voice full of killing intent. "Will you surrender to me right now? Or should I cut your head off and show it to all your subordinates? Do you want to try and see who will still fight to the death for you after your death?" Yu Zhong had risked entering Ningguang County purely for Tao Jingyi. If Tao Jingyi had surrendered willingly, then that would have been it. Even if he had refused, Ningguang County would be without a leader after killing him, and so seizing the county would be easier. Tao Jingyi could feel the gun pressed against his head as he looked at the fainted soldiers and the defeated Taiya. Laughing bitterly, he spoke. "I admit defeat. I surrender, please spare my life." Tao Jingyi was not a soldier who did not care about death. Like most people, compared to death, he would rather live on. Tao Jingyi then asked carefully, "May I know who you are?" Tao Jingyi's perception was rather good, and he could tell that the person in front of him was not ordinary. He guessed that the person before him had to be Yu Zhong. In Clear Wind Camp, the only person who could take care of his evolver Taiya so easily was Yu Zhong himself. Yu Zhong gazed at Tao Jingyi for a moment before replying blandly, "I'm Yu Zhong." Tao Jingyi laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that he had actually brought in such a huge shark, nor did he expect that Yu Zhong would actually enter the enemy camp by pretending to be an envoy, even when he was the backbone of Clear Wind Camp. With Tao Jingyi's cooperation, Yu Zhong's forces successfully entered Ningguang County easily and occupied all the strategic locations. At the same time, they disarmed the 4 remaining battalions and carefully gathered all the equipment. All of this was witnessed by the indifferent survivors of Ningguang County. Although Ningguang County possessed 80,000 tons of rations, like many other rulers, Tao Jingyi had only provided his direct subordinates with ample supplies. As for the normal survivors, he gave them barely enough to survive. It was the same tactic that Yu Zhong and most other leaders would have used. After all, the current situation was still quite bleak and crops could not be grown yet. They would save as much as they could, just so it would last longer in the future. Tao Jingyi naturally wouldn't squander the rations in his possession. Chapter 241. Title withheld. After Yu Zhong gained control over Ningguang County, He immediately increased the rations from 1 bowl of gruel to 3 bowls a day for the survivors, hence gaining the appreciation of most of them. The original 6 battalions of Ningguang County also went through changes, with Yu Zhong only selecting the best. With the original soldiers under him as the main corps, he formed a strengthened regiment that comprised 4 battalions. Lu Erei, Xiong Zheng and Zhang Youjiang were all promoted to become camp leaders. From the previous battle in which Guo Quan's decisive actions had caught Yu Zhong's eye, Guo Quan had also now been promoted to a company leader. After the battalion was formed, Yu Zhong continuously put them under strict training. The meat from the Type 2 mutant water snake was also beneficial in boosting the recovery rate and strength of the soldiers who were pushed past their daily limits in training, letting them enter a period of immense growth. There's news of Yu Zhong. In Qingyuan County's conference hall, Qi Yang had gathered all the high-ranking officers. De Guzi could not help but exclaim, "Where is Boss Yu right now?" Lu Wen was also anxious and she asked, "Qi Yang, where is Yu Zhong? Quickly tell us." "Vice Commander Qi, where is Captain Yu right now? Tell us quickly." Lu Yin asked with scarlet eyes. The rest of the people gathered also looked towards Qi Yang anxiously, awaiting info about Yu Zhong's location. After Yu Zhong had lured the Type 2 mutant black-scaled ferocious boar away to protect the 1st Battalion's main soldiers and was declared missing, Qingyuan County had lost their core. Some were even affected adversely. However, under Qi Yang's leadership, they stuck to their plans according to Yu Zhong's instructions. As per normal, they continued to clear the zombies and expand outwards while looking for other survivors and rations. They simply didn't engage in any major operations. Qi Yang's expression did not falter as he replied lightly. Yu Zhong is currently in Ningguang County. He has subdued them and established another stronghold. He is currently the leader of over 17,000 people. 17,000 people. Hearing that number, the officials present could not help but let loose a cool breath. During the time that Yu Zhong was declared missing, they also had a huge number of survivors join them, but their total number was still currently only 12,000. Yu Zhong had actually established such a huge base all by himself, and in such a short period of time as well. It filled them with veneration, yet also pressure of some sort. Gui Yu's pretty features were currently frowning as she said worriedly, "Ningguang County. That's the county just down from SY County, right? There is a huge sea of zombies there blocking the way, and their numbers are definitely above 10,000. Gui Yu was in charge of gathering intelligence, and so she was very clear on the information about the huge sea of zombies. Obtaining intel was a very important task. If they received knowledge of an impending zombie horde, they could set things in motion to prepare for a counterattack or defense. Therefore, there was a specific department set up purely for gathering information. After Yu Zhong had swallowed Ningguang County, his total number of dependents had well exceeded the number in Qingyuan County. However, their fighting force and administrative system could not compare to Qingyuan County at all. Qi Yang had a serious expression as he said, "That's right. Yu Zhong has requested that we start an attack on the horde towards Ningguang County. He will also dispatch people to attack from his side. From now on, our main priority is to clear the zombies on the road towards Ningguang County. I hope that everybody will give their all, as the faster we clear a path, the faster we can meet up with Yu Zhong again." "Yes." All of them replied loudly in unison, and their morale reached a high. After coming to a decision, the entire Qingyuan County went up in a buzz. All the elite warriors of the 1st and 2nd Battalion were mobilized to head towards Ningguang County's direction and commence small-scale attacks on the zombie hordes. "Brother Yu, did you want me for something?" Back in Ningguang County, after an entire day of training, the originally fair-skinned beauty Tong Xiaoyun had now become quite tanned. She came up to Yu Zhong's side and asked curiously. Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun both joined in the tough military training that the soldiers of the forces undertook. Both of them originally had fair, satiny skin, which was now quite tanned. Both Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun hoped to gain more strength to fight alongside Yu Zhong. As for Gu Manzi, Ma Lili and Zheng Fang, they were unwilling to put themselves through all that hellish training, preferring to enjoy the lavish lifestyle within the comfort of the villa instead. "Eat this." Yu Zhong took out a pink snake birth fruit and gave it to Tong Xiaoyun. Once she had received it, Tong Xiaoyun popped it into her mouth without any hesitation. After spending quite a lot of time together, she knew that Yu Zhong would definitely not harm her. As soon as the pink snake birth fruit entered Tong Xiaoyun's abdomen, It transformed into a warm surge of energy that started to strengthen every part of her body. She was immediately affected by the rise in temperature and her own body started burning up. Feeling lightheaded and short of breath, she promptly fainted in Yu Zhong's arms. "Husband, what are you doing?" Zhu Yadong looked at the limp Tong Xiaoyun in Yu Zhong's arms, wrinkled her nose and said tactfully, "If you want her, just let her know. Why do you need to resort to means like drugging her?" Tong Xiaoyun had a reddish hue to her skin and was breathing heavily. In addition to the fact that she was collapsed limply in Yu Zhong's embrace, it looked as if she had just been drugged and was about to be taken advantage of. Yu Zhong looked at Zhu Yadong and said lightly, "I'm just trying to help her evolve." Zhu Yadong carefully observed Tong Xiaoyun again, before saying apologetically, "I'm sorry I've wronged you." Yu Zhong just smiled to show that he didn't take it to heart. Tong Xiaoyun had a fever for the entire day. She woke up the next day and the moment she awakened, she saw Yu Zhong sitting beside her. Yu Zhong looked at Tong Xiaoyun as she awoke and he smiled lightly. "You're awake. Feeling better?" Tong Xiaoyun looked at Yu Zhong excitedly and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm much better. Brother Yu, I've become an evolver. I am a spirit-attributed evolver and I even possess the telekinesis ability." To demonstrate, she pointed to her right and a flower vase flew straight into her hands. It really was telekinesis. Upon obtaining this ability, Tong Xiaoyun was elated and she continually moved different objects about the room, making them fly around. Yu Zhong looked at Tong Xiaoyun indulging in her new ability and asked, "Can you try moving me?" Yu Zhong wanted to see if this new ability could be used on humans. If so, then this ability was truly overpowered. It could almost be invincible. "I'll try." Tong Xiaoyun's eyebrows furrowed as she used her ability on Yu Zhong. However, when the power landed on Yu Zhong, it felt like a stone sinking down into the huge ocean. There was no effect. "It's no use," Tong Xiaoyun said dejectedly. Yu Zhong consoled her. "It's all right. Your power is already strong enough as it is. I'm guessing that this ability cannot be used on living things. But you can definitely use your telekinesis to make use of objects to attack enemies. If you're strong enough, I think you could even stop bullets." Tong Xiaoyun nodded her head as she looked down at her hands. She was taken aback before running to the washroom and squealing, "My skin is fair again. My skin is fair again." After consuming the snake birth fruit, she had undergone a transformation and the pollutants in her body were dispelled. Even her skin that had become tanned under the sun regained its fairness. Divine. Yu Zhong is going to make a fortune from selling this miraculous fruit to all those peerless oval-faced beauties with jade-like snow-white skin and charming eyes out there. Tong Xiaoyun had chosen to go through the high-intensity training with the soldiers. Even though she had gained strong combat abilities, she was still a girl and as she watched her skin become more and more tanned under the sun as the days went by, she also felt pained. "Brother Yu, you're the best." Tong Xiaoyun ran out from the bathroom and leapt into Yu Zhong's arms, kissing his face a few times. Being kissed by a beauty was definitely something Yu Zhong felt good about. He lowered his head to kiss Tong Xiaoyun, and she responded by wrapping her arms around Yu Zhong and began to passionately make out with him. Once their lips had parted, a thin strand of saliva still hanging between them broke. Tong Xiaoyun's face turned a deep shade of red once again, but this time her eyes seemed to fog over as she licked her lips seductively and said, "Brother Yu, I'm all yours." Her joy at successfully becoming an evolver, as well as her gratitude and veneration towards Yu Zhong, culminated in an overwhelming desire to express her love physically. Yu Zhong stared at the welcoming beauty before him, a delicate, alluring girl who was still in her youth, and he couldn't help but feel some arousement in his heart. "Husband, something's happened. The military has sent people over." Right when Yu Zhong was about to start doing something, Zhu Yadong pushed open the door and walked in, her face full of worry. "What? The army is attacking?" Yu Zhong's face paled, and all notions of getting frisky with Tong Xiaoyun immediately went out the door as he strode outside. Tong Xiaoyun cursed the army under her breath for having such bad timing. She fixed her clothes and donned her protective equipment, before taking up her Tang replica sword and walking out. Not far from Ningguang County, there was an army squad dressed neatly in proper army uniform that looked extremely well disciplined. They advanced towards Ningguang County in armed personnel carriers APCs, with 2 infantry fighting vehicles and 2 122mm self-propelled howitzers leading the way. "This is going to be tough." Standing on high ground with a reconnaissance company, Guoquan observed the neatly dressed, well-trained official military soldiers and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Yu Zhong had obtained 10 Type 69 tanks and even some 122mm self-propelled howitzers when he had opened up the mechanized infantry brigade station. However, the problem was that there was no one under him who knew how to operate these modern weapons. That time when he had taken over Ningguang County, the 4 tanks were purely there to intimidate the enemy and not a single shot was fired. Right now, the approaching official military force possessed 2 IFVs. Even more fearsome was the fact that there were also 2 122mm self-propelled howitzers. Furthermore, they had an entire battalion of properly trained soldiers, with fighting strength that might even exceed 10 times that of the 3,000 soldiers once under Tao Jingyi. Just when the army had reached the gates of Ningguang County, Su Feng brought a white flag as he walked towards the army and said, "I am Ningguang County's representative Su Feng and I hope to exchange a few words with your commander." 2 of the soldiers stared at Su Feng coldly before saying heavily, "Move." Under the watchful escort of the 2 soldiers, Su Feng was sent into the midst of one of the battalions to see the leader of this entourage. Damn! What a stunning yet cold beauty. The moment Su Feng entered the camp, he saw an absolute beauty with a head of jet black long hair and an incredibly sexy body that would not lose to that of Zhui Yadong. However, she possessed an icy personality that seemed to even seep out from her bones, causing him to exclaim out loud. 2 other ladies dressed similarly in military uniform, also with striking features, stood to either side of that peerless beauty. All 3 of them seemed to form a picture of a safflower flanked by its beautiful green leaves. "I am Xin Shui, the leader that you seek. What do you want? Speak." The ice-cold beauty stared at Su Feng and coldly asked. Su Feng replied without skipping a beat. "I am Su Feng, a subordinate of Ningguang County's leader Yu Zhong. May I be so bold as to ask, what's the purpose of this visit by the esteemed army to our Ningguang County?" One of the beauties, who was tall, extremely refined, had short hair and a goose-egg face, spoke out smilingly. "Hi there, Su Feng. I am Lu Ning. The municipal leading body of SY County has a very good impression of your group of survivors, having reorganized yourselves, rescued the masses and defended your resources. This time, the purpose of our visit is to convey the message from SY County, that there will be an appointed leader being sent down to take over. Your survivors will soon be able to return to the government and reunite with the other citizens." Standing to the left of Xin Shui was the short-haired Lu Ning, while standing to the right was a beauty with an oval face, Gao Lina. They were Xin Shui's confidants and best friends. When Su Feng heard this, he knew Lu Ning and the rest were here to capture Ningguang County, this big fat piece of meat. Yu Zhong had not taken over for a very long time and another tiger who had been eyeing this piece of meat had now made its move. Su Feng pondered a while before replying warmly. "Ningguang County already has a decent government and administration set up. We do not need any new leaders. Please head back to SY County." Xin Shui immediately refused flatly. "You go back and tell Yu Zhong. Tell him to surrender immediately and I'll spare his life. Otherwise, when my army attacks Ningguang County, I will definitely take his life. I'm only giving you people 30 minutes to consider. Now go back." Su Feng had wanted to reply, but was forcefully sent out by Xin Shui's subordinates. Seeing that Su Feng had been dismissed, Lu Ning laughed at Xin Shui. Shui, you're so aggressive." With an electric gaze, Xin Shui stared at her friend and said, "This is wartime. You should address me as Battalion Commander Xin." Lu Ning laughed lightly and said, Yes, Commander Xin. You're so overbearing. That Yu Zhong really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually wants to reject our Commander Xin. He really is courting death." Xin Shui's eyes flashed with a resolute gleam. When our nation is facing a crisis, those who establish their own base of operations are the worst kind of scum. I will definitely wipe them out and let them know the prowess of the People's Liberation Army. Chapter 242, Overbearing Army Soldiers. As expected, strength speaks volumes. Su Feng swiftly relayed Xin Shui's intentions to Yu Zhong and after some preparation, he started walking towards the front. As he had just successfully snatched Ningguang County, he would definitely not give it up. Whomever wanted to take it from him had to pay the price in blood. It was the same even if it was the army. It is indeed the military. After arriving at the front lines, Yu Zhong noticed that the battalion members were already well hidden behind cover in the distance. Furthermore, there seemed to be a few snipers located in some unknown areas. He could only sense the killing intent enveloping him but not the direction. Although the opposing force consisted of only a battalion, Yu Zhong was very clear that if both sides clashed, the 4 battalions under him would not be a serious match for the enemy's single battalion. With a thought, Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor and dashed out into the wilderness. He proceeded for some time in a roundabout manner, making his way behind enemy lines. There, placed behind the army, were the 2 122mm howitzers. A squad of soldiers were stationed as guards for these 2 advanced weapons, surrounding them in a group fashion. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/122_howitzer_2A18_D30. These 2 howitzers could be considered the most important weapons for the army. With just the cumulative firepower of these 2 monsters, they could wipe out almost anything. It was also an instrument that could seriously impact the morale of enemy troops. Facing that kind of firepower was enough to cause feelings of desolation in any soldier, cruelly crushing and eradicating any hope of fighting back. Only the toughest in terms of mental strength could stand in the face of such weapons and fight to the death without retreating. Yu Zhong slowly made his way nearer to the 2 metal behemoths before suddenly erupting. Making his move, he drew his PF-98 120mm anti-tank missile launcher and fired a shot at one of the howitzers. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/pf98. A flash, immediately followed by a huge explosion. The 122mm howitzer instantly became a huge ball of fire and scrap. Yu Zhong's utterly crazy actions had shocked the soldiers surrounding the 2 howitzers for a second. Just as fast they started firing at him. The difference in shooting capability between the military soldiers and those under Tao Jingyi was basically heaven and earth. Even under the barrage of firepower as well as Yu Zhong's constant evasion, a number of bullets still found their way to his body, only to ultimately be repelled by his encompassing body armor. Dodging another hail of bullets, Yu Zhong rolled on the ground as he once again aimed the PF-98 and fired a shot at the final remaining howitzer. With a flash, the huge metal monster exploded into flames. In response, the military displayed their fearsome aiming skills. As soon as Yu Zhong had fired the anti-tank missile, 2 separate bullets from distant snipers managed to find their way to the spot between Yu Zhong's brows, only to be repelled by the encompassing body armor once again. Without Whitebone's ability, Yu Zhong could have well died under even one of those sniper shots. After eradicating the 2 howitzers, Yu Zhong took out several hand grenades. Aiming at the line of enemy soldiers, he threw them using his strength that was 5 times that of a normal person. Upon impact, the grenades immediately exploded on their targets. A total of 7 soldiers were caught by the huge explosion and were blasted to smithereens. Yu Zhong made use of the ensuing chaos to leap from his position and swiftly escape off into the distance. While it was true that normal rifle bullets could not do anything to Yu Zhong, that was not the only weapon the military had. There were also grenade launchers, rocket launchers, mortars and many other different types of weaponry. The moment the warriors recovered enough to group together and attack him, he would be dead in a matter of seconds. Ping, ping. The telltale sounds of 2 gunshots rang out once more as Yu Zhong, who was in the middle of escaping, received another 2 bullets, this time to the back of his head. However, they too were deflected off by the encompassing body armor and seemed to not affect him in the slightest. Yu Zhong escaped into the forest some ways before climbing up a huge tree quite easily. He took out a JS-12 7mm sniper rifle and aimed towards the line of remaining soldiers. Couldn't find this rifle for reference. Any of our gun readers know? http://bikey. Baidu. com/view/1447109. HDM? Explanation of some sort in Chinese. But yeah, do any of our gun readers know anything about it? With a ping, one of the soldiers immediately died on the spot after suffering a fatal headshot. The remainder of the soldiers immediately opened fire towards the location from which the shot originated, but due to the great distance, the bullets flew randomly and not a single one was able to hit Yu Zhong. Having climbed up the huge tree, Yu Zhong proceeded to take down the enemy soldiers with ease. After another 5 soldiers were quickly picked off by Yu Zhong, they didn't dare to risk showing themselves again. Instead, they did the only thing they could and sent for reinforcements. Shen Shui was currently in the middle of discussion with Lu Ning and Gao Lina on how to situate the matters of Ningguang County after they had successfully taken over. All of a sudden, they heard the sounds of the violently explosive destruction of the howitzers. They have made their move. The time limit we set is still not up, and yet they dare to make a move first? When Shen Shui heard the huge explosion, her expression froze before she gritted her teeth and forcefully spat out each of those words. She had never imagined that before her imposed time limit of 30 minutes was even up, Yu Zhong had already taken the initiative to launch an attack first. The army represented the most superior force after the apocalypse. All along, no one had dared to go against the military. Not to mention even attacking military soldiers, Yu Zhong was the first to actually attack an entire military base. If it wasn't for Shen Shui forcing Yu Zhong, he really would not have resorted to such extreme measures just to end up antagonizing these fully equipped and well-trained soldiers. However, the 4 battalions he just established were simply not enough to go against this one battalion. Their combat prowess was incomparable. His only choice was to rely on their sheer numbers as well as his own tyrannical strength. Lu Ning also found herself gritting her teeth as she said, "That was from the direction of our howitzers. That asshole is too cunning. Ark. He actually destroyed our howitzers." Those two 122mm howitzers were their most prized killing machines. With a single shot, they could instantly decimate the opposing firepower. The bungalow that would be in the way of Shen Shui and the military was manned by Guo Quan and his team of 9. With just a single blast from the howitzer, they would be pulverized completely regardless of how strong their fighting spirit was. Without those howitzers, Shen Shui and her battalion would have a much harder time trying to fight their way through. Gao Lina's eyes met Shen Shui's before saying, "Commander Shen, should we assign men to take care of the hassle behind us, or do we proceed to attack Ningguang County directly?" Shen Shui had seen through Yu Zhong's weakness and made the correct decision. The person behind this is most likely Yu Zhong himself. He is an extremely powerful evolver, so if he wants to escape, no matter how hard we try, it would be difficult to kill him. Accordingly, my decision is to directly attack Ningguang County. As long as we rout them, he can only surrender at the end of the day. You must remember, when compared to Shen Shui and her battalion of trained soldiers, the fighting capabilities of Yu Zhong's men was still considered inferior. If Shen Shui had called for the majority of her troops to deal with Yu Zhong, it would be playing right into his hands. With this decision, the entire battalion started making their way towards Ningguang County. On the front lines in charge of defending against the assault of the military was Guo Quan and his team. They were considered the elites amongst the soldiers Yu Zhong had trained up. From the moment the battle commenced, Guo Quan could feel the immense pressure issuing forth from the enemy. With a hail of bullets, the soldiers on the military side began to fire rapidly at Guo Quan's location. The snipers hidden amongst the soldiers were also firing tirelessly, and any soldiers under Yu Zhong unfortunate enough to stick their head out would immediately be picked off by the enemy snipers. Concurrently, the military soldiers were extremely efficient and systematically firing non-stop, using rocket launchers to concentrate fire on that single location. Both sides had been engaged in a crossfire for at least 10 minutes, and given the terrain, the army could only send out smaller companies to engage in the firefight. Guo Quan's company had already lost their first line of soldiers. If they weren't the most elite amongst Yu Zhong's troops, they might already have lost all their fighting spirit long ago. "Company commander. We can't hold on for much longer. If this goes on, the brothers will be wiped out. Let's make a break for it. Please let the brothers preserve their lives." One of the platoon commanders was begging Guo Quan. Out of the 30 men he commanded, 13 had died, while 5 had sustained heavy injuries. They had basically lost the greater half of their fighting force. Guo Quan maintained a resolute expression as he ordered, "Permission denied. We have received orders to hold this position for 30 minutes. Regardless of anything, we have to complete this mission. If the brothers below are wiped out, you will stand your ground. If you are all wiped out, then I shall stand my ground. No matter what, we have to stay for 30 minutes. Get back to your position." This strategic entry to Ningguang County was small and didn't allow too many people to cross it at once. Guo Quan knew he had to wear down the enemy numbers and stamina at this bottleneck, otherwise the battle would be even harder once the military broke past this point. The platoon commander cursed using a loud voice, before he crouched down and went back to his position. "Fuck. Let's fight to the death then." Under the command and leadership of Guo Quan, although Yu Zhong's first company was not enough to win against the enemy company, they were at least able to hold their ground and fend them off. Both of them were still engaged in heavy fire, and the army also found it difficult to fully suppress the warriors of Yu Zhong's first company, who were hiding behind cover. When the army launched their assault, Yu Zhong, who had been suppressing that platoon of soldiers with his superb firing skills, suddenly felt a sense of urgency and his face paled. Damn it! They have already commenced their attack. Seems like if I don't risk it, we won't be able to win. Yu Zhong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a resolute gleam as he jumped down from the tree and charged towards the army's camp. That platoon of soldiers had been hiding behind cover and didn't dare to even poke their heads out. If Yu Zhong had maintained this sort of confrontation with the soldiers, by the time Ningguang County was broken into, he still would not have settled this issue. Having seen that Yu Zhong had appeared again, the two hidden snipers immediately cocked their sniper rifles, firing 2 bullets which flew towards Yu Zhong. Chapter 243, Yu Zhong takes on the military. Right as the bullets were about to land on Yu Zhong, he did a sidestep and easily evaded them. He took a glance at the location of the hidden snipers. Ever since he had evolved, his senses heightened, which allowed him to pinpoint their location accurately. He cocked his .05 silenced submachine gun and fired rapidly in their direction, immediately killing one. The other sniper had a stronger perception of danger. After that gunfire, he immediately ducked behind other cover. Yu Zhong did not continue harassing the other sniper. Instead, he rushed towards that platoon of soldiers like a tank. After the earlier skirmish by Yu Zhong, that platoon had only 10 soldiers left. As Yu Zhong suddenly broke through to their location, he fired continuously and killed the remaining 10 soldiers. After annihilating the line of warriors with a flash, Yu Zhong continued towards the back of the military. What a freak! The remaining sniper hugged his own rifle, as he looked at Yu Zhong rushing towards the military's camp. His face was white as he had just witnessed the prowess of someone who, by his own strength, managed to decimate an entire squad of elite military soldiers. The sniper also knew of the existence of enhancers and evolvers while he was at SY County. Those who could wipe out an entire squadron on their own, even amongst the 12,000 survivors in SY County, numbered 10 at most. Yu Zhong had just continued not far, before a Type 92 infantry fighting vehicle appeared in front of him. There was a ZPT 90 25mm machine cannon mounted on top of it, releasing a huge wild burst of gunfire towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's danger perception skill had already notified him of the danger. Just as the ZPT 90 set its sights on him, he had already dashed swiftly to the side. The majority of the bullets from the ZPT 90 hit blank air and caused the area to be filled with potholes. The soldiers from another company were currently using Type QLZ-06, 35mm grenade launchers and .03 rifles to fire crazily at Yu Zhong. Similar to this, https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/type_87 grenade launcher, and this is gross. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/qbz03. A few soldiers were also continuously firing mortars at Yu Zhong. The resulting explosions continued to ring out and the gunfire didn't seem to cease at all. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and his speed jumped up to a level that was 10 times that of a normal being. In that huge barrage of bullets, Yu Zhong continued to evade only the heavy firepower that posed a danger to him, while the other bullets continued to land and deflect off of his encompassing body armor. Yu Zhong didn't dare to stay at the same location for more than a second, as he had no confidence in surviving. Just when he managed to roll towards a huge rock by the road, he felt his heart skip a beat. Without time to take a breath, he leapt again towards the other side. With a bang, the stone that Yu Zhong had dodged from was instantly smashed into smithereens by the anti-tank missile. Yu Zhong himself had just jumped out from that rock, when he felt 2 grenades exploding about 2 m to his right, and the shrapnel and shockwave propelled him to another side. He should be dead by now. Seeing how Yu Zhong was faced with attack after attack, most of the warriors in the army had that single thought in their minds. Watching Yu Zhong face the hail of bullets earlier had given them a sort of shock and feeling of crisis. After Yu Zhong was bombarded by those projectiles, he braved the shock wave from the grenade explosion, before rolling on the ground and standing up immediately. He opened his hands. A number of hand grenades flew out from his hands towards the soldiers and exploded. Those soldiers who were unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast radius died one by one. Yu Zhong continued running, carrying his 05 silenced submachine gun and firing continuously into the army camp. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/QCW05. Although his aiming and firearms control was superb, the soldiers were spread out too far and were hiding behind cover. In the end, Yu Zhong only managed to kill 2 soldiers in his first bout of bullets. This battle is too tough. Yu Zhong continued to run away frantically, while dodging the constant attacks from the military. Seeing that normal rifle bullets could not do a thing to Yu Zhong, the soldiers had added heavy weaponry and explosives to their attacks, giving Yu Zhong immense pressure and preventing him from advancing any further. I can't go in like this. Otherwise, Ningguang County is sure to fall. With a flash of his intense speed, he dodged an incoming missile before a gleam appeared in his eyes. He swapped out the 05 silenced submachine gun for a PF-98 anti-tank missile launcher. In the midst of his running, he had thrown a glance towards the entire camp from afar. Swiftly, he aimed at a small mortar troop and fired a shot. Yu Zhong's current agility was at 111 points, his actions faster than the human eye. Before the soldiers even had a chance to react, they received a huge rocket in the midst of their mortar troop. When that rocket exploded, a fearsome shockwave and a huge amount of shrapnel immediately shot outwards in all directions, killing 5 soldiers and heavily injuring 7 others, causing them to scream in agony. The moment he attacked, Yu Zhong was like a specter and swiftly swapped out another rocket in the PF-98, before taking careful aim and firing at a Type 92 IFV. With another bang, the rocket pierced through the armor of the IFV and exploded, resulting in a huge fireball. The 9 warriors in the IFV as well as 4 others hiding beside it were instantly killed. Yu Zhong shifted his body again and continuously fired the anti-tank missiles into the army camp. Loud explosions occurred one after another and soon, the entire army camp was plunged into a fiery hell. Many soldiers were either killed by the explosions or trapped in the fires. Throughout the camp, chaos ensued. Under that continuous fire from Yu Zhong, the casualties increased and a total of over 70 soldiers had been either killed or injured, diminishing their overall strength greatly. After confirming that he had caused enough chaos to bring down the fighting capabilities of the camp, Yu Zhong continued to rush forward like a specter, with the intention of wiping out all the soldiers. Commander, please send aid. I need aid. If you don't send anybody, the soldiers will be killed by that monster. The 3rd Company's leader Gu Jian, who was tasked to delay Yu Zhong, was currently pleading with a pale face and exasperated voice. Shen Shui glared at him coldly, with her fury and killing intent billowing out. Gu Jian. I told you guys to delay Yu Zhong. How are you guys this bad? You still haven't killed him and yet you dare to ask for reinforcements. Gu Jian gritted his teeth and replied. That Yu Zhong is impervious to bullets and his aim is too efficient. He can still pull out PF-98s to fire 120mm rounds at us. The amount of firepower he has is infinite. How do you expect us to fight against this freak? Shen Shui replied coldly. I don't care. You have to use whatever men you have to delay him for another 2 hours. After these 2 hours we will have conquered Ningguang County. Once we have conquered Ningguang County, it is our victory. Under the fierce attack of the army, Guoquan's forces had already been worn down by a large extent. As long as they gave it more effort, the army could proceed to attack Ningguang County soon. Shen Shui knew that with a civilian army like Yu Zhong and Guoquan, the ones who actually knew warfare and could put up a fight did not number many. As long as they could take down Guoquan, who was stubbornly holding on, there shouldn't be any other major threat to the army's advance into Ningguang County. Shen Shui looked coldly once more at Gu Jian and ordered. Obey my commands. Immediately go attack Yu Zhong with all you have. Gu Jian's lips quivered. In the end, he could only bite down as he saluted Shen Shui and replied, Understood. Right at this time, Lu Ning rushed into the room with a shocked expression as she reported in a fluster. Commander Shen. The 3rd Company has been wiped out by Yu Zhong. Gu Jian's face promptly turned deathly white. Shen Shui crossed her fingers together, and her face took on an unsightly green. She had a total of 4 companies with her and 1 entire company had been taken out by Yu Zhong. If this continued, it was hard to say whether they could even survive against his attacks. Right at this time, another soldier was shouting into the radio. Commander. This is the 4th company. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Requesting for aid. Please send reinforcements. Shen Shui immediately made a decision and gave it. 2nd company, immediately send all your troops to support 4th company. 1st company, stop your attack and return to camp. Luning, Gao Lina, follow me. When Shen Shui gave her orders, the 2nd company that was standing by immediately poured towards the back of the army camp. When the soldiers of the 2nd company arrived for help, the pressure on Yu Zhong rose exponentially, and the increase in firepower suppressed him till the point that he couldn't even lift his head. The intensity of the attack has risen. Another company must have joined in. Yu Zhong did not stop running as he didn't dare stay in the same spot for too long. He kept running and seeking cover, while constantly assessing the enemy's strength. The greater the pressure grew for him, the less pressure on Ningguang County. When Shen Shui arrived at the front lines and saw the countless injured soldiers and dismembered bodies lying around, her face turned ashen. All of a sudden, 2 grenades flew high and landed on the battlefield, resulting in huge explosions, killing 3 soldiers, while another 2 immediately fainted upon receiving broken bones. After a few seconds, another rocket was fired, and the heavy machine gunners as well as the light machine gunners were all decimated. Even 3 normal soldiers were injured by the resulting shrapnel, as they fell to ground and screamed in agony. The entire battlefield was filled with blood, gore, and the countless sounds of agony and pain. All the while, the military soldiers' morale was steadily dropping. If he were to face an entire regiment, even by the time they had finished attacking Ningguang County, Yu Zhong could not finish off the entire battalion. In Ningguang County, Yu Zhong had 4 battalions of warriors, but facing against the well-trained troops of the military, even just 1 battalion was enough to thrash his troops. Yu Zhong contemplated for a while before he responded coolly. "All right. Leave and I will not pursue this matter." As he still hadn't bridged the gap between him and Qingyuan County, Yu Zhong did not possess the strength to face SY County's military yet. If he waited for the distance to be bridged, re-established connections with his base at Qingyuan County, and armed his people there with the weaponry he had retrieved from the Mechanized Infantry Brigade station, he would then possess the confidence and strength to face SY County. Shen Shui intercepted coldly. 3,000 tons of rations. Give us 3,000 tons of rations to compensate our losses. After the apocalypse, food rations had become the currency, and in SY County, the strongest currency was precisely food. 3,000 tons of food was not a small amount. However, compared to Shen Shui's loss of the 2 howitzers as well as the 100-plus soldiers, it wasn't worth comparing. Then you can all go and die. SY County may be strong and I know that. If they want to force an entry, I am naturally unable to hold them back. After killing you all, I will immediately head over to SY County and assassinate all the officials. I will kill more than 10 a day. After a month, I see how many officials your SY County will have left. Even in the worst-case scenario where I cannot assassinate them, I would have no issues killing all the small fries. Each day I will kill over 100. After a month, an entire regiment would be wiped out by me. By that time, the entire SY County will be mine. Why should I even waste my time talking with you here? Yu Zhong's fury and killing intent billowed out, resounding across the entire field. He would definitely not soften in front of Shen Shui. Whoever gave in during this time and period, other people would then follow suit to take advantage of that weakling. Tao Jingyi had chosen to attack Yu Zhong's Clear Wind camp because they had run out of ammunition at that time, making them tantamount to a fat piece of meat waiting to be gobbled up, and he had wanted to be the one who ate that meat. Due to that, Yu Zhong had retaliated and saw that Ningguang County's fighting capabilities were subpar. In this world, no one dared to showcase their weakness. Hearing those words filled with killing intent, the entire battalion shuddered in their hearts. Yu Zhong possessed supernatural shooting skills, plus he had that armor on him which deflected almost every single bullet. Furthermore, he seemed to possess unlimited firepower. With his abilities, it would be easy for him to assassinate all the officials, needless to say the killing of the normal soldiers. If Yu Zhong really went ahead, it would spell disaster for all the common soldiers in SY County. Damn rebel. Shen Shui's entire body was trembling with fury from Yu Zhong's threat, as no one had dared utter such words in her presence before. Lu Ning grabbed Shen Shui's hands, while shaking her head, before using the broadcast radio to speak to Yu Zhong again. Yu Zhong, you don't have to be like this. We just want 3,000 tons of rations. However, let's make it an exchange. We will give you 150 kilograms of gold. UBPC, 330, 69 pounds. As the saying goes, hoard antiques in times of wealth, buy gold in times of trouble. Gold was the common currency in the world, which could affect people's greed. Even when the world was in turmoil from the changes, gold represented a source of currency as well. Initially, in Qingyuan County, other than food rations, gold was the next source of currency that could be used. Yu Zhong pondered for a while more before replying. All right, I promise you. Now please bring your army and retreat beyond 5 kilometers, we'll carry out the exchange tonight. Lu Ning keenly captured the change in attitude amongst Yu Zhong's words as she smiled and said, Yu Zhong, I think you must have run into some problems. Do you need us to help you? As long as you are willing to give the right amount, we are willing to assist you. Yu Zhong replied blandly. No need. Indeed, I have some issues that cropped up, but it doesn't concern you guys. Yu Zhong had indeed met some problems. The government has sent the army to deal with Yu Zhong. Kill his men. As long as we kill his men, when the army enters the city, all of you will be rewarded. Within Ningguang County, Tao Jingyi, who was flanked by Zhang Bao on his left and Niu Xing on his right, was hollering at the top of his voice. When he got wind of the news that the army was attacking, Tao Jingyi made use of the opportunity to kill the warriors who were keeping watch on him with Zhang Bao and Niu Xing. After he left his compound, he then made use of his past influence to gather a small troop. He was currently killing and pillaging in Ningguang County, creating chaos. Tao Jingyi was vicious in his methods as well. He knew that Yu Zhong's warriors were strong, yet compared to the actual military they did not amount to much. He wanted to plunge Ningguang County in chaos and control the army from within. When the city was successfully breached, he would be the person who had contributed the most. Not only could he make use of that to get on the SY County's army good side, he could exact revenge on Yu Zhong for taking over Ningguang County. Tao Jingyi was currently leading a force of over 40 people and wreaking chaos in Ningguang County, killing, raping and setting fire, creating a commotion. Within the unrest, many of the survivors were also affected by the chaos and madness. They began killing, raping and setting fire as well, and the entire Ningguang County was in a mess. Everybody return to your living quarters. All those who are still on streets will be shot on the spot for treason. As the head policeman, Wang Jian had immediately brought his well-trained police officers and they were diligently putting down the unease and troublemakers. Wang Jian started executing those survivors who were swept along with the madness one by one. A large number of the survivors had now returned to their own accommodations to wait out the uncertainty. Whoever became the new overseer of Ningguang County, they could only accept it helplessly. Kill him. Tao Jingyi noticed Wang Jian and his team of policemen who were suppressing the chaos, and gave an order to Zhang Bao and Niu Xing to take him down. Zhang Bao roared in anger and activated his werewolf transformation skill. His entire body started sprouting fur and the muscles on his body became larger and taut, while his hands turned monstrous with huge claws. With his entire body elongating, he soon became a terrifying werewolf over 2 m tall. On the other side, Niu Xing's eyes gleamed as he held up a huge shield weighing over 200 kilograms and charged at Wang Jian. He was a strength-based evolver and the 200-kilogram shield in his arms was considered light to him. Under the protection of that shield, none of the bullets could not penetrate or hurt him. Zhang Bao and Niu Xing had both activated their skills, and were charging towards Wang Jian with frenzy. Wang Jian looked at the two oncoming enemies as he frowned and shouted out, "Open fire!" The 20-plus policemen beside Wang Jian immediately cocked their weapons and opened fire at Zhang Bao and Niu Xing. In that hail of bullets, Zhang Bao and Niu Xing could not dodge them entirely. Some of the bullets penetrated Zhang Bao's body, leaving behind numerous wounds, although they did not pose any danger to his life. As for Niu Xing, the bullets only hit the shield with sounds of metal hitting and could not penetrate through it all. Swap to the grenade launchers. Wang Jian saw that their attacks were useless, so he gave this order. The 20 policemen immediately switched to QLB 06 35mm grenade launchers and aimed them at the two evolvers before pressing the trigger. Bang! Bang! Following the sounds of explosions, the shield-bearing Niu Xing was immediately caught in the blast and the shield in his hands was knocked away by the explosion, while his body was blasted into pieces, fresh blood dyeing the ground. Zhang Bao saw Niu Sheng's manner of death and a chill arose in his heart. He leapt up high and immediately jumped into one of the surrounding houses belonging to a survivor. Facing the assault of 20 QLB-06 35mm grenade launchers head-on would mean certain death, even for an evolver like him. Take them out. Wang Jian eyed the rebels with Tao Jingyi in the distance, his face turning grim, and he shouted out the order. The 20 policemen swapped out their 03 rifles again and started firing at Tao Jingyi's troop. The rebels under Tao Jingyi immediately abandoned him and tried to escape in all directions. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to give up all my property and women to exchange for my lowly life. Please. Don't kill me. Tao Jingyi looked at the policeman running towards him, as he knelt down on the floor and begged miserably. He wanted to live. Wang Jian eyed the disgusting pig in front of him with a look of disgust before ordering, tie him up and bring him back to the station. If it was Yu Zhong, he would have immediately crippled Tao Jingyi by shooting his limbs. Wang Jian, however, was a policeman, and regardless of how much he hated and despised Tao Jingyi, since he had now surrendered, he would not kill him. 3 of the policemen stepped forward to cuff Tao Jingyi. Right at this time, from the survivor's house, Zhang Bao suddenly jumped out while still in his werewolf form. He broke past the group of policemen, before slashing his claws in 3 successive motions. The 3 policemen beside Tao Jingyi had their throats ripped out and Tao Jingyi regained his freedom. Before the other policeman could react, Zhang Bao had grabbed onto another policeman as a hostage. He placed his sharp claws at the policeman's throat and threatened Wang Jian. No sudden movements. Otherwise he's dead. Let us go. As long as we can leave here safely, I'll release him. How did you not see that coming? Chapter 245. Suppress the Insurgency. This chapter was sponsored by Hyacinth Aurelio, Tom Welbrock, Melvin Smith and Abdul Krim Wahasna. Many thanks. The policemen were currently aiming their grenade launchers at Zhang Bao, their eyes filled with hatred. 3 of their brothers had just died miserably at his hands, and if it wasn't for their other comrade being held hostage currently, they would have fired at him long ago. The werewolf transformation could allow Zhang Bao's 6 attributes to receive a boost, and he could even block most bullets. However, if he was hit by the grenades, they could also blow him to smithereens. Wang Jian was in deep thought as he looked at his subordinate who was helpless in Zhang Bao's grasp. Let him go. I'll let you leave. To Wang Jian, every single member he had trained was like a child to him, and he was unwilling to give any of them up. I don't trust you, back off. Zhang Bao hollered. Right at this moment, on the rooftop of a building not far away, Zhu Yadong was lying prone on the ground cocking a Barlett sniper rifle. With the crosshair on Zhang Bao, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed across the compound and an armor-piercing round directly penetrated Zhang Bao's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered on the ground. Tao Jingyi was still trembling on the floor, shouting, I surrender. Don't kill me. He took the initiative to kill, I wasn't involved. With Zhang Bao's death, Tao Jingyi no longer had any backing, support or any threatening strength. Take him away. Wang Jian ordered coldly. Another 4 policemen rushed up and handled Tao Jingyi roughly, as they tossed him in the back seat of a car and drove towards the jailhouse. Once they had settled Tao Jingyi, Wang Jian brought his men and continued their rounds around Ningguang County to contain the unease. Zhu Yadong was currently looking for another target from her position. Those who went through evolution naturally were chosen geniuses. They could swiftly adapt and learn all sorts of knowledge and abilities. Although Zhu Yadong was a strength-based evolver, under Yu Zhong's training and guidance, she picked up marksmanship and sniping very quickly. Of course, her sniping skills could not compare to those who possessed the sniping specialization, but it was enough to deal with most situations. Therefore, Yu Zhong had chosen to put her behind the fighting lines for the first time, to act as a support sniper covering Ningguang County from within. When Tao Jingyi's insurgency was quelled, the rest of Ningguang County also regained its composure. Shen Shui's troops had retreated to a distance of 5 kilometers away under Yu Zhong's coercion, whilst at the same time, Yu Zhong returned to Ningguang County. Guo Quan had fought back his sorrow to report to Yu Zhong. Captain, our first company did not let you down, we have completed our mission. Guoquan had led the first company to defend against Xin Shui's relentless assault. Yet they had paid a huge price. After the fight had ended, out of the 90 warriors in the first company, there were 47 who lost their lives, 26 who sustained heavy injuries, and the 17 who had survived looked as though they could not fight anymore. Even with the protection of the mutant water snake scale armor, under the relentless attack of Xin Shui's soldiers and bombardment of rockets, mortars and other heavy-duty weapons, several of Guoquan's warriors had died. Without the protection of the water snake armor, the entire first company might have perished. Yu Zhong had established 4 battalions, and those with the best fighting capabilities and spirit were gathered in one company. However, they had actually been defeated by Xin Shui's own company. The difference between the two types of armies could be seen. Yu Zhong replied in a heavy tone. You guys really did great. This time, due to the efforts of the first company, Ningguang County was defended. I want to reassign the first company into 5 squads. You guys may select the members from the rest of the 4 battalions. Those who are injured, I will do my utmost to see them healed. The brothers who have perished, we will properly collect their remains. I want to see them properly buried. When comparing my troops to the actual military, there really is still a huge gap. Yu Zhong felt upset as well. This battle was the first time he lost so many soldiers that he had groomed. Even during the battle against the zombie horde in Qingyuan County, the elite soldiers that he trained didn't suffer too much damage. In fact, it was the cannon fodder and scum battalion who made up most of the deaths. Yes. Regiment Commander. Guoquan's emotions had calmed down a little as he saluted Yu Zhong, before bringing his people to collect the remains of his dead comrades. Regiment Commander. Regiment Commander. The moment Yu Zhong entered the medical center for the wounded soldiers, all the injured warriors stood up and called out emotionally. All of you rest well. Let the doctors treat you. Yu Zhong looked at all of them before ordering in a heavy voice. Within the medical center there were doctors and nurses everywhere, currently treating the injured warriors. There were over 15,000 survivors in Ningguang County, and those who were doctors by profession before the apocalypse numbered in the 30s. These doctors were all supported by Yu Zhong, as he led them to become medics, with the main focus to treat injuries and illnesses caused by warfare. It was considered one of the benefits for the warriors. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the soldiers quietened down. Yu Zhong took out a huge bag of life-saving grass powder from his storage ring and handed it to the staff of the medical center before ordering, "Use this to treat my soldiers immediately. Apply externally, and maximum amount per person shouldn't exceed a small bag's worth." Yu Zhong's storage ring was filled with arms, food, medicines, food, and other necessities. As for the life-saving grass, Yu Zhong had amassed 2 cubics worth of this treasure, enough to save many lives. One of the older doctors, Wang Yinian, actually furrowed his brows as he asked impolitely, "Commander Yu, what kind of medicine is this? Please tell me honestly, otherwise I am unable to give this to the injured. I need to bear responsibility for my patients." Wang Yinian was a surgeon and had many years of experience in the operating theater. His temperament was stubborn and straight, and even after the events of the apocalypse he didn't change much. Seeing Wang Yinian actually talking back to Yu Zhong, the other doctors and nurses all turned pale as they looked towards him in fear. After the apocalypse, human lives were cheap. Under Tao Jingyi's rule, a doctor had actually been executed for checking his woman out. These medical professionals had seen the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world. They were afraid that Yu Zhong might execute them as well, due to Wang Yinian infuriating him. Although Wang Yinian was a stubborn and direct person, he did have the ability and his medical expertise was valuable. All the doctors and nurses needed him. Yu Zhong glanced at Wang Yinian as he cocked his eyebrows, but he didn't make a scene. He immediately took out his dark magic blade and sliced his hand, opening a long wound before applying the life-saving grass on himself. Under the effect of the life-saving grass, coupled with Yu Zhong's own strong vitality, the wound started recovering at an astonishing pace, healing within a matter of seconds. Yu Zhong asked Wang Yinian, "Is this enough for you? Do as Commander Yu has ordered and go apply medicine to the warriors." Having witnessed the miraculous efficacy of the life-saving grass, Wang Yinian immediately ordered the other doctors and nurses. Those warriors who had the life-saving grass applied to them immediately felt their bodies become much better, as their wounds also began to stop bleeding. As Wang Yinian watched the warriors' wounds quickly stop bleeding, his eyes straightened and he couldn't help but ask, Commander Yu, what is this miraculous medicine? Can you tell me? Wang Yinian had practiced medicine for many years, yet this was his first time seeing medicine as miraculous as this. Yu Zhong replied faintly. The collective term for this type of medicine is life-saving grass, and it is composed of several precious medicaments that have been mixed together. It is my exclusive secret recipe, and so it cannot be randomly told to others. A treasure like the life-saving grass that could quickly heal injuries could be considered as one of the trump cards in Yu Zhong's hand. As his position in Ningguang County was not concrete enough, he did not want to reveal the truth about the life-saving grass to outsiders. Wang Yinian looked disappointed, but he still left and continued treating the injured. After confirming that the condition of the first company's warriors had stabilized, he left the medical center. Qin Ming came to Yu Zhong's side holding a report and said, "Master, there were a total of 193 people involved in the insurgency this time. How will you deal with them?" Yu Zhong gave an unprecedentedly cruel series of orders. Throw the leader Tao Jingyi into the zombie horde to feed them. Those directly under him are to be executed in public to warn the others. Same goes for those indirectly involved who have committed murder. For those who didn't, throw them to the scum battalion to become cannon fodder against the zombies in the future. Qin Ming nodded his head as he asked another important question. What about the family members of those rebels? Yu Zhong coldly declared. Those men above 16 who have a relationship with the insurgents will be thrown into the scum battalion. The females will be sent into the women's camp and await future assignments. For the children who have yet to mature, they are to be sent to the dark camp, to be disciplined and taught proper morals and values. Regardless of the period, era or governing bodies, the punishment towards rebels would always be the most cruel one possible. If those who revolted succeeded, then it was a done deal, but if they were to be suppressed and captured, they would definitely not have a good ending. Following Yu Zhong's orders, 46 men who had followed Tao Jingyi's call were decapitated in front of the entire county. 32 other belligerents who committed murder were also executed. The excessive bloodshed thoroughly shocked the survivors in Ningguang County, giving them an insight into Yu Zhong's decisive and ruthless measures. Tao Jingyi looked at his subordinates who were being executed one by one and pissed himself in terror, his eyes filled with fear and despair. The other people involved in the rebellion were thrown into the scum battalion and kept in jails, while their women were sent to the women's camp to await allocation in the future. Those who indirectly supported the rebels' actions were also thrown into the scum battalion, and in just a short while the jail was filled with prisoners. Chapter 246, Tao Jingyi's Fate. No. Don't throw me out here. Please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. On the highway linking Ningguang County to Qingyuan County, Tao Jingyi was trussed up like a pig, miserably begging Xiongzheng. At a distance of 10 m away, over 100 zombies were currently shambling towards him. Xiongzheng laughed coldly as he kicked out at Tao Jingyi, causing him to fly 2 m away. He guffawed. Damn pig. You dare to betray us at a critical time. You can go and die for all I care. No. I curse you all. Save me. A zombie grabbed onto Tao Jingyi and opened its mouth. It bit down viciously, biting off a huge chunk of meat from Tao Jingyi's face. The rest of the zombies had reached him as well and began ravaging his body, gorging on his flesh and blood. Sister Yadong, isn't this too cruel? Tong Xiaoyun could not help but cry out as she watched Tao Jingyi being eaten alive. Xiongzheng glanced at Tong Xiaoyun as he laughed and shook his head. Cruel? Miss Xiaoyun, you're too kind-hearted. Based on this dogshit's crimes alone, even dying 10 times over would not be enough to atone for his sins. Do you know what we discovered when we ransacked his place? He had kept a private room in his villa where he tied up many girls who were not that much younger than you. 10 of them. 6 had already turned into corpses. He's this kind of scum and yet you're still pitying him? It's too laughable. At first, Tong Xiaoyun did not believe Xiongzheng's words. However, she was reminded of the scene at Clear Wind Camp, where she had seen the gory insides of the factory. She shuddered involuntarily and held onto Zhui Yadong's hand tightly. Zhui Yadong's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated gleam, as she patted Tong Xiaoyun's hand and said, Xiaoyun, if these people were successful and gained control, our plight might be much worse. The current situation is vastly different from the world we lived in before, you will have to adapt to it. Tong Xiaoyun grabbed Zhui Yadong's hands tightly as she nodded and replied. Let's go. After Tao Jingyi's anguished screams had died off, Zhui Yadong brought Tong Xiaoyun and the warriors of the first company to charge at the zombies. All the warriors of the first company were fitted with Tang replica swords. Tao Jingyi had amassed a number in his storage over time, and all of them wore the mutant water snake scale armor. They rushed into the horde like tigers attacking a herd of sheep, easily killing off the zombies and gaining enhancements. The warriors of the second company were holding 03 rifles and were firing at the zombies. The zombies were picked off row by row like squishy moving targets. Yu Zhong was currently standing behind observing the horde's movement, and standing beside him were Xin Shui, Lu Ning and Gao Lina. Lu Ning looked towards Yu Zhong and smiled sweetly. Yu Zhong, how is it? Have you considered? As long as you bear the ammunition cost and pay us 5,000 tons of rations, we will help you to clear these zombies. In the military there were many trained shooters. Helping Yu Zhong to clear the zombies was not only a good training for her soldiers, but also a way to obtain precious rations. Lu Ning thought that it was a good deal to engage in. However, Yu Zhong brushed it off and said, no need. The zombies on this road that connected Ningguang County to Qingyuan County did not seem to be under the command of a Z-type, and hence they were much less dangerous. It was the perfect place to cultivate his enhancers as well as to train his troops. Yu Zhong would naturally not give a free meal to the army. 3,000 tons of food was not a small sum, and as Yu Zhong did not promise to help transport the rations, the army could only rely on their own vehicles to transport the 3,000 tons of ration towards SY County. However, the distance to cover required a few days, and so Xin Shui and her two friends stayed by Yu Zhong to observe his actions. Xin Shui was currently eyeing the shooters of the second company as she laughed coldly. Based on your subordinate skill, without our help, even a week is not enough to clear the road to Qingyuan County. The shooters of the second company were indeed not up to standard, as even within a range of 100 m, they could not deal lethal blows. Many bullets were wasted on the non-fatal parts of the zombies, which did nothing to slow them down. Compared to the elite army, Yu Zhong's second company was like a militia. Yu Zhong stared at Xin Shui coldly and said, this is our business and it doesn't concern you. It was precisely because of Xin Shui that Yu Zhong had lost a large number of his elite soldiers from the first company, making him not even have a single shred of goodwill towards this ice-cold beauty. If it wasn't for the huge and powerful army backing her, he would have already executed this woman. Xin Shui looked at him and smiled coldly, not uttering a word more. She did not harbor any good feelings towards Yu Zhong either. She knew that she wasn't his match, otherwise she would have executed him as soon as the opportunity arose. Yu Zhong suddenly spoke. Is SY County facing a ration shortage? Xin Shui and the other two ladies were shocked in their hearts. Lu Ning glanced at Xin Shui. She wanted to smile and say something but Yu Zhong cut her short. You can keep mum. However, I have my means of finding out. Within 3 days I will know the truth of the matter. Yu Zhong called out coldly. Keeping mum is another way of saying to keep silent or a secret. Such as keeping mum about that plate of chicken and chips yesterday, you... Lu Ning hesitated for a while before replying softly. Yes. We are indeed facing some issues in SY County. Yu Zhong frowned and asked. Oh. I remember that there was a huge granary near SY County that you guys obtained. There should be more than enough to last for a while. Lu Ning laughed bitterly and proceeded to explain the situation to Yu Zhong. Indeed, there was a granary containing 150,000 tons of rations near SY County. The first thing SY County could manage was to gain control of it. Although there were various issues like corrupt sale for personal gain, some bad food mixed in with the edible food, the total amount gained was still a whopping 100,000 tons. Under the efforts of the government and the army, they managed to take in over 100,000 survivors. With sparing distribution, the amount was enough to last for another 2 or 3 years, hence it wasn't an issue at first. Not long ago, the son of one government official had abducted a pretty housewife and raped her at his home. Under the influence of drugs, he had accidentally caused her death. In the current world, such deaths were common and the official's son did not give it much thought. Unfortunately, the husband of that woman was a powerful evolver. His own wife had been violated to death, causing the evolver who was very much in love with his wife to be furious. He brought the case to the government's attention, hoping to seek redress and to punish that official's son. However, due to the fact that he was dealing with a high-ranking official, he was instead captured and thrown into jail. In a bout of rage, the evolver killed the jailers and made use of the dark of the night to kill the soldiers guarding the granary. He then proceeded to set fire to the granary, destroying about 80,000 tons worth of rations, before escaping in the midst of that chaos, plunging SY County into a serious situation. The remaining 10,000 plus tons of food was only enough to feed the survivors for about a few months, and this naturally caused the government and army to panic. Due to the situation, Xin Shui was dispatched to attack Ningguang County and wrestle back control over it, using their food to tide over SY County's own problem. This had led SY County to witness and fear the rampage of infuriated evolvers. Yu Zhong asked blandly, "After such a mess, is the sun dead yet?" Lu Ning hesitated for a while before laughing bitterly. "He's grounded for 2 months. 2 months." Yu Zhong laughed coldly before he looked at Xin Shui and said, "And you expect me to throw in with SY County?" "If it were me who was played by this bastard, how long would he be grounded for? 3 days? Or 1? You aren't anything better." Xin Shui retorted with a cold gaze. The women and children were innocent. What did those rebels' actions have to do with their kids and wives? You had to deal with them with such ruthless methods? How are you different from those bastards? Privileges and special treatment, these exist in all countries and powers. Even if you forced yourself on the women in Ningguang County, who would be able to stop you? Who is capable of punishing you? You fight so much, isn't it also about protecting your own interests, not to mention your own benefits? Yu Zhong replied icily. "Since you've made it so clear, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Commander Xin, do you require anything else? If not, please leave. I don't have time to engage in pointless banter." Xin Shui glared at him coldly before leaving him with, "You think I want to waste my breath on you? You're just a warlord causing divides amongst the country." Gao Lina followed behind Xin Shui. Lu Ning looked towards Yu Zhong apologetically as she said, "I apologize for them, Commander Yu. Commander Shin's temperament is a little obtuse. Please don't take offense." Lu Ning's role in Xin Shui's team was mainly responsible for foreign affairs and public relations. Based on Xin Shui's temperament, it was not suitable for her to handle such matters. Yu Zhong eyed Lu Ning and said detachedly, "Whatever you have on your mind, say it." Since Lu Ning had not left yet, it was evident she had something to discuss with Yu Zhong. Lu Ning looked at Yu Zhong and smiled. "I hope to use 500 jin of gold to exchange for 5,000 tons of ration." Yu Zhong stared at Lu Ning icily and replied, "Impossible. The 3,000 tons of rations were the limit of my goodwill. I will not give way for a second time." Lu Ning replied somewhat regretfully, "What would you want then? I hope that we can establish a stable relationship for trade. Be it steel, tools, clothes, shoes, all these commodities, as long as you need them we can ship them over. Of course, you will have to pay the equivalent amount in rations and the usage of fuel. UBPC, experienced soldiers wanted." Chapter 247, Joint Forces. Yu Zhong glanced at Lu Ning and said indifferently, "Military training. I want you to assign an instructor to train my men on the operations of tanks and mortars. I will give you 3,000 tons of rations in exchange for a battalion of artillery soldiers to be fully trained by your military instructors." Yu Zhong had obtained a large amount of advanced weaponry and ammunition from the mechanized infantry brigade station, so the only thing he was lacking now was soldiers with the technical know-how on operating them. "That's impossible. Please state another condition." Lu Ning immediately rejected the proposal. The army could not create another strong potential threat to themselves. "Then I'll take the time to reconsider." Yu Zhong then left Lu Ning behind as he proceeded to charge into the zombie horde, slashing this way and that, his dark magic blade slinging blood as he slaughtered the evolved zombies. Over the next 5 days, Yu Zhong led the 4 battalions in a relentless assault on the zombies between Ningguang County and Qingyuan County. With Yu Zhong blazing a path, his troops left behind swathes of devastated zombie corpses. This was only possible because he was swapping members out whenever they grew short of stamina. On Qingyuan County's side, Qiyang had mobilized all 3 of his battalions and attacked the zombies head-on as well. His tactics also included rotating the forces when necessary. After 5 whole days, they had cleared almost 100,000 zombies on the main road between the 2 counties. As a result, every single warrior in Ningguang County's 4 battalions had become a low-level enhancer. Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun both possessed decent equipment, and through the non-stop battles, Zhui Yadong had leveled up to become a level 24 evolver. Accordingly, Tong Xiaoyun had become level 21. One must remember that evolvers possessed stronger potential for growth and better base fighting capabilities. As long as there were enough high-level enemies to kill, the speed of their growth could very well be astonishing. In a stroke of genius, the countless corpses of the zombies were also piled into trucks and brought to the mechanized infantry brigade station. The genius bit was that they were to be used as zombie fertilizer at the bottom of the snake birth fruit tree. Of course, some were also used as fertilizer for the life-saving grass on Qingyuan County's side. After Yu Zhong had gained control over the mechanized infantry brigade station, it had become an exceedingly top-secret project. Other than Yu Zhong, no one else was allowed to enter. Standing orders stated that those who disobeyed were to be instantly executed. Once the channel was cleared between the 2 counties, Qiang brought along the main powerhouses of the 1st and 2nd battalions as well as the main governing officers, and rushed to swear fealty to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's disappearance from Qingyuan County had been for a long period, and when most governing bodies lost their core power, it would affect the morale of the officials. Qi Yang's motive for bringing them was to show Yu Zhong that he had been confident in him all along. After all, he was Yu Zhong's closest buddy and he knew that this was a crucial detail. Yu Zhong looked at Qi Yang in front of him and a strong sense of warmth surged in his heart. Qi Yang, it has been really hard on you all this time. Qi Yang wasn't as capable as Yu Zhong in battles and fights, nor was he as shrewd and calculative. Unlike Yu Zhong, who often jumped to take over other powers at the first opportunity, he was more of the calm and assuring type. Enough to maintain the sense of peace and trust the survivors had in Yu Zhong simply by his presence. Just based on this, it was a very important trait of his that Yu Zhong admired greatly. If it wasn't for Qi Yang stabilizing Qingyuan County after Yu Zhong's disappearance, who knows what would have happened? The entire Qingyuan County might have even imploded on its own during this time. Qi Yang nodded to Yu Zhong with discipline and directly replied, "I'll be heading back to Qingyuan County first. I'm afraid that if I'm gone too long, there might be problems." Qi Yang had only rushed over to swear fealty once again and to see his friend. After that, as a man of action, he wanted to rush back so he could return to his important duties in Qingyuan County. Yu Zhong took out one of the pink snake birth fruits and gave it to Qi Yang. "This is for you, brother Qi Yang. After you consume it, you should run a fever and pass out for about a day. If there's nothing that goes awry, once you recover, you will have become an evolver." Upon receiving the snake birth fruit, Qi Yang didn't say a word more as he just nodded his head and disembarked on his vehicle, heading back to Qingyuan County in a rush. "Deputy Commander Su, all of these items here, can the armored company use them?" Yu Zhong had brought some of the modern weaponry back from the mechanized infantry brigade station and was pointing them out to Su Jinggang, hoping for clarification on their usage. Wu Guang took a look at all the captured advanced weaponry. His eyes opened wide as though he had just caught a glimpse of the world's most beautiful lad Andy. He gulped as he immediately started salivating. Tank? Type 69 tank. 122mm self-propelled howitzer. Red Arrow 9 rocket launcher vehicle. 40-round 122mm rocket vehicles. Commander Yu, where did you get all these amazing things? When the rest of the team saw these modern weapons of war, their eyes lit up, sparkling with delight and excitement. If they could utilize these to equip their forces, then their entire fighting capability would increase by more than tenfold. Kong Qianyu, Lu Yen, Chen Shirtu and the rest of the higher-ranking officers were staring slack-jaw at Wu Guang, Su Jinggang and the rest of the military officers. The administrative officers didn't know the full prowess of these weapons of war, and they could only look at Wu Guang, Su Jinggang, Lang Zi and the rest who had a military background, hoping for some explanation. The infantry fighting vehicles can be directly used. These howitzers can be operated by 3 of our warriors in the armored company. The Type 69 tanks I have tried twice before. So if you give me 3 months' time, I should be able to train up a Type 69 tank operator. As Su Jinggang stared at the equipment, a feverish look could be seen on his face. Su Jinggang was an extremely outstanding soldier previously, and had come across many different types of equipment throughout his career. Furthermore, amongst those soldiers whom Yu Zhong had convinced to come under his wing, there were many talents. There were a few who knew how to operate mortars, some could drive infantry fighting vehicles, and thankfully there were even a few who knew how to use a Red Arrow 9 rocket launcher. With the addition of all this equipment, Yu Zhong's armored company would now truly possess the might of an armored force. Kong Tianyu looked at the Type 69 tank inside the armory and shouted with fervor as well, "Commander Yu! Let us have a Type 69 tank also." Seeing this, Zhao Xing could not help but blurt out, "Commander Yu, please give us 2 infantry fighting vehicles." At some point, the rest of the captains and deputy commanders had also started hollering. They all wanted access to a piece of the modern weaponry. Even just a company would be much stronger with a single edition of an infantry fighting vehicle. Other than those Type 2 mutant beasts, there weren't many enemies that could withstand the might of the ZPT-90 25mm autocannon mounted on these road demons. Yu Zhong frowned as he coldly snapped, "Everyone shut the hell up." With just that one sentence, all the leaders who were excited and acting beyond themselves finally calmed down. These were all people who Yu Zhong had selected and trusted, and similarly, these people had high hopes and showed reverence for Yu Zhong. This meant that they didn't dare act out of line. After all, Yu Zhong was not the Mr. Nice guy he was prior to the apocalypse. Instead, he had matured into a decisive and vicious leader who protected them all. Yu Zhong continued, "After Deputy Commander Su has finished training a suitable squad, I will distribute the weaponry. For now, go back and rest. That means all of you. After 2 days, we'll go open that huge armory." Now that Yu Zhong had cleared the transport channel connecting Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, he could now use a huge portion of the advanced weaponry from Ningguang County to equip the elite warriors of Qingyuan County. This would raise the attack strength of his troops by a huge margin. As for the amount of ammunition that he had obtained, even if he equipped every warrior in Qingyuan County and Ningguang County, there would still be leftovers. However, as ammunition was precious in the current age, Yu Zhong would still allocate and use it sparingly rather than just assume he had enough. That was why he still wanted to check out the armory that Xiaoyu had so kindly pointed out. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Kong Tianyu and the other leaders dismissed themselves. They all gladly took the chance to relax and rest up. After fighting continuously for 5 days, all the warriors were fatigued. They desperately needed rest and recuperation. Yu Zhong called Ji Qingwu over. Likewise, he passed her a pink snake birth fruit, saying, "Qingwu, this is a snake birth fruit. After eating this, there's a huge chance you will become an evolver. However, you must take note that after consuming it, you will run a fever for a day and will be almost completely unable to move." The Special Forces Battalion was filled with experts. The reason Ji Qingwu could become its commander was somewhat due to her own strength, and also somewhat due to Yu Zhong's bias. That was the primary reason she could possess this post. After Ji Qingwu received the snake birth fruit, she looked at Yu Zhong with a piercing gaze, before decisively popping it into her mouth. Not long after, her entire face flushed red and she felt faint, seeing stars and falling face first to the floor, breathing in ragged breaths. Yu Zhong immediately shot forward and swept her into his embrace. A faint fragrance from her body spread out, setting his heart on fire. Ji Qingwu was breathing erratically and she looked at Yu Zhong, before closing her eyes in a reassured manner. Yu Zhong carried Ji Qingwu back to his villa in Ningguang County, as he personally took care of her and wiped her clean as she sweated her way through the fever. During the entire period, he never left her side. Tong Xiaoyun saw Yu Zhong's meticulous care of Ji Qingwu and asked with a trace of envy, "Who's that lady? Brother, you seems to like her very much." Zhu Yadong was also looking at Yu Zhong, carefully watching over Ji Qingwu. This made her heart also feel a little sour and jealous. "Brother Yu has mentioned before that he had established a survivor base in Qingyuan County, right? That girl must be his woman there. From the looks of it, he appears to care for her very much." Zhu Yadong thought she had prepared herself for the fact that there was going to be a harem. She really had. The truth though was that upon witnessing it, she still could not fight back the feelings of jealousy. After all, which lady would be so broad-minded that she could gladly share her man with other women? What made Zhu Yadong especially jealous was that she could see Yu Zhong truly like Ji Qingwu, not just for her body or looks. Early the next morning, Ji Qingwu's fever had subsided and she regained her consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yu Zhong by her side. It seemed Yu Zhong had been watching over her for an entire day. When Yu Zhong saw that Ji Qingwu had awakened, he smiled lightly and asked, "Are you feeling better?" She nodded. I have become a spirit-based evolver and have gained a sword chi skill. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu Zhong with a grateful expression in her eyes. All of a sudden Ji Qingwu threw out a question. Yu Zhong, you like me, don't you? Facing such a question out of the blue, Yu Zhong was obviously unsettled. In response, he became silent for a moment. Looking deep inside of himself, he ultimately found the answer. It seemed that he had long fallen for this graceful and courageous fighter, probably when they had been facing death together on multiple occasions, to the point that his feelings for her were more than those towards Lu Wen. It was just that Ji Qingwu wasn't simply a girl he liked. She was a comrade who he had fought shoulder to shoulder with, and faced multiple obstacles together with. He also knew he wasn't willing to force her into being his woman with his strength. Furthermore, he was afraid that if he confessed and was rejected, he might do some frightening things. This was why he would rather everything remain with the status quo, while quietly watching her grow. Right now Yu Zhong felt that the situation was much more complicated than facing the Type 2 mutant water snake. He pondered and struggled for a long while, before gritting his teeth and replying with an affirmative. Yes. Ji Qingwu's mesmerizing pair of eyes was fixed on Yu Zhong. A complicated look flashed within as she spoke. If I were to follow you, would you be willing to forsake the other women just for me? Yu Zhong looked back at the pair of eyes that were as enchanting as the stars in the night sky and replied honestly. I can't do that. They chose to follow me and that makes them my women. Even though I like you, I cannot throw them aside just for you. It's a matter of honor. Ji Qingwu closed her eyes and she softly spoke. I understand, I want to rest now, please step out. Yu Zhong stood up with a heavy heart, as he knew that it was very likely that his romantic fate with this valiant and beautiful lady had come to an end. If you had promised to forsake them because of me, I would have despised you. Just as Yu Zhong was walking out of the room, the sound of her words traveled to his ears. Yu Zhong paused and furrowed his brows in thought, yet he couldn't make head or tails of her meaning or even her attitude. With regards to girls, he never even had an inkling of what to expect. After the entire camp had rested for 2 days, Yu Zhong brought along 2 battalions of soldiers, 4 infantry fighting vehicles and 2 armed personnel carriers that were mounted with 2 14.5mm machine guns. There was also a large number of armor-plated vehicles that made their way towards the targeted armory. When they arrived at the forest that was filled with mutant beasts, Yu Zhong stationed the majority of the vehicles outside the forest. He brought Ji Qingwu, Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyan to go in with him, all 3 of whom had evolved. They sat in a Hummer as they traveled into the depths of the forest. Their main responsibility was to wipe out any small mutant beasts while checking if there were any more ferocious, larger mutant beasts. If by some rotten luck the armory had a few Type 2 mutant ferocious black-scaled boars roaming about, not checking carefully and leading everybody blindly to the armory was tantamount to causing their unnecessary deaths. Of course, the sound of the Hummer traveling resounded throughout the forest, capturing the attention of a few nearby mutant beasts. All of a sudden, with the sounds of rustling grass, 4 2-meter-tall mutant vicious apes jumped out of the underbrush. Screeching at the vehicle, one of the mutant vicious apes directly leapt onto the Hummer, before using its entire weight of a few hundred kilograms to slam down violently onto the vehicle, causing it to vigorously shake. Zhui Yadong forcefully applied the brakes in response, using the huge resulting inertia to fling the mutant vicious ape off of the Hummer, before it tumbled headfirst onto the ground and rolled several times in succession. Chapter 248, Devil Flame Sword. Yu Zhong glanced at the 4 mutant vicious apes that had appeared and said lightly to the 3 girls. I'll leave these 4 monsters to you. Mutant beasts like these mutant vicious apes were only at level 33. For Yu Zhong to rise up by 1 level, he would have to kill at least a few dozen of them. Currently, Ji Qingwu was only a level 27 evolver, so killing just 1 of them would let her directly rise in level. Upon hearing Yu Zhong's words, Ji Qingwu activated her cutting-edge enhancement skill and a faint cyan radiance enveloped the replica Tang sword in her hands. Under the effects of the cutting-edge enhancement skill, the replica Tang sword in her hands would be even sharper than Yu Zhong's dark magic sword. Her figure flashed and she directly rushed towards a mutant vicious ape like a storm of bladed wind. The targeted mutant vicious ape's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as one of its fists swung out and bombarded Ji Qingwu with power enough to create a piercing wind sound. This particular mutant beast had extraordinary strength and considerable agility. Assuming this punch hit its target, then even a boxing champion from the previous world would have their head directly blown into bloody off-sized bits. Using exquisite footwork, Ji Qingwu's response was to turn her delicate body slightly to the side, allowing her to dodge the mutant vicious ape's attack by a hair's breadth. In doing so, she also slashed at the beast's head, easily beheading it and causing fresh blood to splatter into the air, covering her entire body. Seeing Ji Qingwu finish off this mutant vicious ape so easily, a competitive spirit arose in Zhu Yadong, who was standing at the side. She activated her explosive strength skill, and together with her innate talent, her strength surmounted that of 12 people combined. She picked up a God and Devil System Level 3 Treasure Wolf Tooth Staff, which was 2 m in length and weighed 300 kilograms, using it brutally to smash at the mutant vicious ape. That mutant vicious ape was directly smashed into several largish chunks of flesh and blood by Zhu Yadong's terrifying strength, as well as the immense inertia from her 300 kilograms heavy wolf tooth staff. It fell onto the ground, dead, and a huge orb of experience let Zhu Yadong directly rise up in level. Facing the mutant vicious ape that was rushing towards her on the other side, Tong Xiaoyun activated her telekinesis ability. A stone suddenly rolled up to the ape's feet, causing it to trip and fall face first onto the ground. With just a thought from Tong Xiaoyun, 3 replica tang swords rapidly shot towards the mutant vicious ape like arrows. With Tong Xiaoyun controlling them, 2 of the swords directly pierced through the ape's eyes as if they both had intelligence, destroying the ape's vision, while the other sword penetrated through the ape's body, tearing out a shallow wound. Tong Xiaoyun could control 6 replica tang swords at most using her telekinesis ability, but the greater the number of swords she had to control, the less the amount of power each sword had in them. She normally liked to control 3 replica tang swords at once when confronting enemies, which let her easily slaughter zombies. With both of its eyes blinded, the mutant vicious ape struggled painfully on the ground. The 3 replica tang swords controlled by Tong Xiaoyun constantly flew towards the ape, piercing through its head and creating countless small wounds, causing the ape to constantly bleed. After 3 minutes of this grinding tactic, Tong Xiaoyun was finally able to kill the mutant vicious ape. By the time Tong Xiaoyun had killed the beast, the other mutant vicious ape had already been slashed to death by Ji Qingwu in one move. As Ji Qingwu constantly rose in level and gained enhancements, the advantages of her arduously trained swordplay were finally revealed. With her swordplay as a foundation, she was able to dodge enemy attacks with just the slightest movement. In addition to the fact that she possessed the cutting-edge enhancement skill, very few people would be able to avoid her blade in close combat. When facing swordplay experts like Ji Qingwu, the best way was to directly use a rocket launcher to bombard her to pieces before she drew close enough. Out of the 4 mutant vicious apes, only a level 2 skill book, high-speed movement, was dropped. Yu Zhong also took out the blood essences and gave them to the 3 girls to absorb. Currently, the blood essences of low-leveled mutant beasts as such were already useless to Yu Zhong. After finishing off the 4 mutant vicious apes, Yu Zhong and his party continued to drive in the direction of the large-scale weapons arsenal. When they came to a place littered with the wreckages of all sorts of military vehicles, the earth shook slightly and 3 tall black-scaled ferocious boars came charging towards them from the distance like small-sized tanks. They stared ravenously at Yu Zhong and his party. 16 of them. It's a bit less than last time. I will go to kill them. You guys be careful. As Yu Zhong watched the 16 black-scaled ferocious boars, a scorching heat flashed past his eyes and he spoke towards the 3 girls. He immediately activated his encompassing body armor and charged towards the 16 black-scaled ferocious boars, taking a Type 05 light submachine gun with him. As Ji Qingwu and the 2 other girls watched Yu Zhong rush towards the 16 beasts, a hint of shock flashed past their eyes. Those behemoths were level 43 mutant beasts and every one of them possessed boundless strength. As soon as something was charged into by the black-scaled ferocious boars, even a Hummer would be knocked flying and smashed to pieces. Too reckless. This bastard. Seeing Yu Zhong's impulsive actions, even Ji Qingwu, a calm person who had a pure upbringing and had never sworn in her entire life, couldn't help but let out a curse. Holding her replica tang sword, she rushed towards Yu Zhong's side. Seeing Ji Qingwu rushing forward, Tong Xiaoyun also felt a rush of battle lust, but a hand pressed down on her body, firmly keeping her in place. Zhu Yadong held Tong Xiaoyun back while looking towards Yu Zhong with a complicated expression and said, Don't go over with your current strength. Even if you rush forward now, you will become a burden to him. Since he said he wanted to deal with those black-scaled boars, he must have the confidence to do so. If you go up, you might not be able to do anything. In comparison with the hot-blooded Jianghu and Tong Xiaoyun, the older Zhui Yadong was much calmer. Yu Zhong rushed towards the 16 mutant black-scaled boars, hoisting his gun and releasing a burst of rapid fire. A concentrated line of bullets landed on the bodies of those 16 mutant boars, and although it did nothing to pierce that thick armor of theirs, it caused them enough pain to shriek, before concentrating their wrath on Yu Zhong. The 16 mutant boars immediately charged towards Yu Zhong in fury. Facing the onslaught of those tank-like beasts, Yu Zhong kept his 0-5 back inside his storage ring before activating his Devil Flame skill. A dense fiery energy ball blossomed in his hands, compressing itself tightly into the shape of a 2m-long sword of flames. In the span of a few breaths, Yu Zhong had arrived in front of one of the mutant black-scaled boars and he shot out 2 bone spears from his back to propel himself up into the air. As he aimed his Devil Flame sword downwards, the mutant black-scaled boar had just rushed towards the blade. The Devil Flame sword was the result of an expenditure of 50 spirit and 20 stamina to form, and to maintain its appearance, Yu Zhong had to expend 10 points of spirit and 3 stamina. It was a huge drain, but at the same time, it possessed immense power. Even the Type 2 mutant water snake's armor could easily be split open by this Devil Flame sword. The mutant black-scaled boar had charged recklessly towards the Devil Flame sword, and under the force of its own power, it was immediately sliced in two. Its wounds were instantly cauterized, sizzling with a burnt smell. After disposing of one of the mutant black-scaled boars in one strike, the bone spear behind Yu Zhong extended, sending him onto the head of another black-scaled boar, where he immediately stuck the sword into its head, penetrating its skull and incinerating its brain instantly. After becoming an evolver, Yu Zhong's strength underwent an earth-shaking change. If he was taking on these mutant black-scaled boars as he was before the evolution, he would have never been able to condense the Devil Flame sword with his power and exhibit such fearsome strength. Right after he killed that mutant black-scaled boar, Yu Zhong jumped down from its body and activated his shadow steps. He stepped to the right like a specter, evading an attack from yet another black-scaled boar by a hair's breadth, whilst at the same time swinging the Devil Flame sword in front of the boar. The mutant black-scaled boar could not stop due to the energy from its own frenzied charge, and it sent itself into Yu Zhong's Devil Flame sword, instantly being sliced in two, while its innards and blood sprayed out, splattering onto Yu Zhong. Congratulations on reaching level 41. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Just as the third mutant black-scaled boar fell lifelessly, the sweet sound of notification resounded in his ears. Yu Zhong was, after all, a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver. Each time he leveled up, he would gain a fixed enhancement point in spirit as well as endurance, and on top of that, he had another 2 enhancement points to be distributed according to his own wishes. Yu Zhong swiftly allocated those points to his agility, as it was extremely crucial on the battlefield. He had not learned any blade or spear techniques before, and if he were to meet an opponent well-versed in martial arts, he could only rely on his extremely high agility and all sorts of other skills to suppress the enemy. Other than that, the benefits of having high agility was the ability to perceive danger and act faster. If he had low agility, even if he could sense the danger but was not able to react in time, it would still be all for naught. After Yu Zhong had allocated his enhancement points, his body slightly shifted as he swung down onto another mutant black-scaled boar, immediately opening a large wound in its head, frying the brain matter instantly. When he disposed of this black-scaled boar, he started weaving in and out amongst the mutant black-scaled boars, the Devil Flame sword in his hands constantly dancing and flashing as the mutant boars fell one by one. So formidable. Jianghu's steps came to a halt as she watched Yu Zhong dance with his Devil Flame sword amongst the herd of mutant black-scaled boars. Her eyes flashed with shock. Even dealing with a single one of these beasts would take a toll on her. Never did she imagine that Yu Zhong could actually take care of them as though he was slaughtering chickens, with the same as that of killing normal zombies. After killing another 7 of the black-scaled boars, the remaining behemoths finally felt a little fear amidst their fury, as they turned tail and escaped. Chapter 249, Successive Attacks. Congratulations on reaching level 42. You have gained 2 enhancement points. After Yu Zhong had rushed up to dispose of another mutant black-scaled boar, he finally gained a level, and his agility was finally enhanced to hit 80 points. A single regular burst of speed from him could reach 8 times that of a normal person sprinting. This will not do. We need to find another convenient weapon. This type of fighting is too taxing on one's spirit and stamina. After Yu Zhong had killed those black-scaled boars, the devil flame sword in his hand was also about to die out, and the stamina drain caused his face to start to turn pale. The might of the devil flame sword was fearsome, but its consumption was likewise huge, and in just a minute of battle, his spirit had already been depleted by 60 points. If he were to go all out, he could at the very most last for 5 minutes. The drop this time is really quite bountiful. Yu Zhong eyed the 11 carcasses of the black-scaled boars and his eyes flashed with delight. The armor of these black-scaled boars could be used to make the best body protection. Based on the size of the 11 dead behemoth piggies, there might even be enough armor for an entire battalion. The scales of the black-scaled boars could withstand even the might of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. So once Yu Zhong's subordinates were to don the armor made by these scales, their death rate would instantly plummet. In the previous battles, the mutant water snake leather had already proven its worth. What more was there to say about the black scales? The 11 black-scaled boars even had 2 precious skill books as well as a green treasure box that dropped from them. Level 3 Skill Book, Sniper Specialization. Passive skill: upon learning, the user will possess the skills of a top-rate sniper. Level 3 Skill Book, Werewolf Transformation. Active skill. User will transform into a werewolf upon activation. Consumes 10 stamina and 10 spirit every minute. In the werewolf state, all 6 attributes gain a boost. Strength of transformation is dependent on 6 attributes as well as enhancement level of skill. Level 3 Treasure, Qingfeng Sword. It is an incredibly sharp sword. Yu Zhong threw the Qingfeng Sword to Jianghu, swapping out the level 1 Tang Sword in her hands. He gave the werewolf transformation to Zhui Yadong and the sniper specialization to Tong Xiaoyun. Although Tong Xiaoyun had evolved, she still lacked the ability to fight against the army. While her telekinesis could be of use towards normal humans, if they were up against the army, a sniper bullet would be all that was needed to end her life. If she learnt the sniper specialization, she could become a top sniper and could participate in the battle against the army if needed. Since Yu Zhong had the aid of the level 6 treasure storage ring, as long as he had enough firepower, he could decimate an entire battalion on his own. As the army had many different tricks and methods, his pressing issue now was to power up his own women, giving them a better chance of survival. Setting to work, Yu Zhong swiftly dug out the blood essences and nuclei from the mutant boars' heads before continuing on his way towards the huge armory. Along the way there were no more mutant beasts. After all, it was the territory of the mutant black-scaled boars, and normal mutant beasts didn't dare enter it casually. Not long after, the armory came into Yu Zhong's sight. It was hidden in the hillside and a gigantic steel door was all that stood between him and the arsenal. To open the armory, one had to deal with that enormous steel door. Right in front of those steel doors, there was an electronic lock. However, since Yu Zhong didn't know the passcode to it, he could only gaze at the steel doors. He strode up to the doors and reached out to place his hands on them before activating the devil flame. The steel started to melt quickly around the raging flame, forming a flow of liquid steel, and soon, a hole with enough space for someone to walk through was formed. As the armory was built into the hill, its interior was about 20 m in height, and while the outside was a small funnel, the interior was an entire different story with 4 huge storehouses built. Yu Zhong took a glance at the 4 storehouses before calling out to Jianghu. Jianghu, I'll leave those locked doors to you. Amongst the 4 storehouses, there should be one that contained medical supplies. Supposing Yu Zhong used his devil flame to burn a hole through, he might accidentally cause an explosion. Jianghu looked at the locks on the storehouses and a chilling glint appeared in her eyes as she activated her blade-strengthening skill. With a single mighty swing, she broke open the lock on one of the storehouses. Zhui Yadong then stepped forward to push the door open, revealing the countless weapons inside. It's tons of firepower. Yu Zhong greedily stared at the many boxes in the storehouse as his eyes lit up. The building was huge, a 50 m by 100 m storehouse. Inside there was box after box, all on top of even more boxes. Each one stacked neatly, they completely filled up the entire storehouse. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Upon prying open one of the chests for closer inspection, Yu Zhong couldn't help but frown, as he saw that the boxes were filled with many such obsolete weapons, giving him a bad feeling. Yu Zhong opened up a number of boxes, only to discover that all of them contained weapons that had long ago been deemed obsolete by the Chinese military. Yu Zhong then proceeded to open up another storage and saw the large amounts of vintage artillery inside. He now understood the true meaning of Xia Yu's words about being able to equip an entire regiment. I'm afraid that these are all weapons that are no longer useful. The bad news? This entire armory could not compare to the weapons Yu Zhong found when he opened up the mechanized infantry brigade. The good news though was that the total amount of weapons and equipment here was really huge and ammunition was plentiful as well. While it might prove difficult to use effectively against a human army, this was absolutely more than enough to deal with zombies. Furthermore, the ammunition type was common and the various extra munitions for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles could be used for the Type 81 rifles as well. Amongst the 4 storehouses, there was even a fuel facility, within which was a truly huge amount of fuel. Factoring in the amount of fuel from the Mechanized Infantry Brigade Station and Ningguang County, Yu Zhong didn't need to worry about the fuel issue for the next 4 months or so. After opening the armory, Yu Zhong brought the 3 ladies and left the facility. On his way out, he ordered his men waiting outside to quickly enter and start the large-scale transportation of the items contained therein. After just a short while, Yu Zhong brought the entire vehicle fleet that was filled with various weaponry, ammunition and fuel with him as they started their journey out. For this mission, aside from the 4 IFVs and 2 dual-mounted 14.5mm machine gun vehicles, he mobilized a total of nearly 100 vehicles, allowing him to transport a huge portion of the contents in the armory all at once. The vehicle fleet had not traveled very far before a huge flock of mutant birds flew towards it. The mutant birds were the size of hens and had gray feathers, with an average wingspan of about 20 centimeters. Level 22 mutant beast, steel beak bird. It possesses an extremely tough, sharp beak. Using its beak it can drill holes through steel. It is also extremely ferocious. Yu Zhong saw the sudden incoming onslaught of the steel beak birds and his face paled before he shouted out, "Open fire!" Yu Zhong swiftly leapt from his vehicle, pulling out a .05 light submachine gun and firing rapidly towards the mass of birds in the sky. The dual-mounted 14.5mm machine guns rotated under command and started spewing deadly bullets at high speed towards the sky. The countless number of bullets ruthlessly flew forth as they penetrated and killed numerous steel beak birds, causing a fresh rain of blood filled with feathers to come down everywhere. Yu Zhong's Type 05 machine gun was firing non-stop, shooting down heaps of steel beak birds. These mutant birds were fast and had high numbers. Even though their beaks could penetrate steel, their defense on the other hand was extremely weak. A 5.8mm bullet could penetrate clean through their weak bodies. However, the quantity of steel beak birds was really too numerous, and a number of them managed landings on a few of the vehicles. Of course, they were currently pecking viciously at the steel armor, causing many small holes on the exterior. Some of the smarter steel beak birds opted to attack the glass windshield, fracturing the glass and entering the vehicles. Their immediate action was to then pierce holes into the frantic warriors' skulls so they could gobble up the brain tissue. The 1st and 2nd Battalion that Yu Zhong had brought along were the elite of the elites. At the first sign of trouble, they had rushed out from their vehicles with their weapons drawn and were currently attacking the steel beak birds. Under the slew of bullets, a large number of the steel beak birds fell downwards, fresh blood thickly splattering all over the ground. Faced with the relentless assault of the steel beak birds, another 3 soldiers had their heads pierced and brains eaten before the entire flock of birds was finally exterminated by Yu Zhong's 1st and 2nd Battalions working together. Have they all grown this strong? Yu Zhong felt a sense of pride and joy when he saw his troops had cleanly wiped out the mutant birds. If it was any other troop of soldiers that had gathered together, they would have fled at the sight of the seemingly endless birds that blocked out the sun. Yet Yu Zhong's 1st and 2nd Battalion had been tempered through numerous battles and had finally formed an elite force which could engage in both close-quarters combat as well as ranged attack. They even had a strong fighting instinct and morale to boot. Once they were equipped with the advanced weaponry and equipment from the Mechanized Infantry Brigade, he had confidence that he could deal with the army under Xin Shui's control. After those steel beak birds were slaughtered, countless other birds were suddenly startled and fled in all directions from the forest. Suddenly, 3 gargantuan yellow birds with wingspans of over 40 m flew up into the sky. Level 46 Mutant Beast, Yellow Jade Condor. It is a ferocious bird with unknown powers. Upon seeing the 3 yellow jade condors, Yu Zhong's face turned pale, as he remembered the scene where he was easily pierced through by the green eagle. He immediately lifted his 05 submachine gun and started firing in frenzied bursts at the 3 yellow jade condors, attracting their attention and inciting their hatred. He had to do something immediately because he knew his subordinates would not be able to withstand even a single attack from one of those deadly birds, let alone 3. Chapter 250, SY County Survivor Base. Yu Zhong's aim was extremely accurate, and his concentrated line of fire hit the yellow jade condors consistently, brass shell casings ejecting with each clack of the gun's bolt. Unfortunately, the body of the yellow jade condor and its feathers were incredibly sturdy, and the bullets from the machine gun could only hit and ricochet off of their evolved bodies. The 3 yellow jade condors were of course angered by the incessant attacks of Yu Zhong, and they immediately flapped their wings, brewing up a dust cloud before shooting towards Yu Zhong with power reminiscent of a speeding arrow. The dual-mounted 14.5mm machine guns had also adjusted aim and were currently spitting a line of fire at the mutant birds. Countless bullets which could cause even the armor of a tank to be pierced landed on 2 of the yellow jade condors' bodies violently. The repeated bullets caused small puffs of blood and feather matter to expel from the numerous impact zones. Feathers scattered, and blood sprayed from their wounds, enraging the yellow jade condors further. Of course, one mustn't forget that these yellow jade condors were not level 46 mutant beasts for nothing. The bullets that could easily cause an average person's body to have 2 large and rather leaky holes only caused a superficial wound and dribbles of blood without actually penetrating their skin layer. Nonetheless, it was enough to attract the wrath of the yellow jade condors. One of the birds swung out its wing in front and steadily advanced while blocking the bullets of the dual-mounted 14.5mm machine guns, causing a large amount of fresh blood to spurt out, before it used its incredibly sharp talons to grab the vehicle and near instantly pulverize it. With its wicked sharp hook-like talons, it pierced the machine gun-mounted vehicle, a screech sound echoing out before spreading its wings to fly. These mutant birds possessed immense strength, and usually hunted mutant water snakes as well as black-scaled boars while flying. One could imagine the necessary strength needed to haul away such huge beasts for food. Grabbing up such a vehicle was decidedly not a tough feat for them. Just as the yellow jade condor flapped mightily in an attempt to soar up into the sky, Yu Zhong, who had already activated his bone-encompassing armor, shot out a bone spear from his back and propelled himself up 8 or so feet, becoming even with its head. Reaching the target zone, he pulled out his stinger and quick-fired 6 shots point-blank at its head. The 6 oscillating stinger bullets flew forth and penetrated the skull of the yellow jade condor as expected. Unexpected was the spectacular explosion of the back of its skull, pulpy brain and shiny bone bits flashing in the sun as warm meaty chunks sprayed forth upon destroying it. The condor immediately fell from the sky, and landed with a heavy whump atop the gun-mounted vehicle. Although the yellow jade condor had a wingspan of over 40 m, its body weight was only about 600 jin and wasn't even a ton, therefore it did not cause that much stress on impact with the armored exterior of the vehicle. The warriors inside the vehicle also managed to escape safely due to quick movement upon seeing Yu Zhong leap high. Yu Zhong had just disposed of the first yellow jade condor when one of its comrades immediately shot towards him like a gale of wind, its exceedingly sharp talons opened and ready to grab him. The speed of the attack from the yellow jade bird was truly quite swift. It was to the point where Yu Zhong could not evade in time, and had no choice but to chop down with his dark magic blade at the talons. In the next instant, Yu Zhong was sent flying by the immeasurable strength from the attack, like a discus that was thrown violently a few meters. These airborne mutant beasts may not be able to compare with the land beasts in terms of defense, but their speed and strength was commonly found to be many times than that of their land counterparts. It was precisely because the air mutant beast's attack speed was so fast, that Yu Zhong had been captured by the Green Eagle before he could even react, let alone resist. Speed was the advantage that these airborne mutant beasts had, and was coincidentally one of the perfect counters to Yu Zhong, who prioritized the enhancement of his agility attribute. Yu Zhong was sent flying back a few tens of meters once more, a gust of wind blowing him as one of the other condors targeted him and immediately flicked its wings. The end result was an attack attempt towards Yu Zhong with its claws viciously spread. Just as the condor was about to slash Yu Zhong, Zhu Yadong finished hoisting a PF-98 120mm anti-tank missile launcher, aimed at the condor and pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out and exploded on the body of the yellow jade condor with huge effect. With a hong, the 40M mutant bird immediately burst into myriad different-sized pieces under that explosion, the chunks flying every which way. While the defenses of the yellow jade condor was shockingly high, it could not compare to a Type 2 mutant beast, and naturally would not be able to resist the firepower from an anti-tank missile. As these high-level mutant beasts possessed some sort of intelligence, and seeing that its two comrades had been killed by Yu Zhong's forces, the remaining yellow jade condor let out an anguished shriek, before flying off swiftly into the horizon. The yellow jade condor that had its head exploded by Yu Zhong's stinger dropped another level 3 skill book for sniper specialization, and 300 survival credits. This time Yu Zhong did not stand on ceremony and proceeded to learn the sniper specialization skill. The sniper specialization skill obviously complemented Yu Zhong's night enhancement ability. It allowed him to become a hunter in the night, not just seeing in the dark but with superior aiming skills, allowing him to provide more pressure for his future enemies with his varied methods. The two yellow jade condor corpses also gave 2 blood essences and 2 nuclei, adding up to a pretty bountiful drop. After the episode with the 3 yellow jade condors, there were no further provocations or attacks from the mutant beasts for the rest of their journey. Upon returning to Ningguang County, Yu Zhong immediately proceeded to consume the blood essences obtained from the black-scaled boars and yellow jade condors. Congratulations on gaining 4 points of enhancement in vitality. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of enhancement in vitality. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of enhancement in vitality. After swallowing the 3rd blood nuclei of the black-scaled boars, there were no further benefits. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of enhancement in vitality. After consuming the yellow jade condor's blood essence, it was the same result. He had consumed too many blood essences from the mutant beasts, and low levels or ranks of mutant beasts could not help his enhancement. Only a Type 2 and above rank mutant beast might be of use. The remaining blood essences were kept aside by Yu Zhong, as he intended to distribute them to Ji Qingwu, Zhu Yadong, Tong Xiaoyun, Lu Wen and Guiyu, letting them gain more enhancements to their vitality. Vitality was essential in the defense against possible infections and poison as well as their regeneration capability. It allowed the person to be more resilient to sickness and injuries, and provided faster recovery, hence it was an important attribute. However, in the current world where danger was omnipresent, most people opted to enhance their strength, agility, stamina and spirit, the 4 main combat attributes. Few people would choose to spend their precious enhancement points on vitality. Yu Zhong mobilized his troops for a few more trips back and forth to the armory, bringing everything back, and while they faced the occasional ambush from low-level mutant beasts, there were no further attacks from any strong ones. This gave the troops a sense of security, and there was even a detail that was sent to specially collect the mutant beast's meat back to Ningguang County. The total amount of meat from the 11 black-scaled boars amounted to a few hundred tons, combined with the mutant water snakes and Type 2 mutant water snake that Yu Zhong had killed earlier, which was also a few hundred tons. Ningguang County and Qingyuan County had no food shortages in the short future. Yu Zhong also readjusted his policies. The meat from the black-scaled boar went to the frontline troops. The meat from the mutant water snakes went to factory works. And the Type 2 mutant water snake and mutant black-scaled boar meat went to the higher-ranking officials from Yu Zhong's government. At the same time, Yu Zhong started a military academy and prep school in Ningguang County. He took the principal posts of the military academy, while the lecturers were those officers under him, and when they were not on active duty, they could give lectures on their battle experience and impart knowledge of modern weaponry. The school, on the other hand, was established and took in all the children, thus allowing them to continue with their interrupted education. Without the constant imparting of fundamental knowledge and communication skills, the establishment would have no future. However, the difference of the school with the schools prior to the apocalypse was that, in addition to their culture studies and learning, they had to undergo basic military education as well as some physical training. Due to the fact that the school promised the attending students enough good food and even meat, most survivors opted to send their kids to school. Inside the school, regardless of background, be it a farmer's kid, children of former white-collared workers, even the precious children of government officials, they all played and learned together without any form of segregation. Within Ningguang County, the majority of the survivors took up tailoring as a profession, making use of the mutant beast's hide to sew armor for the soldiers. Although the hide was tough, human machinery had ways of punching holes into them and chainsaws could be used to cut the evolved skin. While experienced designers came up with armor ideas, and the pieces were sewn together by the workers tirelessly, making enough armor for a huge number of soldiers was only a matter of time. Another group of survivors were rounded up, and dug up trenches all around Ningguang County. As well as building up some fortifications, mainly to defend against zombies and mutant beasts, they also provided a means of attack against human enemies. The workers who did their work diligently could also enjoy meat from mutant beasts, therefore most of the survivors who chose to do the manual labor, did so quite willingly. Yu Zhong even brought along Qin Jianfeng, the previous mayor of Longhai Survivor Base, over to Ningguang County to be in charge of establishing a functioning government. During the extended period of Yu Zhong's absence, Qin Jianfeng had not done anything unusual, and instead he had wholeheartedly worked side by side with Qi Yang, providing loads of valuable insight into the county's successful operation. Therefore, after conquering Ningguang County, Yu Zhong decided to switch him over, and let him handle the affairs here. While Qin Jianfeng did bring along with him his bad habits and behavior from when he was a politician, he did possess the ability, and if it wasn't for his help, Qinyuan County would have been engulfed in pandemonium by Lei Cheng. Not long after Qin Jianfeng's arrival in Ningguang County, he managed to establish a form of law system, working together with different department heads to ensure the smooth governance of Ningguang County. The entire county also slowly regained its previous security and day-to-day bustle. On top of all this, the warriors under Yu Zhong also started expanding out and began mop-up work in the villages of the near surroundings. Those zombie-filled villages were slowly cleared out by Yu Zhong's troops, turning up huge resources as well as a large number of survivors who were then sent to join Yu Zhong's establishments. Under the constant training and battle, the other battalions consistently forged themselves, gaining morale and fighting spirit. Little Greenie had also finished its prior evolution. As it returned to Yu Zhong's side, it immediately gobbled up the nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar, Type 2 mutant water snake and the rest of the mutant black-scaled boars, before it once again entered into a hibernative state, entering the upgrade phase towards its next evolution. Commander Yu, I need to purchase 3,000 tons of rations. Whatever you need, please state your demands. During Ningguang County's frequent meetings, Lu Ning had tried to find and negotiate with Yu Zhong, and it was her fourth attempt currently. In this entire month, Yu Zhong had kept Lu Ning waiting by the wayside, while engaging in various activities for the establishment, ignoring all three previous attempts from Lu Ning. This time, Yu Zhong looked at Lu Ning and said warmly, I want to take a look at SY County's survivor base, why don't you come with me? Now that Qingyuan and Ningguang County were both slowly chugging along on the right track and were developing well, Yu Zhong wanted to take the initiative to observe SY County's survivor base. With regards to the SY County survivor base, Yu Zhong only had an inkling of its ins and outs based on his subordinates. After the apocalypse, the ones with the strongest survival rates were those who had received military training, and SY County was a place that had over 7 million people in the past. It even once commanded a regiment. During the initial stages of the onset of the apocalypse, the army was conducting an exercise between two of its elite regiments. While they lost over half of their warriors who became zombies, as well as numerous ranked officers who turned, and as a result, the loss of command, the remaining soldiers managed to rally under the command of the next highest ranked officer. In response, they managed to fend off their ex-comrades turned zombies. As they continually fought them off over time, they grew in strength and became a recognizable power in the region. When the government of SY County had requested aid, this huge power launched their assault on SY County, killing a large number of zombies inside, and in an entire month's worth of fighting, they managed to clear 700,000 zombies and regained control over SY County. With SY County as the base, the army then went around clearing the villages and absorbing survivors. It was precisely due to the participation of this strong army that allowed SY County to protect its survivors all this time, providing a form of haven for over 150,000 people. While the granary within SY County should have had more than sufficient rations, prior to the apocalypse the overseer of the granary had engaged in black market dealings and sold off a large amount of rations. He had hoped to buy back the rations at a lower price when the opportunity was right, which resulted in a large space of the granary being empty. The remaining small store in the granary was broken into by large herds of mutant rats which ate almost any available grain, thereby throwing SY County into a food shortage issue. If the overseer had not sold such a huge amount of food, SY County would not be facing such a difficult situation. After all, SY County used to be a huge import and export powerhouse. If it was known that such a reputable food county was facing its own food problems, it would truly be ironic. Facing Yu Zhong's words, Lu Ning could not reject his proposal, and the next morning, surrounded by his escorts, Yu Zhong made his way towards SY County together with Lu Ning. Under Lu Ning's guidance, Yu Zhong's entourage managed to enter SY County without that many problems. SY County openly prided itself as the successful conqueror of Shaoyang County. Truthfully, it had only begun to clear the downtown area, and some minor clearing of some of the nearby zombie-filled villages. A huge number of survivors were gathered under SY County's banner, and within a few areas inside the city there was a natural water channel that acted as a barrier. The survivors within SY County base only had to ask for the support of a few soldiers to guard the channels, and it could cause the zombies from the north to have difficulty advancing. As the zombies were mainly advancing southwards, with the defense of SY County, Tao Jingyi had led a carefree life as a tyrant for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that they were starting to lack rations, they wouldn't have sent Xin Shui and her troops to attack. Chapter 251, Fight. As Yu Zhong was at loggerheads with the powers of SY County, Yu Zhong's side had always been at a disadvantage. He brought along a few people and the survivor camp was able to still accept it. Of course, if he were to bring an entire battalion along, it would not sit well with the survivor camp. As Yu Zhong and his team were clearing the checkpoint, a bespectacled man with a scholarly aura stepped up to greet them. "Hello, I am Fan Ming, the appointed secretary of Mayor Wen. You must be Commander Yu Zhong. You're really a hero, you know. With your age and ability, you managed to save 30,000 survivors, which is very commendable." Lu Ning looked at Fan Ming's behavior and frowned, as a foreboding feeling rose up in her heart. Yu Zhong glanced at Fan Ming before replying blandly, "How do you do, Secretary Fan? I am Yu Zhong, is there something you need?" Fan Ming smiled lightly, "Commander Yu, Mayor Wen would like to have a meeting with you. Please come with me." Right at this time, a young man with a slightly skinnier build, darker skin, aged about 27 to 28 and sporting a calm air walked over with a kind expression before he spoke. "Hello Yu Zhong. I am Secretary General Peng's assistant, Wei Jueguang. Secretary General Peng has extended his invitation to you. Please come along with me, I have already prepared a car for you." A luxurious Rolls-Royce drove up to Yu Zhong's side, purring quietly at an idle. From within the car an extremely attractive woman stepped out. She was clothed in proper office wear, attractive black stockings that seemed to accentuate her long slim legs, hair that fluttered lightly in the wind and vibrant purple lipstick. It was nearly enough that one could not take one's eyes off of her. The beauty that stepped out of the Rolls-Royce smiled sweetly at Yu Zhong. Such a scene with a pretty lady and luxurious car, it was quite eye-catching as surely intended. Fan Ming was displeased and spoke out, "Wei Jueguang, what's the meaning of this? I was the one to invite Commander Yu first. Once his meeting with Mayor Wen is done, it wouldn't be late for you to extend your invitation to Commander Yu." Wei Jueguang eyed Fan Ming icily and said, "Secretary General Peng is SY County's party representative, and the honorable leader of our SY County. After his meeting with Commander Yu has concluded, it wouldn't be too late for Mayor Wen to talk to him." The mayor of SY County was called Wen Baogua, while the Secretary General was Peng Mingda. These two were longtime rivals and each were in control of a huge portion of SY County. Peng Mingda had single-handedly gained strength and support, forcing Wen Baogua to a corner. However, he had failed in disciplining his child well. It was precisely his son Peng Ji who had caused the problem with the evolver, leading to such a huge loss of food. After the incident with the arson, Peng Mingda had expended all his power to protect his only son Peng Ji. However, his influence and power in SY County suffered as a result. Many people threw their votes in with the mayor Wen Baogua, which led to him rising in power again. Now that Wen Baogua had a say amongst the people of SY County, his words often held a hint of suppressing Peng Mingda. Although extending an invitation to Yu Zhong was a small matter, both sides were unwilling to give in this time. In these current days, as long as one side revealed a moment of weakness, the other hungry wolves would pounce on the opportunity and rip their throats out. Mostly figuratively speaking, of course. Mostly. If initially Yu Zhong had bowed towards Xin Shui's threats and pressure, the whole of Ningguang County might very well have ended up in her palms. Fan Ming eyed Wei Jueguang coldly as he laughed towards Yu Zhong. Commander Yu, Mayor Wen has already prepared a feast to welcome you, there's even the celebrity Zhou Yanxue performing for you. Mayor Wen is absolutely sincere about making your acquaintance. Do consider coming with me. The celebrity Zhou Yanxue was a person of huge influence and following prior to the apocalypse. Every time she held a concert, be it in mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau or even Taiwan, tickets would be swept up almost immediately. There were fans who were obsessed enough to queue for 2 days straight just to purchase a single ticket. To be able to watch the performance of such a huge star before the apocalypse was something incredible. Upon hearing Zhou Yanxue's name, Tang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up as she pulled on Yu Zhong's arms and pleaded, "Brother Yu, let's go to greet Mayor Wen. I want to see Zhou Yanxue, I'm a huge fan." Although Tang Xiaoyun had like everyone witnessed many horrid and cruel things, when she's within safety she could still be her innocent self. Now that she had a chance to catch her favorite idol, she was practically jumping up and down with excitement. Hearing Tang Xiaoyun's words, Fan Ming's eyes gleamed with smugness. While the live performance of a huge star like Zhou Yanxue might not hold much priority for people who struggled with food, to those without such problems, it was a luxury that was attractive. Wei Jueguang just lightly chuckled before saying, "Commander Yu, as long as you will come with me now to Secretary General Peng, then this Xiao Shishir, a graduate from XX University of the Arts, will belong to you. The girl is considered to be her school's #1 flower and of course the Rolls-Royce is included in the package deal." Wei Jueguang had instantly proposed an incredibly practical and attractive offer. Xiao Shishir was a beauty with looks and demeanor not losing out to Gu Manzi. The Rolls-Royce was also a powerful sports car. Just to step on the pride of Wen Baogua, Peng Mingde was willing to invest much. After the apocalypse, without the supervision and scrutiny of the media, people with power or authority started to grow more daring and impudent with the exchange of girls and items as bribes or conditions, all without batting an eyelid. Seeing Fan Ming and Wei Jueguang openly engaging in a power struggle, Lu Ning frowned in displeasure, her expression cold as she spoke out, "Fan Ming, Wei Jueguang, what is the meaning of this? Yu Zhong is a guest of my invitation, he is naturally coming with me." Fan Ming smiled at Lu Ning and said, "Wherever Commander Yu would like to go is his freedom to choose. Miss Lu, dare I ask who are you to Commander Yu? In what capacity are you making his decisions for him?" Following the flow of time and being unable to accept orders from the central government, the officials and military had initially worked together in SY County. However, due to the difference in power distribution there was a rift between both parties. After all, power was a huge attraction to many regardless of gender and anyone who possessed it found it hard to let go. Peng Mingde could protect that degenerate son of his who had committed such an atrocious act, was because he had the power. If he didn't, Peng Ji would have been shot dead countless times for his various misdeeds. Lu Ning turned to Yu Zhong and asked, "Yu Zhong, where do you want to go?" Yu Zhong lightly laughed and said, "Let's head to Mayor Wen's place, I'm also interested in the idol Zhou Yanxue." Hearing Yu Zhong's choice, Lu Ning and Wei Jueguang's expressions turned cold. After recovering himself, Wei Jueguang continued smiling and said, "Since that's the case, would Commander Yu have the time to meet with Secretary General Peng tomorrow?" If there were normal people who dared to turn down Secretary General Peng's invitation, Wei Jueguang would have laughed coldly, before dealing with the person harshly, thus making his or her life difficult in SY County. After the apocalypse, if a normal person had dared to anger or slight Secretary General Peng, Wei Jueguang could absolutely make sure the person would not live for another day. However, Yu Zhong wasn't someone normal. He had established his own bases of operations, and commanded a troop of over 2,000 warriors, while keeping 30,000 people surviving with his various abilities. He was also a strong evolver all on his own. This figure of existence could not be offended, and Peng Mingde was unwilling to make an enemy out of him. Yu Zhong replied with courtesy, "Of course I have the time, I also have high regards for Secretary General Peng. Then I'll come pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you have a great night." Wei Jueguang looked towards Yu Zhong and smiled before getting back into the Rolls-Royce and leaving. "Have an enjoyable evening. I shall return to the camp first." Lu Ning glanced at Yu Zhong before she boarded her vehicle and left as well. Fan Ming looked at the defeated Wei Jueguang and Lu Ning leaving as he laughed and said to Yu Zhong, "Please, this way." Under Fan Ming's guidance, Yu Zhong's team came to a villa compound that was decorated lavishly. "How amazing! Brother Yuan, your strength is really great. Based on your ability, I think even Ningguang County's Yu Zhong is not your match." A clear female voice had just resounded across the villa's garden, and was heard by Yu Zhong's team. Yu Zhong looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a young lady of about 17 or 18 with extremely good looks dressed entirely in red. Her skin was a perfect snow-white color, both smooth and pure. She seemed to be staring with an adoring gaze at a man of about 26, 27 with dark skin, tall stature, and eyes that seemed to shine with a heroic aura. There were a total of 13 other young men and women surrounding the two of them, and right in front of the huge young male there was a sandbag that was lying on the ground in a battered state. Fan Ming immediately turned ashen as he pointed out her background. "That is Mayor Wen's precious daughter Wen Peishan. She's still young and doesn't know what she's talking about. If her words had offended you, please don't take it to heart." Yu Zhong's deeds in Ningguang County had naturally reached the ears of those higher-ups in Sy County. They were starting to pay attention to him, and in their eyes, he was a vicious and cruel warlord with no emotions who lusted after women. Fan Ming was worried that Yu Zhong would go against Wen Baogua just because of the words uttered by Wen Peishan. Yu Zhong glanced at the girl in red and the huge man before replying blandly, "Relax, I won't take offense." Yu Zhong had, after all, gone through many battles. With a good look he could tell the young man did possess some abilities as well, but lacked the aura and temperament of a warrior that had been through life and death battles. Any of the warriors in Yu Zhong's elite force could wipe the floor with him. Wen Peishan had just seen Yu Zhong's entourage, and she brought along the group of young men and women as she walked over. "Uncle Fan, who are these people?" When the group of people came over, their gazes were drawn to the lady whose hair was tied in a ponytail and dressed in warrior's clothing. She had an extremely sexy figure, her skin blindingly white, her appearance peerless, and her aura extremely valiant. She was Jianghu. Chapter 0252 The Elite Battalion's Prowess. Amongst the elite battalion warriors that Yu Zhong brought, everyone had eyes on Jianghu. Be it her features, figure or demeanor, all of it was extremely eye-catching. When compared to Yu Zhong, he didn't even seem worthy of a second look. The few other girls who could match Jianghu in terms of her looks and figure were Guiyu and Chen Yao, who were staying behind at Qingyuan County handling governance and other matters. Zhui Yadong was also in charge of the warriors hunting zombies and mutant beasts. She wanted to quickly shorten the gap in terms of enhancement between herself and Jianghu, becoming even stronger and more worthy of Yu Zhong. Fan Ming hurriedly introduced them to Wen Peishan. "Peishan, let me introduce these people to you. This is Ningguang County's Yu Zhong, also known as Commander Yu." Wen Peishan looked at Yu Zhong and frowned as she spoke with an undisguised arrogant tone. "So you are Yu Zhong? You don't look like much though. I heard you used some brutish methods to execute some people in Ningguang County after your takeover. Is this true?" The group of people behind Wen Peishan also stared coldly at Yu Zhong, wanting to see how he answered. Yu Zhong replied blandly, "Yes, it's true." Wen Peishan became furious immediately and said, "How could you be so cruel? What right did you have to do that? Even if those people were in the wrong, you could have taken care of them by law. What you did was despicable." Wen Peishan had always been under her father's protection and had not tasted the bitterness or harshness of life. She naturally did not know the blackness and cruelty of people's hearts in the outside world. Her naive thinking was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic days, and she naturally felt Yu Zhong's actions were damnable, and he should be thrown in jail. The rest of the group, however, knew far better than Wen Peishan, and they did not dare step up to point at him. After all, this man in front of them was rumored to be a killing machine that did not bat his eyelids at slaughter. Yu Zhong glanced at the naive Wen Peishan before shaking his head at Fan Ming. Mayor Wen's ability at guiding his daughter is really subpar. In the current world, based on Wen Peishan's temperament, if she lost the protection of Wen Baogua, who knows? All that awaits her might be a pack of hungry wolves who wouldn't leave a single bit of her behind. Fan Ming couldn't help but blurt out, "Teaching the young is one of the hardest things in the world. Compared to the Pungs, Peishan is considered very good already." Even prior to the apocalypse, there were such cases aplenty. Those with power and affluence usually kept low-key, but their own sons and daughters were, on the other hand, arrogant and despotic, doing what they liked, an idiotic bunch in fact. When Baogua had brought his own daughter up to be caring and kind, which was a good thing before the apocalypse. But after such a drastic change of the world, this was dangerous. The moment when Baogua fell, his naive daughter wouldn't stand a chance of surviving at all. When Peishan saw that Yu Zhong had actually slighted her, and her face flushed red with anger, "Yu Zhong, I know you take pride in your own abilities and strength, that's why you're so arrogant about it. But as the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, people above people, there are definitely people who are at least 10 times stronger than you. Do you dare take on Jiang Tao, my brother Jiang? If you lose, you surrender yourself to the authorities. Who knows, your punishment might be smaller." After those words from Wen Peishan, the big and burly man Jiang Tao beside her immediately took a step out, his eyes full of animosity as he looked at Yu Zhong. Jiang Tao was a naturally awakened strength-based evolver, and could be considered a true genius. Other than the status of an evolver before the apocalypse, he was also an expert in judo, being proficient in various judo wrestling skills, and was extremely good in melee combat. That was why he dared step forward to test Yu Zhong. "Let me." Right at this time, amongst Yu Zhong's troops, the lowly Yao Yao jumped out, her huge eyes staring at the burly man like a small cheetah eyeing its prey. Yao Yao was after all a naturally awakened agility-based evolver, a genius amongst genii. She didn't like to study culture and normal knowledge. Instead, she spent her time frequently polishing her knife skills, learning about combat, weapons, shooting, driving and various other wartime information. Although she had not yet joined the special forces, she wasn't behind them in terms of various combat abilities. She even joined in on the efforts to clear the passage between Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, and her own kill count of zombies were numerous, while at the same time she had already reached level 28 as an enhancer. Her strength could be comparable to Ji Qinggu. Jiang Tao looked at Yao Yao as he frowned and spoke in a deep voice to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, you dare to hide behind a girl's back? That's really shameless of you." To Jiang Tao, even if he beat Yao Yao this lowly, it wasn't something to be proud of. Instead, it would feel like he was bullying the weak. Yao Yao was immediately enraged by Jiang Tao's words, and she activated her Shadow Step skill, her agility instantly soaring to around 140, which was much faster than a normal person. Even faster in fact than Yu Zhong's own agility. "You're dead." Before Jiang Tao even knew what was going on, Yao Yao had appeared behind his back. She already had a sharp Tang replica sword held at his neck, prickling a small wound, blood sluggishly trickling down it. Everyone present was instantly shocked by Yao Yao's spectre-like speed. It was the first time they saw an enhancer with such a sickeningly fast speed. Jiang Tao simply had no way of reacting to that and was controlled instantly. If it was a real battle, he would have already died without knowing what hit him. After Jiang Tao was held in place by Yao Yao's Tang replica sword, his entire back broke out in cold sweat, his knees shaking, and he didn't dare make a move. He could feel the cold steel and its sharpness. As long as Yao Yao lightly slashed, his limitless future potential as an evolver would come to an end here. Yu Zhong frowned as he stepped forward and raised his hands to catch Yao Yao. Yao Yao's strength had increased by a scary amount, and wasn't the little level 1 evolver that relied on Yu Zhong. When she activated her speed, her agility was truly beyond that of Yu Zhong. Seeing that Yu Zhong was about to grab her, she immediately retreated swiftly, shooting towards one side like a cheetah. Yu Zhong glared at Yao Yao before activating his Art of Fear skill, and a huge baleful and oppressive aura locked onto Yao Yao, giving her a shock. She quickly fell weakly like a little kitten into Yu Zhong's arms. Yu Zhong looked at the rebellious little loli saying, "Who gave you permission to act?" Yao Yao just pouted as she twisted her head to the side, showing an expression of a stubborn pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and ignored Yu Zhong. "I'll deal with you later." Yu Zhong was absolutely driven up the wall by this little lady Yao Yao. Within his establishment, few people dared to be disrespectful to him, and only this willful Yao Yao could get on his nerves. Yao Yao was extremely cute, and also she was capable. Within the base, she got on well with everybody and most people liked her. Furthermore, she was backed by Ji Qinggu. As long as she didn't do something that was too infuriating, Yu Zhong also couldn't bear to discipline her too harshly. Seeing the little lowly Yao Yao who had defeated Jiang Tao so easily simply being captured by Yu Zhong without breaking a sweat. Other than those on Yu Zhong's side, everyone's eyes went wide. At this time, Another elite warrior with a slightly slimmer build walked out from Yu Zhong's side. While taking an indifferent look at Jiang Tao, he spoke. Jiang Tao, I'm Songwen. I am considered the weakest amongst the elite battalion, allow me to take you up on that challenge. By this time, Jiang Tao had lost all confidence of challenging Yu Zhong. Even facing Song, one of the elite troops, caused him to be wary and assume a serious expression as he replied with a, yes. Song Wen did not say anything further. With a single step, he flew forward and his eyes flashed with an incredibly brutal gleam, as though he was a beast that caught sight of a prey, rushing towards Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao also raised his hands and reached out to grab Song Wen's clothes. As long as he could get a grab, he could then give him a good throw. Song Wen suddenly came to a stop, before lashing out with a kick towards Jiang Tao's abdomen without mercy, sending Jiang Tao flying somewhere between 5-6 m. Although Jiang Tao wasn't weak, he possessed little to no experience in actual combat, and could not compare with the troops trained by Yu Zhong. They who had been through countless battles and training versus him? He was naturally defeated easily. When Pei Shan and the rest of the youths looked at Jiang Tao grabbing his stomach, rolling on the ground groaning in pain, their eyes flashed again with shock. They had thought that Jiang Tao, being an evolver that could disintegrate a punching bag with a punch, was way beyond the overtalk Yu Zhong of rumors. Who knew that Jiang Tao could not even contend against a single warrior from Yu Zhong's troop, causing them to feel devastated. Please come in. Fan Ming's eyes flashed with admiration, as he led Yu Zhong and his team into the inner area of the villa. It wasn't time for the feast yet, hence he wanted to show them to their arranged resting quarters. Yu Zhong also didn't give any further attention towards Wen Pei Shan and the rest of the youths as he entered the villa. Ji Qinggu and the rest were quickly assigned their resting areas, while Yu Zhong was led by Fan Ming towards a meeting room. In the meeting room, a dignified and handsome man, with an aura of prestige, sat on the sofa. There were even documents placed on the glass table in front of him. This middle-aged man must be one of the two heads of SY County, Mayor Wen Baogua. Please sit. Upon seeing Yu Zhong enter, Wen Baogua did not engage in any nonsense and immediately gestured for Yu Zhong to take a seat. After taking a look at Yu Zhong, Wen Baogua immediately started the conversation. How do you do? I am SY County's Mayor Wen Baogua. Yu Zhong, would you be interested in coming over to SY County to help me? As long as you're willing, I am willing to let you hold a post of a Special Forces Battalion commander. All the people under you will be through your own selection. Assigning tasks and jobs are also your own responsibility. As long as you report what they do after each mission, it'll be enough for me. Wen Baogua had immediately proposed an attractive offer. This allowed him to retain his own forces, act on his own, and in short, gave him a position of power within SY County without giving up his trained troops. Yu Zhong just smiled lightly and immediately rejected the offer. Mayor Wen, I have no interest in expanding to SY County. Let's forget about this matter. Yu Zhong was enjoying his life as the leader of his own establishments. He was supporting 30,000 survivors, and wasn't a single survivor on his own anymore. He wasn't willing to throw in with anyone and submit to their wishes and regulations. Chapter 0253, Discussion. Edited by. The Chinese were by nature people of orthodox means. Even in history, characters like Song Jiang and Zheng Zhilong, who were outlaws of their times, had made use of the opportunity to receive political amnesty. Wen Baogua had extended this means and absorbed a number of small powers around him, and this was the reason why he successfully rose in strength enough to be able to contend with Peng Mingda. https://en. Wikipedia. org/wiki/song_jiang. https://en. Wikipedia. org/wiki/jing_zhilong. Seeing that Yu Zhong had turned him down, Wen Baogua did not have too big a reaction. He simply smiled and said, since you're uninterested, it's fine. Yu Zhong, I would like to purchase 5,000 tons of rations from you, and I want to use 5,000 tons of steel to exchange with you. After the apocalypse, steel was an extremely useful resource as well. It could be used to manufacture blades, spears, arrows, steel barbed wires, steel lines, etc. that were helpful in the fight against zombies. 5,000 tons of steel was, after all, not a small sum. Yu Zhong Big Stone Town had a small steel factory as well. However, the small steel factory was limited by resources. Its maximum output was about 6,000 tons before it had to stop production. It wasn't like the days of before where one could purchase raw materials easily. However, humankind could triumph over every other species and become dominant was because humans were resourceful and intelligent. Those vehicles that could not be operated due to fuel issues were stripped down on orders from Guiyu. The important parts were kept well, while the rest of the steel were sent back to be melted down. That was why Yu Zhong wasn't in sore need of steel at the moment. Without batting an eye, Yu Zhong replied, "I can sell 5,000 tons of food to you, but I will require the survivor coins, system equipment, ammunition, mechanical lathe, cotton, sulfuric acid, and some other resources." The God and Devil system was the source of all enhancements, so with its equipment, Yu Zhong could quickly raise an entire army of enhancers. While the enhancer army might not be invincible, they were at least of a better physique compared to normal people and could tolerate/undergo tougher training. This would in turn lead to being better and stronger soldiers. When Baoguo looked at Yu Zhong, his eyes narrowed. He could tell that this young man in front of him was formidable in many aspects other than war indeed. When the county's enhancers killed the zombies and mutant beasts with the system equipment, they of course managed to gain some survivor currency. It was just that there were no newbie villages. So obviously the survivor currency was considered useless. When Baoguo possessed over 15,000 of them, yet could find absolutely no use for it. Yu Zhong shook his head. 1 point of survivor currency for 2 kilograms of rations. This time I brought along 5,000 tons of food intending to conduct a trade here in SY County. Regardless of who the person is, as long as they are able to offer a price to my liking, I will sell to that person. I will only sell 5,000 tons though because I don't have any more. Rations were currently the most sought-after resource. After opening 2 huge granaries, and the constant scouring, he only managed to scrape together about 17,000 tons of food. He was willing to take out 5,000 tons for an exchange, and this was already the largest consensus he could arrive at. He would not easily sell off his food. Previously, because he had to quell the insurgency, he hurriedly agreed to exchange 3,000 tons of rations for 300 jin of gold. Coupled with the fact that his strength wasn't sufficient, then he had chosen this option. Now that he gained control of his 2 established counties and had the total strength of 7 battalions of soldiers, his strength was vastly different. Naturally his threshold had risen as well, and he could be firmer with his words. Be it before or after the apocalypse, the world had always worked on the fact that people with power would usually be tougher to deal with. Regardless of international relations or the relationship between 2 major powers, it was the unspoken general rule that most adhered to. The reason why Yu Zhong had only brought 5,000 tons to exchange was mostly due to the fact that he wasn't willing to part with his precious rations. At the same time, he harbored ill intents, and wanted to see the major powers in SY County break up in an internal struggle for the food. When Baoguo looked at Yu Zhong and smiled lightly, "All these administrative matters, let's have the subordinates handle them. This time I've invited you here to see the kind of person and hero that had saved countless survivors from the mouths of the zombies and mutant beasts. After seeing you, you are indeed, as the rumors say, and a lot more. Of this 5,000 tons, I hope to gain at least 1,000 tons of it." When Baoguo wasn't a negotiator, although he did have people who were good in it under him. As long as he embarked on the first step, the actual negotiations could be left to his subordinates. Yu Zhong also expressed an extremely warm smile but remained vehemently firm and said, "I'm willing to send you a gift of 1 ton of food as a sign of our friendship. At the same time, as long as you are able to present items that we need, the entire 5,000 tons of food can be sold to you with no problems." When Baoguo saw that Yu Zhong was extremely close to his advances, and did not pursue the matter. Instead he smiled and said, "Since you have come from afar, why don't you go get some rest? We'll leave this matter for another time, hopefully you'll enjoy yourself tonight. Farewell." Yu Zhong gave Wen Baoguo a smile before rising and left. After Yu Zhong left, Wen Baoguo closed his eyes and thought, as he picked up a stack of documents and pored over them carefully. The documents contained information on Yu Zhong. SY County was after all an official governing body. They had long sent someone to enter Yu Zhong's establishment and had been receiving information on him. As the leader of such an establishment, Yu Zhong was an important character and all sorts of intelligence had been pouring into SY County. What a pity. We already missed the best chance to contain him. When Baoguo looked through the report and saw that Yu Zhong had brought his men to Qingyuan County originally, only to be turned away by the Ice King, he sighed once again. This was the crucial turning point for Yu Zhong's actions. Prior to this, if Qin Jianfeng had sincerely made use of his position to welcome Yu Zhong, who knows, Yu Zhong might have long ago become a powerhouse for Qingyuan County. However, he had been forced out and established his own base. Thereafter, there would definitely be no chance to offer him political amnesty. Of course he wouldn't want it anyway. Soon night fell, and a number of well-dressed aristocrats came trickling into the villa. At the location of the banquet, countless crystal lamps illuminated the huge hall. While the dignified-looking men and women proceeded to mingle around with red wine in their hands as they discussed the news in the city, a number of suave waiters and beautiful waitresses were walking around serving people. On the sides of the banquet hall there were 2 long tables of food from all sorts of places, plates of seafood, mutated vegetables, and even meat from mutant beasts all laid out in full view. It gave the distinct impression that there was no apocalypse to worry about. Right at this time, a group of people wearing a variety of military uniforms, evening dresses, suits, white shirts and even jeans walked into the hall with big strides. What a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. These shoddily dressed people aroused the attention of the countless nobles hanging around, whose eyes all flashed with disdain. This group of people receiving the cold stares was precisely Yu Zhong and his people. Amongst Yu Zhong's special forces, their backgrounds were all complicated. There was even someone like Ji Qingwu who received a refined upbringing, yet she still did things her way. There was also Tong Xiaoyan from a common family background. There was the lowly Yao Yao who seemed to prefer nothing else but military wear and jeans. There were even 2 people who were farmers prior to the apocalypse, and were upstarts themselves. This motley crew of mavericks had actually come together into Yu Zhong's special forces. The Special Operations Battalion only wore proper uniforms during times of mission and objectives. Otherwise, they would dress in whatever they liked. As they were the strongest of Yu Zhong's troops, they had a certain pride and character. What a feast! A number of the Special Operations warriors took one look at the various delicacies laid out and their eyes lit up, before rushing forward like hungry wolves. Although the Special Operation Battalion received one of the best treatments amongst Yu Zhong's troops, chances to eat their fill at such events were rare. During times of the apocalypse, there was hardly a time when a soldier could just set his mind to eat such delicious foods without worrying about anything else. When those warriors made their moves, the rest of the Special Operation warriors did not linger beside Yu Zhong. They individually headed towards their favorite food and grabbed it before stuffing their faces, looking like a bunch of hungry ghosts. Yao Yao had activated her agility and within the blink of an eye, she actually collected 3 plates of cakes, 4 fishes and 2 fat crabs within her arms. Just as quickly she started swallowing the cakes nearly whole. The whole while she was maintaining a vigilant stare at the rest of the Special Operations warriors as though she was a cheetah protecting her own meal. Other than Gu Zhixing, Ji Qingwu, Bai He and a few other Special Forces members, the majority of them had already rushed up and were snatching the good stuff while shoveling food into their faces. This time I've lost all face. Yu Zhong looked at his men who were acting like hungry ghosts as he sighed. Shaking his head he walked over and directly grabbed a plate of cake and started relishing it. With regards to his special forces, as long as their leashes stayed on during important times, Yu Zhong didn't want to control them too much. The countless nobles looked on as the warriors Yu Zhong brought started to clear the food like hungry wolves. Their eyes were turning red as the amount of food dwindled at the speed of a tornado. This was after all a time of trouble. The people who were able to host such a lavish banquet were only Wen Baogua, Peng Mingda, and maybe the army itself. Even Wen Baogua, who was the second strongest power in SY County, could only host such a party at most once or twice a month, and it was already impressive. Most other parties had no means of organizing such a party, nor could they afford to be so extravagant with their food. The difference was that even all these distinguished guests had attended the banquet with the intention of having a great feast as well. However, because they valued their face and pride, they all put on a refined and well-mannered front. They were even only taking bits and pieces at times to show their culture. How could you guys be like this? Isn't this too uncouth? When Pei Shan arrived in front of Yu Zhong, she was bedecked in a red dress with a plunging neckline, various jewelry, and even wearing a pink headband. She looked extremely gorgeous, yet was annoyed at Yu Zhong and his troops' behavior. Open your mouth. Yu Zhong had just cut out a slice of cake, and was using a fork to feed it to Tong Xiaoyan as he smiled. Tong Xiaoyan's face was currently flushed and she wolfed it down in a single bite. The flavor exploded and her taste buds were overpowered by the sweetness. How are we unbecoming? Miss Wen? Yu Zhong was in a good mood and just turned his head to question Wen Peishan. He turned only to find that there were 6 people by her side. Of these 6, 4 looked pretty ordinary while the 2 others were extreme beauties. One of them had a doll face, a petite figure, and her skin was extremely fair. These gave her a cute vibe overall, coupled with a stunning clear gaze. The other beauty had a voluptuous figure, her skin also fair, yet her expression seemed as though she wanted to rebel. When Peishan replied angrily, "With the way you guys are eating, all the food will be eaten and there will be none for the guests." Yu Zhong glanced at Wen Peishan before saying indifferently, "This is a banquet after all. Everyone should help themselves. What are we doing wrong by eating our fill? If they want to eat, just go ahead and take it. If the food is not enough and they didn't eat their fill, then it's the host's fault for not preparing enough." "You're shameless." Wen Peishan was furious and her face flushed red. She had never come across such a shameless person before. A guest who went into someone else's banquet and dared to eat without restraint, while criticizing the host for not having ample preparations. Right at this time, a suave gentleman in a suit and holding a glass of wine walked over, looking at Yu Zhong with an extremely haughty expression and saying coldly, "Where are you from, you country bumpkin? This is not a place for people like you without etiquette. Get out." When Peishan took a look at the handsome gentleman whose background was influential, and she frowned. This young man was called Lu Qingwang, and he was the 2nd young master of the Lu family in Sy County. He was also well known for being arrogant and despotic. He was currently chasing her without restraints, and had obviously come over to make a scene and to show himself. Behind Lu Qingwang were a few other young men who were respective young masters of their own household. They looked at Yu Zhong, their faces filled with ridicule. They wanted to join up and humiliate Yu Zhong thoroughly, just because he had a few beauties by his side and was currently infuriating the princess of Sy County. The 2 beauties next to Wen Peishan also locked their gazes on Yu Zhong, wanting to see how he was going to handle the situation. Yu Zhong coldly gazed at Lu Qingwang and spoke, "Kneel." Lu Qingwang heard those words and his eyes flashed with an icy gleam as he reached out to slap Yu Zhong. "Kneel? Your words are sure big. You dare to make me kneel. Seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the difference between I, your master, and you." Chapter 0254, I Am Yu Zhong. Edited by. Lu Qingwang had just raised his hands when Qingyu, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, shot forward like an arrow, raising his own hand and grabbed Lu Qingwang's hands, before forcefully applying strength and twisting Lu Qingwang's arms behind his back. His next move was kicking out twice at his knee, forcing Lu Qingwang to kneel down in a humiliating manner. Lu Qingwang found that he had been forced to kneel in such a manner, and he gritted his teeth saying, "Do you know who I am? I am Lu family's 2nd young master, Lu Qingwang. Sy County's top expert Lu Tianzong is my brother. You dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not let you off. Let go of young master Lu. I'm going to get master Lu Tianzong. If you don't want to live in Sy County any longer, you can kill him anyways." All the young masters behind Lu Qingwang immediately stepped forward and issued threats. One of the elite soldiers called Kong Wei suddenly exploded forwards, and with a single kick, he sent one of the young masters flying through the air, hitting a table and causing screams. Song Wen's gaze also flashed with a murderous intent as he shot forward like an arrow, grabbing one of the young master's head, before harshly kneeing him in the face, causing his nose to spontaneously erupt blood. Another 3 of the warriors stepped out, and with just a move, they forced the remaining 3 young masters to sprawl on the floor, grabbing onto their heads and presenting them like dogs to Yu Zhong. Song Wen smacked his lips, with his eyes radiated an intense battle lust as he laughed coldly and said, "Commander, do you want them dead?" Song Wen was a murderer prior to the apocalypse. After joining Yu Zhong's troops, he had always fought valiantly and was extremely used to killing enemies without hesitation. Killing these soft rich men's sons wasn't an issue to him. The special forces not only had to deal with zombies, they also were in charge of special missions to clear some troublesome characters. Every single warrior had blood on their hands. Human lives were not important to them. "Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't kill me." Feeling the intense murderous intent from Song Wen, The 5 young masters who were originally extremely arrogant were frightened out of their wits, and started pleading for mercy. My brother is Lu Tianzong, you won't be able to kill me. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape from SY County's government. Lu Chengwang was honestly terrified by the ruthless measures of Song Wen and the rest, and his face was white while he trembled as he tried to threaten Yu Zhong again. SY County was protective of these important characters, and Lu Chengwang was banking on the fact that SY County would not forgive Yu Zhong if he committed murder. Yu Zhong stared at Lu Chengwang and laughed coldly. I am Yu Zhong, Ningguang County's Yu Zhong. If your brother Lu Tianzong or your entire Lu family wants to challenge me, I will welcome them with open arms. Yu Zhong. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chengwang involuntarily shuddered and his heart went cold. This person was someone his dad had specifically warned him not to provoke under any circumstance. The monster from Ningguang County in front of him had casually executed over 100 people, and laughed while tossing a person to be eaten alive by zombies. If this madman was to kill him, his Lu family might even have to apologize for his behavior. Yu Zhong was a scary existence that even the army did not want to offend. Lu Chengwang immediately bowed his head as he apologized profusely without regards for his image and pride. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I didn't recognize you and had offended you. Please have mercy on us and let us off. Lu Chengwang was usually arrogant and despotic towards people he deemed weaker than himself. However, if he met someone who was stronger, his attitude would take a 180-degree turn. If he had offended them, he would immediately apologize and lower his head, as he knew he could not afford to make an enemy out of Yu Zhong for his family. This time I'll overlook it. Release them. Yu Zhong waved his hand, Song Wen and the rest released their grip on the 6 young males. Amongst the 5 other young masters, not all of them had heard of Yu Zhong's fame. However, they knew that since Lu Chengwang, one of the biggest young masters in SY County, had actually bowed down to this person, he naturally could not be offended. 4 of them immediately excused themselves abashedly, leaving behind Lu Chengwang and the other member of the group who stood to the side. What a brute! Seeing how Yu Zhong had overcome Lu Chengwang and his lackeys by overwhelming force, the doll-like girl Zheng Peipei had a look of disgust in her eyes. She detested those who forced others into submission like Yu Zhong. Brute? This person is heroic and valiant. In such chaotic times, only these type of characters can get the important things done. The other beauty with the attractive figure, Tai Yen, was currently licking her sexy lips. Her eyes stared fixedly at Yu Zhong without blinking. After Lu Chengwang received his just rewards, he did not slink away with embarrassment. Instead, he actually worked up the courage and nerve to ask Yu Zhong, albeit with respect this time, Brother Yu Zhong, my father had always been in awe of you, and hopes to invite you to our mansion as a guest. I'm not sure when will be a good time? While Lu Chengwang might be arrogant and trample over others, he wasn't a good-for-nothing as well. He switched his attitude at the first sign, and took the initiative to lower himself while extending a gesture of goodwill to Yu Zhong. SY County was after all in the midst of a power struggle. Since Yu Zhong was here to engage in a large trade of rations, the Lu family naturally wanted a part of it. Yu Zhong glanced at Lu Chengwang before saying indifferently, let's talk about this another time. Yu Zhong wasn't familiar with SY County, and he needed to find some allies in here. Although he was reluctant to engage in clash with the army that possessed proper troops, he was envious of the abundant resource SY County had: trained people. During the times of apocalypse, trained people were the most precious resource. With enough capable people, an establishment could quickly grow and develop. This time, Yu Zhong wanted to see if he could use a peaceful method to pull some specialized people over from SY County. Under this kind of scenario, the more allies he had in SY County, the better it would be. At the same time, Yu Zhong had to maintain a strong and unshakable front. He absolutely could not reveal any signs of weakness. The stronger he is, the more parties that will be willing to work with him. Vice versa, if he is perceived to be weaker, then there will be more people who might make use of the chances to stab him in the back. When Peishan, looking at Lu Chengwang's behavior, was repulsed, and she didn't hide it as she immediately berated him. Lu Chengwang, you're no man. Lu Chengwang looked at Wen Peishan with a complicated gaze, but as he tore his eyes away, he did not give another look towards the girl that he used to like very much. Compared to the importance of his Lu family, Wen Peishan was just a girl, and the priorities were clear to him. Even if he did not succeed in wooing Wen Peishan, Lu Chengwang could still go for other girls. Right now in SY County, whoever had food had the power to mess with a few girls, and it wouldn't be a problem at all. Without the Lu family, Lu Chengwang might have been a beggar for all he knew. Not a man. Tai Yin looked at Lu Chengwang's performance and laughed coldly as well. Zheng Peipei frowned and came to Lu Chengwang's defense. That wasn't Chengwang's fault. If you want to blame Yu Zhong. If he wasn't so adamant about going against him, Chengwang wouldn't have become like this. Just as men liked beauties, ladies were drawn to suave and charming guys. Lu Chengwang was in fact good-looking, and knew how to maintain his complexion. Even a number of young idols could not compare to him. He was considered an eligible bachelor, and the women who liked him were numerous, Zheng Peipei included. Zhou Yanxue. The huge star Zhou Yanxue is here. Right at this moment, the banquet guests started to buzz with excitement, as an incredibly beautiful and attractive woman walked into the hall. Dressed in a purple dress with a plunging neckline, her figure extremely sexy, her age about 23. She had a head of black long hair, abundant curves in front and behind, and was walking with elegance. This was precisely Zhou Yanxue. Right beside her was a fair-skinned, tall and well-built man, with an air of dignity and confidence. The handsome gentleman walking beside the beauty painted the picture of a golden couple, as they became the center of attention. Song Wen looked at the absolute beauty Zhou Yanxue, as a look of lust appeared on his face, while licking his lips, and said, "That must be the celebrity Zhou Yanxue. She's really exquisite. If I could just sleep with her for one night, my whole life is worth it." Lu Chengwang was after all SY County's native, as he pointed out the identities of Zhou Yanxue and her partner. That is precisely Zhou Yanxue. Beside her is the well-known flower boy Su Tianyang. He is the son of Su Dongming, who happens to be one of the 5 big heads within SY County's army. With him around, no one dares to approach Zhou Yanxue. If you dare to touch her, it's equivalent to going against the army. The might of the SY County army was indeed terrifying. Yu Zhong also did not want to provoke them for no reason. He carefully observed Zhou Yanxue and could not help but admit she was extremely attractive. Even within his circle, the only comparable person in terms of looks and aura was Zhu Yadong. Guiyu, Qin Yao and Ji Qingwu were beauties in their own right, but their overall package could not compare to the women who had reached perfection in their prime, like Zhu Yadong and Zhou Yanxue. One by one, members of the party stepped up to engage in conversation with Su Tianyang and Zhou Yanxue. While it was an honor to engage in small talk with a celebrity such as Zhou Yanxue, most of the people were actually more interested in forging good relationships with Su Tianyang. After all, he was backed by one of the 5 heads in the army. Each and every move of his could affect plenty of lives. Tong Xiaoyan rushed up in front of Zhou Yanxue excitedly and called out, "Miss Zhou Yanxue, I am a huge fan, can I get an autograph?" "Of course, little sister." Zhou Yanxue was used to the adoring gazes of her fans and had seen her fair share of fangirls. She revealed an extremely charming smile as she received the paper from Tong Xiaoyan and proceeded to sign her autograph. Chapter 0255, Ambush by the Dark Crows. Lu Chengwang had come forward to introduce Su Tianyang and Yu Zhong. "Tianyang, let me introduce this person to you. This is Ningguang County's Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, this is Su Tianyang's second young master Su." "Yu Zhong?" Su Tianyang frowned as he looked at Yu Zhong before coldly saying, "Yu Zhong, you have come to plead for amnesty, right? If you are willing to surrender to the SY County Army, I can help put in some words for you, and let you become a squad commander. If you still want to hesitate and drag this matter longer, once the army reaches your Ningguang County, it will only result in your death." SY County had many different characters hanging out together, each of them with unique temperaments. Different powerhouses treated Yu Zhong differently. Yu Zhong glanced at Su Tianyang coldly and replied with, "I'm waiting for your army to come. If you have the guts, you best lead the army yourself. At that time, I'll let you experience who will be buried." Even though Yu Zhong was reluctant to clash against the army, if the army took the initiative to launch an assault, he would definitely not back down and thoroughly wipe out the enemy troops. The 7 battalions under Yu Zhong have all went through some sort of warfare. 3 of them could be considered having enough battle prowess that surpasses the army soldiers. The remaining 4 also did not consist of cowards that ran at the first sign of trouble. These battalions were Yu Zhong's trump cards, and even if SY County were to come on strong, he would reply back with a lot more ferocity. At this point, the conversation between Su Tianyang and Yu Zhong had come to an icy halt. A few of the Special Forces warriors came beside Yu Zhong and stared at Su Tianyang coldly. After expansion, the 36-man Special Forces battalion possessed enhancers that were all above level 26, each of them experts at utilizing different skills. If it came down to using them with just their battalion, they could set in motion a wave of carnage nobody would forget. Su Tianyang's words had just come out and he was immediately rebuked by Yu Zhong, followed by the cold stares of Yu Zhong's warriors. This led him to be in a difficult situation. He did not want to continue, but he could not back down for fear of his face. He had always been direct and overbearing, but because the army's influence and power was huge, no one dared say anything back. This was the first time he had actually faced a retort. It must be made clear that the army was SY County's strongest force currently, and most of the smaller powers would rather throw their weight in with the army. Just being the commander of a small squad was an incredible position, and it was more attractive than being part of the government. Zhou Yanxue walked right towards them at this moment, with a hint of fragrance about her, as she spoke in a charming voice. Master Su, Master Yu, it is time for me to perform. Can I trouble the 2 of you to give me face, and shelve your disputes while listening to my songs? On account of Zhou Yanxue, I won't pursue this matter. With the chance to step down, Su Tianyang hurriedly told Yu Zhong off with a cold look. The army was still unprepared to wage war on Yu Zhong. Su Tianyang had just used some words to probe Yu Zhong. If Yu Zhong had shown some weakness, he would have banked on that to increase the pressure on Yu Zhong. He didn't expect Yu Zhong to retaliate so strongly, making things difficult for him. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, on account of Miss Zhou, this matter shall be overlooked. Since the army possessed huge strength, Yu Zhong did not want to go against them so fast. Even if he used all his means, it would only result in a tragic win, and if he lost, then everything will be for naught. Watching the 2 headstrong men back down with their pride intact, Zhou Yanxue lightly smiled, before she walked towards the stage. The moment she stepped on the stage, the guests quietened down. Under the shine of the stage lights, Zhou Yanxue looked stunning and beautiful beyond compare. Su Tianyang, whose mood was low after the verbal exchange with Yu Zhong, upon seeing Zhou Yanxue, his eyes lit up with passion. He had seen many women and played around with countless beauties, but someone like Zhou Yanxue he had never been with. He also truly fell in love with Zhou Yanxue. That was why he did not make use of his background to force himself on her. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Tianyang did not even have the qualifications to woo Zhou Yanxue, but after the apocalypse, if he was willing to provoke and offend some of the SY County's powerhouse, he could still have his way with Zhou Yanxue. On that stage, Zhou Yanxue broke into her song with an extremely captivating voice. Her voice was like the flow of water from a clear spring, trickling into the audience's hearts, washing and cleansing their state of minds. Every single member of the audience was thoroughly enamored by Zhou Yanxue's voice, their expressions drunk. Tong Xiaoyun was currently moved beyond words, as teardrops flowed from her eyes. Ji Qingwu had closed her eyes, and was quietly appreciating the beautiful music. As she was brought up and learned in culture, she could not help but admit that Zhou Yanxue's voice was truly beautiful. Even Yu Zhong, who did not know a single thing about music, felt that her voice was amazing. The moment the song came to an end, the applause was like thunder. Every member of the audience could not help but praise Zhou Yanxue. As Zhou Yanxue stood on the stage, she looked at the men and women below with a hint of fatigue. Before the apocalypse, as she had a family background that was not simple, even if people coveted her, they would not dare show it. But after the apocalypse, since there were no news of her family, all those people who had designs on her started to show up. If it wasn't for the fact that she mingled with the top brass of society who checked each other, she might have become a canary in captivity. Yanxue, great work. Su Tianyang saw Zhou Yanxue coming down from the stage and he walked towards her with a charming smile. I should just choose him. At least he's young and he has a good family background. And he should be true to me. Zhou Yanxue looked at the good-looking Su Tianyang walking towards her, and her heart skipped a beat. Although Su Tianyang wasn't the best man out there, compared to the smelly old men, she was at least more receptive towards this young man who had a promising future and some strength. Right at this time, all of a sudden, a piercing alarm sounded out across the entire SY county. In the next moment, within the compound, countless glass shattered, and numerous mutant birds with black feathers, beaks 20 centimeters long, huge claws with 5 centimeters talons rushed in. Level 16 mutant beast, Dark Crow. It likes to attack during the dark of the night. It is ferocious and extremely hostile. As soon as Yu Zhong saw the dark crows, his eyes filled up with the information from the system. The moment the dark crows broke through the windows, they started an attacking frenzy on various guests. One dark crow flapped its wings and became a ray of black light that shot towards a man in a suit, before clawing viciously, and pecked a huge bloody hole in his head with ferocity. It then proceeded to feast on the blood and brain matter with gusto. One by one the dark crows chased the various guests in the villa, plunging the people into chaos. These people were the elites of society, and had never faced a mutant beast in combat before. Facing the sudden assault of these level 16 mutant beasts, they naturally lost all composure and fighting spirit. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Yanxue and Su Tianyang were currently trying to escape together, when suddenly, a dark crow flew towards Zhou Yanxue's direction. Zhou Yanxue let out a desperate cry towards Su Tianyang, "Help me! Tianyang, help me!" Su Tianyang shuddered, before a resolute glint appeared in his eyes, as he pushed Zhou Yanxue forward, directly into the path of the dark crow. Once the dark crow had its fill, it naturally would leave Su Tianyang alone. Although he liked Zhou Yanxue a lot, he valued his own little life a lot more. When Zhou Yanxue was pushed in this manner by Su Tianyang, a hint of disbelief and desolation could be seen in her eyes. Not long ago he had sworn to love her and protect her, wanting to marry her and only death till they part. Who knew at this time of crisis he didn't save her, instead pushing her further to the impending grasp of death, turning her heart into dead ash. The speed of the dark crow was extremely fast. In a few seconds it had appeared in front of Zhou Yanxue, with its claws outstretched and aiming at her shoulders. As long as it grabbed her shoulders with a single peck, one of the world's greatest beauty would die just like any other human being. Right when Zhou Yanxue had lost all hope, with a flash of a blade, the dark crow was instantly sliced in two, fresh blood splattering on Zhou Yanxue. Having escaped certain death, Zhou Yanxue looked towards the owner of the blade with glistening eyes, and saw the back of Yu Zhong as he waved his dark magic blade around, killing the dark crow's left, right, center. As she looked at Yu Zhong, her eyes had a strange gleam as her heart grew complicated. "So it is you." During this time only he could be relied on. "Help! Help!" When Peishan watched her friends getting pecked to death by the dark crows, as she cried out while crouching on the floor. It was just that everyone was frantically escaping for their lives, therefore no one could care less about when Peishan, this princess. Amongst the dark crows circling in the air, one of them suddenly dove down towards Wen Peishan, and she was so terrified that her body trembled uncontrollably, as a yellow liquid ran down her fair legs. This pretty flower had actually been frightened to the point she lost control of herself. As the dark crow came in front of her eyes, with a flash of a blade, that dark crow was cut in two. When Peishan lifted her head, and discovered the killer of the dark crow was precisely the Yu Zhong that she hated. "Don't leave me. Please don't leave me behind." Just as Yu Zhong turned to leave and kill another dark crow, when Peishan grabbed onto his shirt, and was sobbing her heart out, pleading profusely. Chapter 0256, Zhou Yanxue's Confession. The No One Fan. When Peishan had always been in the protection of her father. Even before the apocalypse set in and zombies walked the face of the earth, she had never witnessed the deaths of other people personally. This time she was truly scared out of her wits and she grabbed Yu Zhong's shirt tightly and didn't let go. Yu Zhong only glanced at Wen Peishan before saying, "Follow me closely or I can't guarantee your survival." After all, a person's background might play an important role at any time. If Wen Peishan was just a normal girl, Yu Zhong wouldn't mind her too much. At least not enough to risk his own hide to save her. However, she was Wen Baoguo's daughter. If Yu Zhong wanted to do anything in SY County, he needed to work together with some major powers and forge good, lasting relationships. When Peishan grabbed Yu Zhong's clothes tightly, as she suppressed her shame and embarrassment at remembering all her prior words, following closely behind him. When Peishan's close friend Tai Yin was also trying to escape amidst the chaos. As she ran, she saw just ahead someone she knew was pecked to death right in front of her eyes, the bird beak easily slamming through the person's forehead. In response, her body numbed and her bowels clenched, her heart thumping heavily, icy fear slithering through her veins. Fleeing even faster, she caught sight of Yu Zhong, and at that moment, her eyes were filled with a strange relief as she hurried over, frantically shouting, "Help! Help!" Two dive-bombing dark crows shot towards Tai Yin like arrows, forcing Yu Zhong to wave his sword in successive swings, instantly killing the two dark crows, fresh blood and fluffy gore splattering on the ground. Tai Yin took the chance to immediately throw herself into Yu Zhong's arms, a heavy scent of perfume wafting into his nose, and squirmed seductively, crying out somewhat fearfully, "I'm so afraid." When Peishan looked at Tai Yin currently in Yu Zhong's embrace, and her heart felt a little sour. It was strangely as though something precious of hers was stolen by someone else. "Follow me closely." Yu Zhong did not have the time or heart to console Tai Yin, this little vixen, as he pushed her away and strode forward once more. After Tai Yin was pushed out of Yu Zhong's embrace, she followed behind him tightly. It seemed that right now, amidst the chaos, the safest place to be was by Yu Zhong's side. The celebrity Zhou Yanxue had also silently come along and was following behind. She was not a fool and was clear that following Yu Zhong was the safest choice. "Save me! Save me!" Zheng Peipei was trapped in the chaos, and she unconsciously made her way towards Lu Chengwang while pleading loudly. However, Lu Chengwang's speed of escaping was fast. Even with the loud shouting of Zheng Peipei, he pretended not to hear her. Amidst the chaos, a man from behind ran forward and knocked Zheng Peipei to the ground. The people behind didn't notice the living person beneath their feet as they just proceeded to violently stamp and smash their way over her in a mad dash to escape. Just as she was about to be stomped to her death, the people dispersed and escaped towards other directions. The print-riddled half-corpse of Zheng Peipei could hardly be in a worse condition. A number of the dark crows were currently flying over, and like arrows, shot down on top of their shoulders, leading with their sharp beaks to peck holes in the runners' heads. One of the dark crows also turned into a streak of black lightning that shot towards Zheng Peipei, who could only helplessly cough up blood from her pitiful place on the floor. There was a look of fear written in her eyes as she watched her own death soar nearer on silent wings. Just at this moment, there was a flash of blade light and the dark crow was savagely chopped into two halves, saving Zheng Peipei's life. Zheng Peipei glanced at whomever might be her savior, only to discover that it was precisely the barbarian, whom she had greatly despised not all that long ago. Right at this time, Tai Yin, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, saw the heavily injured Zheng Peipei, who had been trampled over a dozen times. She immediately walked over and helped Zheng Peipei up, supporting her as she asked anxiously, "Peipei, are you all right?" Although Tai Yin and Zheng Peipei had different personalities, they shared close family backgrounds and had been best friends ever since they were young. Both of them were very close with each other. Upon seeing that Zheng Peipei had received heavy injuries, Tai Yin truly felt anxious in her heart. As she coughed up blood, Zheng Peipei, whose baby face had fear written all over, held tightly onto Tai Yin's small hand and cried as she said, "Yin, I'm almost dead. I don't want to die." After her delicate body had been trampled over by a dozen people, Zheng Peipei had already received heavy injuries. If she didn't receive emergency medical treatment, the only remaining road for her would be the unknown trail of death. Tai Yin held back the tears in her beautiful eyes as she said, "Peipei, hold on, you will be all right. I will call a doctor for you very soon. I will definitely find someone to nurse you back to health." A gruff voice ruined the painful of somewhat nauseatingly emotional moment. "Apply one bag externally and also take one bag orally. Let her consume one bag first. Then support her as you come along with me." Right when Tai Yin and Zheng Peipei were both starting to tear up, Yu Zhong tossed two medicine bags containing the life-saving grass powder into Tai Yin's hands. Upon receiving the medicine bags, Tai Yin only glanced at Yu Zhong before tearing open one of the bags without any hesitation and pouring the medicinal contents into Zheng Peipei's mouth. The life-saving grass powder possessed miraculous curing effects. Once Zheng Peipei had swallowed it, her incredibly pale face finally regained some of its color, and soon after, she also stopped coughing up blood. What a miraculous medicine! Exactly how many secrets are still hidden on him? As she watched Zheng Peipei's rapid recovery, Tai Yin felt a slight shock in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she carried Jing Peipei as she followed behind Yu Zhong. Right at this moment, Zhou Yanxue walked up to Tai Yin's side and revealed a beautiful smile as she said, "I'll help you." "Thank you, Sister Yanxue." Tai Yin instantly gained a favorable impression of Zhou Yanxue. It was truly too exhausting for her to carry Zhang Peipei by herself, so having an extra person to help out was the best right now. When Peishan continued following Yu Zhong tightly. Earlier she was truly frightened, and even though Tai Yin and Zhang Peipei were supposed to be her good friends, their relationship with her was just that, good friends. During such a time of crisis she was willing to only stay by Yu Zhong's side. It made her feel more safe. The entire banquet had been thrown into chaos, yet Yu Zhong's Special Combat Battalion had not lost their composure. They gathered in small units of 4, supporting one another, as they each utilized their skills and abilities to take out the Dark Crows. While half of them acted, there was another group of them that stayed still, calmly observed and reported the surroundings. There were currently more enemies than allies in SY County. They naturally would preserve their strength so as to be ready to retreat anytime. Although only half of the warriors from the Special Combat Battalion deployed, the Dark Crows were still unable to resist the warriors' attacks as they were killed off one by one. When the other guests of the banquet saw that the Special Combat Battalion had made their move, they started to move towards them, hiding behind this group of warriors whom they had just despised as barbarians. Yu Zhong was like a wedgestone that stood at the front of the group. As any frenzied Dark Crow flew over, they would only see a flash of a blade, and if flying particularly fast after they were split down the middle they would fly apart into large pieces with a light spattering of blood across his chest with each kill. Although Yu Zhong had not received any pointers on swordplay from any great masters, after being tempered through many difficult battles, his swordplay had now become extremely tyrannical in nature. The specialty of his swordplay was that it was both fast and accurate. With his agility that was around 80 at its base, he could casually send out 3 slashes in just 1 second. At his fastest he could even send out 5 attacks. The Dark Crows had just flown up to him when they were engulfed in blade light and chopped into 2 halves. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu stood in support beside Yu Zhong. Her swordplay was greatly superior to Yu Zhong's. Every one of her attacks displayed both elegance and power, and she did not waste any strength in her movements whatsoever. Any Dark Crow that flew within her range would immediately see only her sword, before falling from the sky lifelessly. Little Yao Yao also made use of her agility-based advantage by constantly flitting in and out of the action, killing the Dark Crows at the same time. Under the consistent killing of the Special Combat Battalion, within the entire hall there were no more casualties. However, Yu Zhong's group had a few people, while there seemed to be no end to the number of Dark Crows which kept flying into the hall through the broken windows. They continuously surrounded Yu Zhong, his team, and the group of helpless guests. If this continued on, Yu Zhong would also not be able to hold on. The guests, who formed a huge part of the upper echelons of the remaining society, were currently watching the scene with pale faces and hearts filled with fear. They knew that this group of warriors under Yu Zhong could not possibly maintain their intensity, and the moment they fell everyone would die under the assault of these Dark Crows. After the battle went on for another 5 minutes, sounds of concentrated fire rang from the outside areas. Reinforcements. We're saved. It's the reinforcements, oh thank God. Hearing the constant brat-tat-tat of gunfire, the distinguished guests immediately let out whoops of delight. As long as reinforcements arrived, their lives were surely saved. This particular villa was after all the property of Wenbaogua, who was the number 2 in SY County. Its defense was naturally thick. Not only were there experts who were personally commanded by Wenbaogua, there was even a force of 200 soldiers who were fully equipped with modern weaponry. This time, the reason that the reinforcements had arrived a little slower than expected was because the experts had all went to protect Wenbaogua first, while the special group of 200 soldiers had also come under attack from the Dark Crows at the same time. That was why they arrived late. This group of soldiers under Wenbaogua could also be considered strong, coupled with the fact they were of course amply equipped. Every soldier had the latest 05 submachine gun, and the moment they entered the fray, under the concentrated barrage of bullets, numerous Dark Crows fell from the sky like rain, pouring down to the earth in various degrees of solidity with a sickening series of splat noises. These mutant birds Dark Crows also possessed a fast speed, plus their attack power was high, yet they had typically weak defenses. The moment they were hit by a bullet, they would lose their combat ability and had no way of defending against the attacks from the special forces. After losing nearly 2,000 of their comrades, the flock of dark crows finally could not withstand the attacks and retreated swiftly. Shen Shen, are you all right? The moment the dark crows retreated, when Baoguo arrived under the protection of 7 experts, and the first thing he did was to find his own precious daughter as he asked around worriedly. When Pei Shan replied with an expression of fear, "Dad, I'm fine. This time I was saved by Yu Zhong. Without him I would really have died already." When Baoguo looked towards Yu Zhong before nodding slightly, "Yu Zhong, I must thank you for saving my daughter this time." Yu Zhong knew he had gained the trust of one of the stronger powers in SY County. Although it wouldn't matter much when it came to the bigger matters, he would still be able to move around SY County without too many problems. Yu Zhong lightly smiled and replied courteously, "It wasn't much, it's what anybody would have done." Yu Zhong could offend when Pei Shan without a care, but he wouldn't just go out of his way to provoke other people and reject their kind intentions without a reason. "I'll be leaving first. Yu Zhong, thanks for saving me. I will find you tomorrow and let's hang out. I know SY County very well." When Pei Shan came in front of Yu Zhong and broke into an extremely lovable smile towards this man whom she had despised not too long ago, before immediately turning and walking away. Although she wanted to stay behind, she could still feel the dampness which reminded her of her embarrassing accident earlier. Tai Yin came to Yu Zhong's side with her perfume trailing behind her, and kissed him furiously on both cheeks as she smiled sweetly and said, "Yu Zhong, I am Tai Yin. The first kiss was for saving me. The second kiss was for saving Pei Pei. From today onwards we're good friends. I'll find you soon for some fun." After that she also turned around and left with 2 people carrying Jing Pei Pei. Su Tianyang brought 2 bear-like experts from the military and walked towards Zhou Yanxue as he spoke tenderly. "Yanxue, are you all right? Earlier when I saw you in danger I was really worried. Come, let us go back." Su Tianyang knew that his actions earlier must have hurt Zhou Yanxue deeply, and it would extremely difficult to win her heart again, therefore he decided to possess her body. With her beauty and demeanor, keeping her by his side as his companion was more for face than anything else. The 2 experts were Su Qianyang's subordinates who killed at his orders, and he decided that even if it came to force he would have Zhou Yanxue today. Zhou Yanxue took a look at the handsome Su Tianyang, and realized that her past good feelings about him had disappeared only to be replaced by vehemence and disgust. She felt the man in front of her was extremely fake, vicious and cold, even worse than the smelly old men that she hated. Zhou Yanxue took big strides and walked towards Yu Zhong before saying seriously, "Yu Zhong, I like you and I hope to be your girlfriend." Zhou Yanxue, that Zhou Yanxue actually asked out a guy of her own accord. That Yu Zhong is such a lucky bastard. What courage. She actually confessed in front of so many people, she really has guts. It's so romantic, too romantic. Seeing Zhou Yanxue confessing to Yu Zhong of her own accord, the entire hall was in an uproar. Prior to the apocalypse she was a huge celebrity, and even after the world was plunged into chaos, she retained her star status and fans, and was the goddess of many guys. This perfect woman had actually taken the initiative to confess to Yu Zhong. It was too shocking for everyone present. Ji Qingwu saw the dauntless actions and the confession from Zhou Yanxue, and she trembled outwardly while a complicated gleam appeared in her eyes. Chapter 0257, Intel. The No One Fan. Tong Xiaoyun looked towards the absolutely beautiful Zhou Yanxue, noticing her eyes had a strange gleam. Don't tell me I'll have to share my husband with an idol? In the banquet hall, countless envious and jealous gazes from the many men were piercing Yu Zhong like knives. If looks could kill, Yu Zhong would have died countless times over. Under the envious gazes, the main character of the confession Yu Zhong actually frowned. He did not believe he had the charm to incite Zhou Yanxue to confess in front of so many people. Su Tianyang saw the girl of his longtime affection actually confessing to another guy in public, and felt like someone had gave him a tight slap. His expression turned extremely steely. Su Tianyang stepped forward with a frozen expression as he coldly ordered, "Yanxue, you must have been frightened badly. Follow me back to recuperate, okay? Go bring Miss Yanxue back, she's tired." he said as gave the orders to his men. Hearing those orders, the two bulky military experts immediately stepped forward towards Zhou Yanxue. Su Tianyang was determined to use force. Zhou Yanxue's face turned pale as she stepped forward and lowered her head towards Yu Zhong's ear. Her subtle flowery fragrance softly wisped sound him as she said softly, "I know all about the powers of Sy Kuni like the back of my hand. As long as you protect me, I'm willing to tell you everything and be your woman." During these turbulent times, other than some exceptional women who relied on their own strengths, the rest who did not have any background could only rely on strong people. Zhou Yanxue's influential family had disappeared with no news. She still remained free of captivity because she was a celebrity, and the few powers that lusted after her were keeping each other in check. Now it was evident that Su Tianyang was about to offend some of them with his intention to forcefully take her, hence she could only rely on Yu Zhong. As Yu Zhong smelled the fragrance from Zhou Yanxue's body and heard her words, his heart was moved. Waving his hands, he signaled two of his special combat warriors to step out and block the two military experts. The two military experts had just rushed forward only to come face to face with the two special combat soldiers, causing their eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. The military men could feel an extremely oppressive aura from their bodies. It was just as apparent that they had definitely seen blood, and many must have lost their lives at their hands. Su Tianyang looked at the two warriors under Yu Zhong who were blocking his own, and his face turned an even uglier color. Calming down outwardly, he spoke out sensibly, "Zhang Lai Niu Jin. Stand down." Although Su Tianyang had utmost confidence in his own experts, Yu Zhong had too many experts on his side. If they really made a move, his side would be at a disadvantage. Su Tianyang steeled himself impressively and then spewed out words threateningly, "Yu Zhong, Zhou Yanxue is my girlfriend. You actually want to split us apart and steal her? If you return her to me we can still be friends. In Sy County, whoever is my friend can get to enjoy tons of benefits. As for my enemies, they have been wiped off the face of the earth." Yu Zhong cocked his eyebrows at Su Tianyang and reached out to wrap his arms around Zhou Yanxue's extremely flexible waist, as he coldly laughed. "Yanxue, is he your boyfriend?" "No. He has always been pursuing me. However, I don't see anything in him, it seems it's just his wishful thinking." Zhou Yanxue laughed seductively at Yu Zhong, her words cutting deeply at Su Tianyang's heart. Zhou Yanxue had always been someone amicable to everybody, but now she was extremely clear that she had to dissolve all relations with Su Tianyang and gave all her attention to Yu Zhong. Only then could she be valued on the level she desired. As for offending the powerful Su family in Sy County, she could care less. Good. Yu Zhong, today's humiliation. I will return it in the future." Su Tianyang's expression had turned extremely ugly and his gaze was like that of a venomous snake staring at Yu Zhong and Zhou Yanxue. Abruptly he turned around and left with his two henchmen in tow. When Baogua came to Yu Zhong's side and reminded him, "Yu Zhong, Su Tianyang is a really vengeful person. Thus you must be careful." Su Tianyang had intended to take away Zhou Yanxue in front of Wen Baogua and it infuriated him. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong's presence, he would have lashed out on the spot. Zhou Yanxue was a celebrity and if Su Tianyang had brought her away quietly, Wen Baogua could turn a blind eye. However, intending to abduct her in front of so many people like a bandit was tantamount to not giving Wen Baogua face. So of course even if Yu Zhong had not acted, Wen Baogua would have immediately clashed with Su Tianyang. Yu Zhong lightly smiled and said, "I know, Mayor Wen." Within the villa, there were human and dark crow corpses everywhere. As the remaining guests left in a scattered manner, the banquet had somehow ended. In Yu Zhong's living quarters he was sitting on his huge bed, while the huge celebrity Zhou Yanxue was currently seated beside him, carefully massaging his legs for him. Yu Zhong looked at the stunning beauty in front of him as he waved his hands to stop what she was doing. "Speak. Tell me all that you know. If the value of the intel is sufficient, I can give you your freedom. I can also assure that you'll never be bullied ever again." Intel was extremely important. All those years throughout history, countless successful battles have been due to the amount of effort put into gathering information. A crucial piece of information at the right time can help turn the tide in any situation. Yu Zhong had little to absolutely no information on Sy County's happenings, and with someone who thoroughly understood the network of power and information giving it to him, he would definitely shelter that person. Furthermore, once Su Tianyang had expressed enmity against him, he did not mind giving him a few stinging slaps. Zhou Yanxue gave Yu Zhong an enchanting smile. I don't want freedom, I just want to be your woman. As long as you don't leave me behind, I will be your most loyal concubine. Zhou Yanxue was not like Wen Peishan, who had the protection from a father with power. Her looks were a double-edged sword. She could only rely on someone strong because without someone she would be enslaved. It happened that the person she had decided to rely on was Yu Zhong. Zhou Yanxue gave Yu Zhong a light laugh and proceeded to tell him everything she knew. As Zhou Yanxue was experienced at mingling and often took part in various gatherings and events, she often got closer with her fans and friends. Couple this with the fact that many guys wanted to impress her with their knowledge, and she often reaped a lot in information. Through Zhou Yanxue's vivid explanation, Yu Zhong started to understand the situation within Sy County and why Su Tianyang would hate him so much. Sy County's governance was run by two powers, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingda. Both were incredibly influential people, and the control they had over the government was large. Within the entire county government, there was no third party's influence. As for Sy County's military, it was filled with many different people with different ambitions and traditions. It had a regiment with 6,000 people. This regiment was formed from the remaining soldiers during the onset of the apocalypse. When the world was changing, the two infantry divisions that were going through an exercise had suffered huge losses. The total number of soldiers who survived numbered a little over 2 regiments, and the highest commanding officers had faced unfortunate endings. The next highest commanding officers were only lieutenant colonels. Amongst the remaining soldiers there were 5 lieutenant colonels, and these 5 each commanded a small division. After forging through countless battles, the 5 divisions expanded continuously. In the end they formed the current military power of Longhai County. The 5 major powers of the military were Su Dongming, Shen Hongyang, Luo Qianni, Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng. These 5 all held some form of power over the soldiers of the military. Of course, amongst them there were some who held more power and some less. With Su Dongming holding the largest faction of soldiers, he resultingly became the nominal commander of the Longhai County military. Unless it was a joint effort though, he could only command his faction. Wanting to move the other factions required the approval of the other powers. The Longhai County's military had differing views and opinions, and they naturally disagreed on their views of Yu Zhong, a thorn in their side. Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, who were the 2 major powers, voted to wipe Yu Zhong out quickly and planned on taking over everything in his current existing system. Shen Hongyang and Chen Weimin voted for pacifying Yu Zhong and forging a relationship. Assuming it didn't work, then they could form a temporary alliance and take care of Yu Zhong. By then they naturally wouldn't suffer much loss for waiting. Lu Huifeng was neutral and did not have any stance. Also, Longhai Army is same as Sy Army. It was precisely because of Su Dongming's attitude that Su Tianyang had disliked Yu Zhong from the get-go. This led to him trying to be domineering and not put Yu Zhong in his sights at all. These matters that concerned the internal affairs of Sy County, Lu Ning naturally wouldn't tell Yu Zhong. As for the ordinary survivors, they simply could not fathom the ongoings amongst the top brass. It was only someone like Zhou Yanxue, who often turned up at such events and gatherings amongst the elites, that she could get such detailed insights. So that was the case. After hearing Zhou Yanxue's explanation, Yu Zhong finally understood why Xin Shui had given in. Sy County's military had only over 2,000 people just at the beginning of the apocalypse, and after regaining Sy County, they had lost another 200 people. However, they now had over 6,000 that formed an entire infantry division, but the bulk of them were new recruits. The ones that could really match up against Yu Zhong were only a few battalions. The moment they full-scale clashed with Yu Zhong, they would suffer huge losses. That day when Xin Shui attacked Yu Zhong, she had actually brought Shen Hongyang's most capable battalion. If that battalion had been annihilated by Yu Zhong, Shen Hongyang's power would have diminished by half. It was because of that Xin Shui had chosen to compromise and not attack Ningguang County. After hearing Zhou Yanxue's extensive intelligence report, Yu Zhong finally felt that he had some knowledge of the current affairs in Sy County and wasn't as ignorant about it as when he first arrived. Damn it. Damn it. Damn you, Yu Zhong. Su Qianyang's current face was contorted, as he picked up the nearby antique chair and smashed it down violently on the ground. A few pretty ladies were kneeling in front of Su Tianyang, their bodies trembling as they tried to brave Su Tianyang's tantrum. Su Qian. Within 3 days I want to see Yu Zhong's head. Su Tianyang had just smashed the once priceless antique to the floor to vent his frustrations, but it didn't really work. He turned around and ordered the silent and dark-skinned yet robust young man with calloused hands. "Yes, young master." Su Qin had a look of indifference as he replied. He was the butler of the Su family, and had been saved by Su Dongming once before the apocalypse. Of course he had since sold his life to the Su family. Chapter 0258, Peng Mingde. Su Qin glanced icily at the four ladies kneeling in front of Su Tianyang as he asked coldly, "Young master, what about these four?" Su Tianyang glanced at the four extremely beautiful ladies as he frowned slightly. He had given the order to kill Yu Zhong in his blind rage, and forgot that they were there. If this matter was to leak out, it wouldn't bode well. However, these four ladies were the cream of the crop amongst beauties, and were extremely meticulous in their service to him, and he couldn't bear to kill them at the moment. One of the taller, slender ladies immediately begged, "Young Master Su, don't kill me. I have not heard anything. I'm willing to do anything. Don't kill me." The other three beauties also had expressions of fear as they started grabbing Su Tianyang's legs with their voluptuous bodies, begging pitifully. Their pleading did the opposite, however, as Su Tianyang steeled his heart and gave the extremely merciless order, "Kill them all. Don't dirty the place." These women had to pay with their lives for a mistake that Su Tianyang made. Su Qin acknowledged with a nod of his head, and shot forward like an arrow, grabbing one of the women by the throat and breaking her windpipe. He followed up by grabbing another woman's head, twisting it lightly into an angle that defied nature. After killing two, he took big strides forward and viciously chopped down on the remaining ladies' heads, leaving two deep dents in their heads, killing them instantly. In just a few short breaths after killing the four service ladies, Su Qin had already dragged their bodies out silently and left Su Tianyang's room. "Yu Zhong, it's all your fault. I want you dead." Su Tianyang's face was once again twisted with fury as he smashed another 5 pieces of antique furniture. In his mind he wasn't to blame, so he pushed the blame of the deaths of the four ladies, as well as his fury and hatred onto Yu Zhong. Early next morning after breakfast, Wei Juiguang drove the Rolls-Royce with the beauty Xiao Shishir and fetched Yu Zhong to Peng Mingde's residence. Peng Mingde was of 46 to 47 years with defining facial features. His brows had a hint of a stern expression, yet not a single strand of white hair was seen even though he was middle-aged. In fact, he remained looking extremely youthful. The moment they met, Peng Mingde immediately spoke with shock. "Yu Zhong, did you know you've invited huge trouble this time?" Yu Zhong's expression did not change as he quickly responded, "What type of trouble?" Peng Mingde replied, "The army had decided to dispatch 3 regiments to deal with you. Tell me if this is huge trouble or not." 3 regiments meant over 3,000 soldiers. It could even be a 4,000-strong army. If this type of huge army were the military-trained soldiers from before the apocalypse, all of Yu Zhong's efforts in establishing himself could come to a halt. However, since Yu Zhong had received vital information about the actual flaws and strengths of the army from Zhou Yanxue, Yu Zhong wasn't flustered at all. Their current corps was only the 2 regiments of 1,000 over people. After expanding into a 6,000-strong army, the might still needed time to be trained up. Yu Zhong himself had 7 battalions worth of soldiers that numbered in 2,000s. If it came down to a clash, unless the army really went all out with all they had, Yu Zhong still had some of hope of success. Yu Zhong spoke out with a strong killing intent. "If the soldiers come, the general defends. If the water comes, the soil will block it. If the army really wants to fight, then I shall give them the fight of their lives. I have 3 regiments worth of soldiers. I want to test for myself if the army's 3 regiments are stronger, or my army is stronger." Peng Mingde narrowed his eyes as he carefully assessed Yu Zhong. He smiled and spoke. "You really are a hero. I have already rejected the proposal of the army. After all, as humans we should not fighting amongst ourselves. Our current greatest enemies are the zombies. As long as we wipe them out, our humankind can once again repopulate the earth. Yu Zhong, my dream is to build a new world without zombies. Everyone is equal, all is fair, upright, transparent. Everyone is free, everyone prospers, and equality for all with no exploitation. Are you willing to help me with this?" Peng Mingde had a passionate expression as he spoke to Yu Zhong. Most university students were hot-blooded and passionate about the world, and were easy to influence and manipulate. Peng Mingde wanted to use the idea of rebuilding the world to hook Yu Zhong in. This was after all under the banner of righteousness. Throughout history, countless young people have given their all for the cause of a just, fair and equal new world for all. I have brought 5,000 tons of meat to sell. I wonder what items you might want to offer in exchange? If you are not interested in my rations, then I'll leave. Yu Zhong gazed at Peng Mingde indifferently. He had no interest in the new world order that Peng Mingde was raving about. While Peng Mingde was capable, he was lacking in his guidance of his kid. His son had actually caused so much trouble that he should have been executed, but this type of degenerate was still allowed to live under Peng Mingde's protection. Furthermore, it was a good lifestyle. If Yu Zhong really sold his life to Peng Mingde just based on the ideals he was talking about, his brain must have been knocked silly. Yu Zhong did not have lofty dreams. Currently he was living life to the fullest, and was the leader of 30,000 people. With just an order he could immediately execute over 100 people. To throw all that away and be someone else's dog just because of some illusionary ideal? He wasn't willing. This young man is not a simple character. Peng Mingde was thrown off by Yu Zhong's practicality. As his brows furrowed, he continued carefully sizing him up. Peng Mingde decided to throw all talks about ideals and righteousness to the side, before he replied pragmatically, "The terms of the negotiations will be handled by my people later on. However, I hope to at least fulfill the quota of 1,000 tons. Ideals and righteousness are used as tools by Peng Mingde to win people over. Those who succumbed to the idealistic thinking were perfect for being passionate cannon fodder. In fact, this was not a bad tactic. Under the pretext of ideals and righteousness, Peng Mingde had actually gathered over 200 youthful people as his young guards. The results made it so they were all crazy supporters, to the extent that they were willing to give their lives up for him. Yu Zhong lightly smiled before giving the same terms he gave Wen Baogua. "I can gift you 1 ton of rations as a sign of our friendship. However, the remainder will have to be matched by items that are suitable and to my liking, otherwise no deal." Peng Mingde immediately laughed and responded graciously, "Since this is the case, then let me gift to you the Rolls-Royce and the beauty Xiao Shishir as a sign of our friendship as well. I hope we can always be friends." Yu Zhong looked at Peng Mingde and laughed lightly. "I hope we'll always be friends." Peng Mingde was indeed extremely capable. Yu Zhong could not help but have a good impression of him. However, even if the father was a hero, the son was a bastard. Just based on the aspect of his upbringing of his kid, it cost him some points with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong brought the Rolls-Royce and Xiao Shishir that Peng Mingde presented him and headed towards Wen Baogua's villa, before leaving with his entire party. At a nearby river, there was a group of survivors gathered together, looking towards the river with a look of greed. Right beside the river, the water was full of nutrients. There were countless thick mutated vegetables growing, even abundant aquatic life was showing in the waters. Although the river seemed to be flourishing with food, few people were willing to go there and gather food. Only when they were starved beyond belief and had no options, would some pale and weak women brave the danger to pluck some of the vegetation at the outskirts. There were some who were under the control of SY County, and if they didn't go look for food, those who were waiting for them would definitely be killed. He's trying to say that the river looks beautiful and bountiful, first paragraph, but it is in fact misleading and dangerous, and that some of the people there are, in reality, forced to be there. Jianghu carefully climbed out from the water. In his hands, he had a few river prawns that were the size of his fingers, as well as a heap of shellfish and mussels. He knew there was a shoal nearby, and the mutant beasts inside the water seldom appeared there. However, nothing was for certain. He had witnessed his partner being torn apart by a mutant beast just 3 days ago, and fresh blood had dyed the shoal. He could vividly recall the despair and fear of his friend when he was torn in two. His friend was only 11, Jianghu himself 12. Jianghu looked at the few river prawns and heaved a sigh of relief. These river prawns could be exchanged for 1 or 2 jin of cornmeal, which could feed him, his brother and sister for 1 or 2 full meals. Jianghu looked towards his left and right before keeping the river prawns inside a plastic bag, and hid it in his clothes. He took the mussels and shellfish and placed them in another plastic bag, before digging up some wild vegetation that could be eaten, before walking towards the exit. "You, come over here and pay your taxes." A middle-aged man in uniform saw Jianghu approaching from the riverside and called out to him with a wooden expression. Right beside the man in uniform, there were 7 burly men. All those who tried to make a living from the riverside had to pay them taxes, otherwise they would receive a beating, and if they were beaten to death, they would be thrown into the river to be fed to those monsters. 6 extremely frail-looking women helplessly presented their spoils to these tax officials. Even after being skimmed by them once, they would still be skimmed another time by the other underground societies as protection fees. Jianghu walked towards them frigidly as he handed them the plastic bag filled with the mussels, shellfish and wild vegetation. These are yours. You can go. After taking over half of the items in the plastic bag and throwing them into a basket, he threw the plastic bag with the remaining items back to Jianghu. Jianghu received the bag that was reduced one, and wanted to turn around to leave. Wait a minute. The tax officer seemed to have suddenly thought of something as he grabbed onto Jianghu and ordered the 7 burly men, hold him down. You need 7 big guys to hold down a 12-year-old? Chapter 0259 Jianghu. As Jianghu struggled, the tax officer opened up his shirt and patted his tiny body, before finding the bag of prawns with a satisfied expression as he said, "Stinky brat. You want to pull a fast one over me, you're still lacking. Because you tried to evade tax, these prawns will be confiscated. Return them to me. Please just return them to me. I caught those myself." Jianghu shouted out, struggling as his eyes turned red. Those prawns meant that his family could last for a few more days. Without them, his family would go hungry. Damn it. You better know what's good for you. The tax officer's face turned darker as he waved his hands, which led the 7 burly brutes to start kicking and punching Jianghu. Jianghu was after all just a kid. After that round of beating, he was quickly covered in bruises before being thrown in a corner. Whoever dares to evade tax will face the same consequences. The tax official glared coldly at all the other frail ladies present. He had to use the cold, harsh reality to shock these people, that way his job would go on smoothly. The survivors who had come forward to pay tax had seen such scenes countless of times and were numb to it. How can you do this to a kid? Right at this time, a furious voice resounded out. The tax officer turned his head towards the voice. He was just in time to see a few young men and women dressed neatly, and could tell with one look these survivors were not the common survivors. The person who had verbally reprimanded the tax officer was Wenpeishan, who was dressed in red, making her look incredibly innocent yet sexy at the same time. The tax officer glanced greedily at Wenpeishan. After all, most women had gone frail and lost their looks and health during the apocalypse, while someone young with such fair skin and a healthy glow like Wenpeishan was rare. The tax officer looked at Wenpeishan and responded neither hastily nor slowly, "I am doing my job according to the rules. Miss, if you have any grievances or complaints, please take it up with my superiors." While the tax officer had some sort of background, he wasn't willing to come to loggerheads with Wenpeishan, who anybody can tell is not from a simple background as well. "You're an asshole." Wenpeishan scolded a little agitatedly. However, she was brought up well and was usually more reserved. She didn't know how to deal with bullies and could only resort to scolding. Yuzhong looked on at the scene and slightly frowned. While what the tax officer did was indeed overboard, they were in a chaotic time. If the tax officer did not show some form of harshness, he might not even be able to collect a single tax. "Yuzhong, help me teach this asshole a lesson." Wenpeishan could not think of any way to discipline the tax officer and decided to turn to Yuzhong for help. Yuzhong took big strides forward. He decided he could not stand the overboard actions of the tax officer as well. The tax officer looked at Yuzhong approaching with alarm. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm just doing my job." The 7 burly men also stepped forward to surround Yuzhong, staring at him with vicious gazes. Yuzhong stared coldly at the tax officer and said, "Your takings are obviously over 50%. I don't believe the top brass had actually set such a ridiculous amount. Do you want to cough up the excess, or do you not want to see the sun ever again?" The top brass of SY County would definitely not be so stupid to engage in a 50% tax. However, it was that as the line went further down, the requirements became more absurd. In truth, SY County only expressed that those who went out to forage for wild vegetables and fishing would only have to pay 20% tax, and as for these outrageous tax officials who took more than 50%, the remaining 30+% went to their own pockets. The tax officer saw that his tricks were exposed as he stared at Yu Zhong and said, "I am Zhang Xueming, my cousin is the Deputy Commissioner of the Inland Revenue, Wei Tong. Who are you?" The tax bureau, regardless of the apocalypse, was a department with a lot of power. Especially after the end of the world, those who were in power had huge influence. Wei Tong could become the Deputy Commissioner must have been due to his wide network of contacts. Zhang Xueming had hoped to use his cousin's name to cause Yu Zhong to back off, so that everyone can continue peacefully. Yu Zhong directly pointed out Wen Peishan's identity. "Slap yourself. Otherwise you won't see the sun anymore. She is Mayor Wen's daughter Wen Peishan." Zhang Xueming instantly turned pale. Mayor Wen was one of the two major powers in SY County. With just a flick of his hand, he could call for the deaths of measly people like Wei Tong and Zhang Xueming. This was a world where human lives were almost worthless. He himself was just a small fish. Even if he disappeared tomorrow, no one would care. Instead, there would be many people who would celebrate his departure. "It's my fault. I was despicable. It's all my fault. Miss Wen, I won't dare do this again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me off just this once. I was also doing things according to orders." Zhang Xueming had kneeled in front of Wen Peishan, and was smacking himself profusely while crying out pitifully. Zhang Xueming had forcefully slapped his own mouth, to the point where blood started to flow from the corners of his mouth. Wen Peishan's heart softened and said, "Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Give the confiscated items back to the kid." "Yes." Zhang Xueming then stood up before walking personally to Zhang He and returned his items. "Little brat, these are all items gifted by Miss Wen. Hurry, go and thank her." Zhang He held on to his prawns tightly like a wounded wolf, as he looked at the well-dressed good-looking Wen Peishan. Looking down, he mumbled extremely reluctantly, "Thank you." After that, he immediately turned around and limped towards the distance. Zhang Xueming looked at Zhang He, who had looked extremely defiant, as he frowned and asked Wen Peishan, "Damn it! That little brat doesn't know his manners. Miss Wen, shall I go catch him back and teach him a lesson?" "No need." Although Wen Peishan was ticked off by Zhang He's unruly behavior, she was after all extremely kind-hearted, and did not want to make things difficult for Zhang He. Yu Zhong looked at the few frail female survivors plucking the wild vegetation, before looking at those survivors staring into the horizon blankly as he frowned, and seemed to ponder before walking towards Zhang He. "Wait. Yu Zhong, wait for me." Wen Peishan saw that Yu Zhong was moving as she hastily chased after him. Zhang He had just moved a distance and saw Yu Zhong chasing after him from behind, as he gripped his plastic bag of prawns even tighter and asked warily, "What are you following me for?" Yu Zhong immediately took out a huge bag of bread and held it out to Zhang He, asking, "Do you want to eat your fill?" Zhang He looked at the plastic bag in Yu Zhong's hands as he swallowed his drool, while a look of greed shone in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted out, "I won't hand my sister over to you people. Even if you give us more food, I will not sell my younger sister away." Yu Zhong frowned as he knew Zhang He had misunderstood. "Younger sister?" Yu Zhong immediately offered his conditions. "I want you to work for me. Help me do things. In exchange, I will let you eat your fill every day and give you half a gene of cornmeal. If you do your tasks well, I will even give you cans of meat and dried pork." This Zhang He in front of him was only 12, just a kid. Yet he had courage and principles that was lacking in some adults. While the river was bountiful and many survivors gathered, few dared to venture in to actually fish. Since Yu Zhong wanted to gain a foothold in SY County, he naturally required someone who knew the workings on the ground. He had already made friends with the upper echelon of society like Wen Peishan, Lu Chengwang and Tai Yan. These people, he also needed someone on the ground. Zhang He had courage and his own resolve. Yu Zhong admired that and did not mind helping him out. Zhang He's eyes grew bright, with an expression of hope, and asked, "You can really let me eat my fill?" Truthfully, with regards to a large number of the survivors in SY County, as long as there was food, they would be willing to do things. Zhang He had wanted to even join gangs, but those gangs did not want scrawny brats without attacking strength or combat power. Tong Xiaoyun walked to Yu Zhong's side and eyed the little beggar-like boy and spoke on Yu Zhong's behalf. How would brother you lie to you? Our rations are really beyond comparison. Jianghu looked at the pretty Tong Xiaoyun and the group of special soldiers behind Yu Zhong, and immediately kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and swore, "Benefactor, I don't ask for much, just for my younger brother and sister to eat their fill. I'm willing to give my life for you. Whatever you ask of me, I would do it." Jianghu was young but mature. Those who could pull out such a troop was definitely not a small power in Sy County, and he would only benefit from relying on him. His conditions were not outrageous as well. As long as his younger siblings could eat, he would be willing to slave for Yu Zhong. In times like this where human lives weren't worth much, for the price of a meal, countless survivors were willing to sell themselves. It was just that in this cruel world, even if you are willing, you may not find a buyer. Yu Zhong curiously asked, "Get up. I want to know, near this river, why won't those people go and fish?" The river that surrounded Sy County's borders was a huge treasure in Yu Zhong's eyes, and the water was extremely beneficial in the growth of the plants and even aquatic life. If the river was made use of well, providing a constant source of food for a few 10,000s of people would not be an issue. Since the upper brass of Sy County were not idiots, there must be a problem for them to not make use of the river. Jianghu hesitated. "How do I address you, benefactor?" "I am Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong replied in a deep voice. Jianghu swiftly continued, "Boss Yu, the fact that this river has many aquatic life is not false, but similarly, there are all sorts of fearsome beasts in there. There are snakes that grow over tens of meters, there's a big black fish that can swallow a person whole, and there are some huge crabs that can cut a person in two with just a claw. At first, there were many people fishing, but very quickly they were all preyed on by these wild beasts. After the death count hit over hundreds, very few people are willing to fish anymore. A few hundred people had died in the river, the rest of them had been frightened off. Naturally, no one was willing to fish anymore in those waters. Therefore, even though there was a river surrounding the county, the people of Sy County were still lacking." Yu Zhong continued, "Didn't the government or army make any moves to deal with those mutant beasts? The mutant beasts might be extremely terrifying, but they were not invincible. Since Sy County had so many survivors, there would definitely be experts within the government and military. Dealing with those mutant beasts should not be an issue." Jianghu thought for a while before replying. There were indeed some experts who stepped forward to deal with those mutant beasts, and they did manage to kill a few, but after that, the mutant beasts got even fiercer. Even those experts were eaten. Now there are few experts willing to come and hunt these monsters. Experts were after all a rare resource. With every death meant one less expert. There were simply too many mutant beasts hiding within the river, and after the government and military lost over 20 powerful enhancers, they halted all assaults on the river mutant beasts. The price was too heavy to bear. As Jianghu and Yu Zhong continued talking, more details of the life of the lower members of society began to emerge. The people in the worst situations were the lower members of society in Sy County. Although the upper brass had given the order for some emergency rations to be handed out to preserve these survivors' lives, as there was greed, countless rations were siphoned by greedy officials, and many of these survivors did not obtain their rightful ration. There were countless women selling their bodies for just a bun. There were even people willing to sell their children at various survivor camps. Under Jianghu's guidance, Yu Zhong's party came to an alley near a sewer, where the buildings were dilapidated, and stinking human waste everywhere. On the street, there were various survivors sitting down numbly by the road, their bodies giving off an odor, while a large number of mosquitoes and flies were currently circling them. There was a woman with tattered clothes, dark eye bags, sunken face, and emitting a sour smell from her body, grabbing a little girl's hands, kneeling on the floor in front of Yu Zhong, pleading profusely, "This master, please buy my daughter. Just a box of instant noodles. As long as you pay a box of instant noodles, I'll sell her to you. She knows how to do everything. Bring her with you and she can help you do anything." The little girl of roughly 11 to 12 years, whose hair was in a ponytail, and had starved to the point where she looked like a little bean sprout, was also kneeling and begging, "Master, please buy me. I'm willing to do anything." Tong Xiaoyun saw this and she could not help but ask, "Auntie, isn't she your own daughter? How can you bear to sell her away?" When Peishan saw the scene in front of her and could not believe her eyes. It was her first time coming to this sort of place, and in her thinking, selling one's son or daughter was something that happened only in books or the societies of old. The SY county that her father was governing over definitely would not have something like that. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.